Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Queen did not sufficiently conceal the dissatisfaction she felt at having been unable to prevent the appointment of M. de Calonne. She even one day went so far as to say at the Duchess's, in the midst of the partisans and protectors of that minister, that the finances of France passed alternately from the hands of an honest man without talent into those of a skilful knave. M. de Calonne was therefore far from acting in concert with the Queen all the time that he continued in place; and while dull verses were circulated about Paris, describing the Queen and her favorite dipping at pleasure into the coffers of the Controller General, the Queen was avoiding all communication with him. During the long and severe winter of 1783–84, the King gave 3 millions of livres for the relief of the indigent. M. de Calonne, who felt the necessity of making advances to the Queen, caught at this opportunity of showing her his respect and devotion, but in vain. He came and offered to place in her hands 1 million of the 3, to be distributed in her name and under her direction. His proposal was rejected. The Queen answered that the charity ought to be wholly distributed in the King's name, and that she would this year debar herself of even the slightest enjoyments, in order to contribute to the relief of the unfortunate all that her savings would enable her to give. The moment M. de Calonne left the closet, the Queen sent for me. "Congratulate me, my dear," said she. "I have just escaped a snare, or at least a matter which eventually might have caused me much regret." She related the conversation which had taken place word for word to me, adding, "That man will complete the ruin of the national finances. It is said that I placed him in his situation. The people are made to believe that I am extravagant. Yet I have refused to suffer a sum of money from the royal treasury, although destined for the most laudable purpose, to pass through my hands." The Queen, making monthly retrenchments from the expenditure of her privy purse, and not having spent the gifts customary at the period of her confinement, was in possession of from 500,000 to 600,000 francs, her own savings. She made use of from 200,000 to 300,000 francs of this, which her principal women sent to M. Lenoir, to the curates of Paris and Versailles, and to the Sœurs Hospitalières, and so distributed them among families in need. Desirous to implant in the breast of her daughter, not only the desire to succor the unfortunate, but those qualities necessary for the due discharge of that sacred duty, the Queen incessantly talked to her, though she was yet very young, about the sufferings of the poor during a season so inclement. The Princess already had a sum of from 8,000 to 10,000 francs for charitable purposes, and the Queen made her distribute a part of it herself. Wishing to give her children another lesson of beneficence, she desired me, on the New Year's Eve, to get from Paris, as in other years, all the fashionable playthings, and have them spread out in her closet. Then, taking her children by the hand, she showed them all the dolls and toys which were ranged there, and told them that she had intended to give them some handsome New Year's gifts, but that the cold made the poor so wretched that all her money was spent in blankets and clothes to protect them from the rigor of the season, and in supplying them with bread; so that this year they would only have the pleasure of looking at the new playthings. When she returned with her children into her sitting room, she said there was still an unavoidable expense to be incurred; that assuredly many mothers would at that season think as she did; that the toy man must lose by it; and therefore she gave him 50 louis to repay him for the cost of his journey, and console him for having sold nothing. The purchase of St. Cloud, a matter very simple in itself, had, on account of the prevailing spirit, very unfavorable consequences to the Queen. The palace of Versailles, pulled to pieces in the interior by a variety of new arrangements, and mutilated in point of uniformity, partly by the removal of the ambassador's staircase, and partly by that of the Paris style of columns placed at the bottom of the marble court, was equally in want of substantial and ornamental repair. The King therefore desired M. Meek to lay before him several plans for the repairs of the palace. He consulted me on certain arrangements analogous to some of those adopted in the Queen's establishment, and in my presence asked M. Meek how much money would be wanted for the execution of the whole work, and how many years he would be in completing it. I forget how many millions of livres were mentioned, but I remember M. Meek replied that 6 years would be sufficient time for performing the whole undertaking, if the Treasury made the necessary advances from time to time without any delay. "And how many years shall you require," said the King, "if the advances are not punctually made?" "10, sire," replied the architect. "We must then reckon upon 10 years," said his Majesty, "and put off this great undertaking until the year 1790. It will occupy the rest of the century." The King afterwards talked of the depreciation of property which took place at Versailles, whilst the Regent kept the court of Louis XV at the Tuileries, and said that he must consider of means to prevent that inconvenience. It was the desire to do this that promoted the purchase of St. Cloud. The Queen first conceived the idea of it when one day she was riding out with the Duchess de Polignac and the Countess Diana. She mentioned it to the King, who was much pleased with the thought; the purchase confirming him in the intention of quitting Versailles, which he had entertained for 10 years. The King determined to continue the ministers, public officers, pages, and a considerable part of his stabling at Versailles. Messieurs de Breteuil and de Calonne were instructed to treat with the Duke d'Orléans for the purchase of St. Cloud. At first they hoped to be able to conclude the business by a mere exchange. The value of Choisy, La Muette, and one forest was equivalent to the sum demanded by the House of Orléans; and in the exchange which the Queen expected she saw there was a saving to be made instead of an increase of expense. By this arrangement the government of Choisy, in the hands of the Duc de Coigny, and that of La Muette, in the hands of the Marshal de Soubise, would be suppressed. At the same time the 2 conciergeries, and all the servants employed in these 2 royal houses, would be reduced. But while the treaty was going forward, Messieurs de Breteuil and de Calonne gave up the point of exchange, and some millions in specie were substituted for Choisy and La Muette. The Queen advised the King to give her St. Cloud as a means of avoiding the establishment of a governor, her plan being to have merely a housekeeper there; by which means the governor's expenses would be saved. The King agreed, and St. Cloud was purchased for the Queen. She provided the same liveries for the porters at the gates and servants of the castle as for those at Trianon. The housekeeper at the latter place had put up some regulations of internal police with these words: "By order of the Queen." The same thing was done at St. Cloud. The Queen's livery at the door of a palace, where it was expected none but that of the King would be seen, and the words "By order of the Queen" at the head of the printed papers pasted near the iron gates, caused a great sensation, and produced a very unfortunate effect, not only among the common people, but also among persons of a superior class. They saw in it an attack upon the customs of monarchy, and customs are nearly equal to laws. The Queen heard of this, but she thought that her dignity would be compromised if she made any change in the form of these regulations, though they might have been altogether superseded without any inconvenience. "My name is not misplaced," said she, "in gardens belonging to myself. Surely I may give orders there without infringing on the rights of the State?" This was the only answer she made to the representations which a few faithful servants ventured to make to her on the subject. The discontent of the Parisians on this occasion, probably induced by M. de Espremenil, upon the first troubles about the Parliament, to say that it was impolitic and immoral in a Queen of France to possess palaces of her own. Thus a change effected through an economical motive assumed a very different character in the eyes of the public. Note by Mme. Campan. The Queen never forgot this affront of M. d'Espremenil's. She said that as it was offered at a time when social order had not been disturbed, she had felt the severest mortification at it. Shortly before the downfall of the throne, M. d'Espremenil, having openly espoused the King's side, was insulted in the garden of the Tuileries by the Jacobins, and so ill treated that he was carried home very ill. Somebody recommended the Queen, on account of the royalist principles he then professed, to send and inquire after him. She replied that she was truly grieved at what had happened to M. d'Espremenil, but that mere policy should never induce her to show any particular solicitude about the man who had been the first to make so insulting an attack upon her character. The Queen was very much dissatisfied with the manner in which M. de Calonne had managed this matter. The Abbé de Vermont, the most active and persevering of that minister's enemies, saw with delight that the expedients of those from whom alone new resources might be expected were gradually exhausting, because the period when the Archbishop of Toulouse would be placed over the finances was thereby hastened. The Royal Navy had resumed an imposing attitude during the war for the independence of America. A glorious peace with England had compensated for the former attacks of our enemies upon the fame of France, and the throne was surrounded by numerous heirs. The sole ground of uneasiness was in the finances, but that uneasiness related only to the manner in which they were administered. In a word, France felt confidence in its own strength and resources when two events, which seem scarcely worthy of a place in history, but which have nevertheless an important one in that of the French Revolution, introduced a spirit of sarcasm and contempt, not only against the highest ranks, but even against the most august personages. I allude to a comedy and a great swindling transaction. Beaumarchais had long possessed a brilliant reputation in certain circles in Paris, for his wit and musical talents, and at the theatres for dramas more or less indifferent, when his comedy of the Barber of Seville procured him a more decided reputation upon the French stage. His memoirs against M. Guzman had amused Paris by the ridicule they threw upon a Parliament which was disliked; and his admission to an intimacy with M. de Maurepas procured him a degree of influence over important affairs. Thus honorably situated, he became ambitious of the dangerous reputation of giving a general impulse to the minds of the people of the capital by a kind of drama, in which the most respected manners and customs were held up to popular derision and the ridicule of the new philosophers. After several years of prosperity, the minds of the French had become more generally turned to criticism and ridicule; and when Beaumarchais had finished his monstrous but diverting marriage of Figaro, all people of any consequence were eager for the gratification of hearing it read, for the censors of the police had decided that the piece should not be performed. These readings of Figaro grew so numerous through the author's politic complaisance, that people were daily heard to say, "I have been, or I am going to be, at the reading of Beaumarchais' play." The desire to see it performed became universal. An expression that he had the art to insert in his work compelled as it were the approbation of the superior nobility, or of persons in power, who aimed at the honour of being ranked among the magnanimous. He made his Figaro say, that none but little minds dreaded little books. The Baron de Breteuil, and all the men of Madame de Polignac's circle, entered the lists as the warmest protectors of the comedy. Solicitations to the King became so pressing, that his Majesty determined to judge for himself of a work which so much engrossed the public attention, and desired me to ask M. Lenoir, Lieutenant of Police, for the manuscript of the Marriage of Figaro. One morning I received a note from the Queen ordering me to be with her at 3:00, and not to come without having dined, for that she should detain me for some time. When I got to the Queen's inner closet I found her alone with the King. A chair and a small table were ready placed opposite to them, and upon the table lay an enormous manuscript in several books. The King said to me, "That is Beaumarchais' comedy. You must read it to us. You will find several parts troublesome, on account of the erasures and references. I have already run it over, but I wish the Queen to be acquainted with the work. You will not mention this reading to any one." I began. The King frequently interrupted me by remarks which were always just, either of praise or censure. He frequently exclaimed, "That's in bad taste. This man continually brings the Italian concetti on the stage." At that soliloquy of Figaro, in which he attacks various points of government, but aims most particularly at state prisons, the King rose up and said indignantly, "That's detestable. That shall never be played. The Bastille must be destroyed, before the license to act this play can be any other than the act of the most dangerous folly. This man scoffs at everything that is to be respected in a government." Surely the King here gave a decision to which experience must have reconciled all the enthusiastic admirers of the whimsical production in question. "It will not be played, then?" said the Queen. "No, certainly," replied Louis XVI. "You may rely upon that." Still it was constantly reported in company that Figaro was about to be performed. There were even many wagers laid upon the subject. I never should have laid any myself, fancying myself much better informed as to the probability than anybody else. If I had, however, I should have been completely deceived. The protectors of Beaumarchais, or rather of his work, persuading themselves that they should certainly succeed in their scheme of rendering it popular, in spite of the King's prohibition, distributed the parts in the Marriage of Figaro among the actors of the Théâtre Français. Beaumarchais had made them enter into the spirit of his characters, and they determined to enjoy at least one performance of this pretended chef-d'œuvre of the drama. The first gentlemen of the Chamber agreed that M. de la Ferte should lend the theatre of the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs at Paris, which was used for rehearsals of the opera. Tickets were distributed to a vast number of persons of the first rank in society, and the day for the performance was fixed. The King heard of these arrangements only on the very morning of that day, and signed a lettre de cachet, which prohibited the performance. Note by Mme. Campan. A lettre de cachet was any written order proceeding from the King's will. The term was not confined merely to orders for arrest. End note. When the messenger who brought the order arrived, he found a part of the theatre already filled with spectators, and the streets leading to the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs were filled with carriages. The piece was not performed. This prohibition of the King's was looked upon as an attack on public liberty. The disappointment produced so strong a discontent that the words oppression and tyranny were uttered with no less passion and bitterness at that time than during the time which immediately preceded the downfall of the throne. Beaumarchais was so far put off his guard by rage as to exclaim, "Well, gentlemen, he won't suffer it to be played here. Now I swear it shall be played, perhaps in the very choir of Notre Dame." There was something prophetic in these words. Note by the editor. The Keeper of the Seals had constantly opposed the performance of this play. The King said in his presence one day, "You will see that Beaumarchais will have more weight than the Keeper of the Seals." Did that prince imagine he was speaking the truth so accurately? End note. It was generally insinuated shortly afterwards that Beaumarchais had at length determined to suppress all those parts of his work which could be obnoxious to government, and on pretence of judging of the sacrifices made by the author, M. de Vaudreuil obtained permission to have this far famed Marriage of Figaro performed at his country house. M. Campan was asked there. He had frequently heard the work read, and did not now find the alterations that had been announced. This he observed to several persons belonging to the court, who maintained that the author had made all the prescribed suppressions. Everybody came to talk to him about it. M. Campan was so astonished at these assertions in favor of an obvious falsehood, that he replied by a quotation from Beaumarchais himself, and assuming the tone of Basil in The Barber of Seville, he said, "Faith, gentlemen, I don't know who is deceived here. You all seem to be in the secret." They then came to the point, and earnestly begged him to tell the Queen positively that all which had been pronounced reprehensible in M. de Beaumarchais's play had been cut out. My father-in-law contented himself with replying that his situation at court not allowing of his giving an opinion, except in case the Queen should first speak of the piece to him, he could not say what he thought of it unless she should ask him. The Queen said nothing to him about the matter. Permission to perform this play was at length obtained. The Queen thought the people of Paris would be finally tricked when they saw merely an ill-conceived piece, devoid of interest, as it must appear since it was deprived of its satire. Note by the editor. This was the opinion of Louis XVI also. "The King," says Grimm, "made sure that the public would judge unfavorably of the work. He said to the Marquis de Montesquieu, who was going to see the first representation, 'Well, what do you augur of its success?' 'Sire, I hope the piece will fail.' 'And so do I,' replied the King." Under the persuasion that there was not a passage left, capable of malicious or dangerous application, Monsieur attended the first performance in a public box. The mad enthusiasm of the public in favor of the piece, and Monsieur's just displeasure, are well known. The author was sent to prison soon afterwards, though his work was extolled to the skies, and though the court durst not suspend its performance. Note by the editor. "There is something still more ridiculous than my piece," said Beaumarchais himself, that is, its success. Mademoiselle Ernault foresaw it the first day, and exclaimed, "It is a production that will fail 50 nights successively." There was as crowded an audience on the 72nd night as on the first. A circumstance related by Grimm enhanced the public curiosity. The following is extracted from his correspondence: Answer of M. de Beaumarchais to the Duc de Villequier, who requested the use of his private box for some ladies who wished to see Figaro without being seen. I have no respect, M. le Duc, for women who indulge themselves in seeing any play which they think indecorous, provided they can do so in secret. I lend myself to no such fancies. I have given my piece to the public, to amuse, and not to instruct, not to give any compounding prudes the pleasure of going to admire it in a private box, and balancing their account with conscience by slandering it in company. To indulge in the pleasure of vice and assume the credit of virtue is the hypocrisy of the age. My piece is not of a doubtful nature. It must be patronized in good earnest or avoided altogether. Therefore, with my respects to you, Monsieur le Duc, I shall keep my box. This letter, adds Grimm, was circulated all over Paris for a week. At first it was said to be addressed to the Duc de Villequier, and afterwards to the Duc d'Aumont. It got in this form as far as Versailles, where it was pronounced, as it deserved to be, an extraordinary piece of impertinence. It seemed the more insolent, inasmuch as it was well known that certain very great ladies had declared that if they did go to see the marriage of Figaro, it should be only in a private box. The most zealous partisans of M. de Beaumarchais did not dare even to attempt to vindicate him. After having enjoyed this new flash of celebrity, owing either to his own consideration or to the threats of his enemies, M. de Beaumarchais was compelled to announce publicly that his famous letter never was written to a duke or peer, but to one of his own friends, and that upon the first spur of dissatisfaction. It was proved that the letter was written to a president of one of the parliaments, whereupon indignation subsided; for that which appeared impertinent when addressed to men of the court was deemed so no longer when addressed to one of the long robe. The Queen testified her displeasure against all who had assisted the author of the marriage of Figaro to deceive the King into giving his consent that it should be represented. Her reproaches were more particularly directed against M. de Vaudreuil for having had it performed at his house. The violent and domineering disposition of her favourite's friend at last became disagreeable to her. One evening, on the Queen's return from the Duchess's, she desired her valet de chambre to bring her billiard cue into her closet, and ordered me to open the box that contained it. I was surprised at not finding the padlock belonging to it, the key of which the Queen wore on her watch chain. I opened the box and took out the cue, broken in two. It was of ivory and formed of a single elephant's tooth. The butt was of gold and very tastefully wrought. "There," said she, "that is the way M. de Vaudreuil has treated a thing I valued so highly. I had laid it upon the couch while I was talking to the Duchess in the saloon. He had the assurance to make use of it, and in a fit of passion about a blocked ball, he struck the cue so violently against the table that he broke it in two. The noise brought me back into the billiard room. I did not say a word to him, but my look showed him how angry I was. He was the more hurt at the accident, inasmuch as he aspires to the post of governor to the Dauphin, and with that object in view it is not wise to expose such a fault as passion. I never thought of him for the place. It is quite enough to have consulted my heart only in the choice of a governess, and I will not suffer that of governor to the Dauphin to be at all affected by the influence of my friends. I should be responsible for it to the nation. The poor man," continued the Queen, "does not know that my determination is made; for I have never explained upon the subject to the Duchess. Therefore judge of the sort of evening he must have passed. Besides, this is not the first occurrence that has shown me that however queens may be wearied with formality at home, they cannot amuse themselves elsewhere without lessening their dignity." End of Chapter 11 and Volume 1. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Shortly after the public mind had been highly excited by the performance of the Marriage of Figaro, an obscure plot, contrived by swindlers, and matured in the haunts of dark depravity, implicated the Queen's character in a vital point and directly assailed the majesty and honour of the throne. I mean the celebrated affair of the necklace, purchased, as it was said, for the Queen by the Cardinal de Rohan. I will relate every circumstance that came to my knowledge respecting this business. The most minute particulars will prove how little reason the Queen had to apprehend the blow with which she was threatened, and which must be attributed to a fatality that human prudence could not have foreseen, though prudence might have been more successfully exerted to extricate Her Majesty from the consequences of this unfortunate affair. Note by the Editor. In order to comprehend the account about to be given by the authoress of the Memoirs, and to appreciate her historical testimony on this subject, the reader should be in possession of the leading facts. There are many remarkable circumstances which, though connected with Mme. Campan's narrative, do not form part of it because she speaks only of what she herself well knew. A great number of persons acted base or culpable parts in this shameful drama. It is necessary to be acquainted with them. No one knew the whole affair better than the Abbé Georgel, but at the same time no one was more devoted to the Cardinal de Rohan, or showed more ingenuity in discovering means of defending him, or greater skill in throwing, with artfully affected delicacy, a false light upon the irreproachable conduct of a princess exposed to the most shocking suspicions, either through the blind incredulity or the depravity of a prince of the Church. The Abbé shows, in this part of his Memoirs, a respectful hatred, if we may be allowed the expression, of Marie Antoinette. He supposes the Queen to have been aware of the transaction, at a time when she was still wrapped in all the security of a woman whose imagination could not even conceive the idea of such a masterpiece of intrigue. In the historical illustrations, letter A, we give a copious extract from Georgel's Memoirs. The reader who is desirous of information, and to form a judgment upon this subject, is recommended to glance over this extract first, in order to observe in what points the assertions it contains are rendered doubtful, and how far they are utterly confuted by Mme. Campan's testimony. End note. I have already said that in 1774 the Queen purchased jewels of Beaumer to the value of 360,000 francs; that she paid for them herself out of her own private funds, and that it required several years to enable her to complete the payment. The King afterwards presented her with a set of rubies and diamonds of a fine water, and subsequently with a pair of bracelets worth 200,000 francs. The Queen, after having her diamonds reset in new patterns, told Beaumer that she found her jewel case rich enough, and was not desirous of making any addition to it. Still the jeweller busied himself for some years in forming a collection of the very first diamonds circulating in commerce, in order to compose a necklace of several rows which he hoped to induce Her Majesty to purchase. He brought it to M. Campan, requesting him to mention it to the Queen, that she might ask to see it, and thus be excited to wish to possess it. This M. Campan refused to do, telling him that he should be overstepping the line of his duty were he to propose to the Queen an expense of 1,600,000 francs, and that he believed neither the lady of honor nor the tire-woman would take upon herself to execute such a commission. Beaumer persuaded the King's first gentleman for the year to show this superb necklace to His Majesty, who admired it so much that he himself wished to see the Queen adorned with it, and sent the case to her. But she assured him that she should much regret the incurring of so great an expense for such an article; that she had already very beautiful diamonds; that jewels of that description were now not worn at court more than 4 or 5 times a year; that the necklace must be returned, and that the money would be much better employed in building a man of war. Beaumer, in deep tribulation at finding his expectations delusive, endeavored, as it is said, for some time to dispose of his necklace among the various courts of Europe, but without meeting with any person willing to become the purchaser of an article of such value. A year after his fruitless attempts, Beaumer again caused his diamond necklace to be offered for sale to the King, proposing that it should be paid for partly by instalments, and partly in life annuities. This proposal was represented as highly advantageous, and the King mentioned the matter once more to the Queen. This was in my presence. I remember the Queen told him that if the purchase was really not inconvenient, he might make it, and keep the necklace until the marriage of one of his children, but that for her part she would never wear it, being unwilling that the world should have to reproach her with having coveted so expensive an article. The King replied their children were too young to justify such an expense, which would be greatly increased by the number of years the diamonds would remain useless, and that he would finally decline the offer. Beumer complained to everybody of his misfortune, and all reasonable people blamed him for having collected diamonds to so considerable an amount without any positive order for them. This man had purchased the office of jeweler to the Crown, which gave him the right of entry at court. After several months spent in ineffectual attempts to carry his point, and in idle complaints, he obtained an audience of the Queen, who had with her the young princess her daughter. Her Majesty did not know for what purpose Beumer sought this audience, and had not the slightest idea that it was to speak to her again about an article twice refused by herself and the King. Beumer threw himself on his knees, clasped his hands, burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Madame, I am ruined and disgraced if you do not purchase my necklace. I cannot outlive my misfortunes. When I go hence, I shall throw myself into the river." "Rise, Beumer," said the Queen in a tone sufficiently severe to recall him to himself. "I do not like these rhapsodies. Honest men have no occasion to fall on their knees to make their requests. If you were to destroy yourself, I should regret you as a madman in whom I had taken an interest, but I should not be responsible for that misfortune. I not only never ordered the article which causes your present despair, but whenever you have talked to me about fine collections of jewels, I have told you that I should not add 4 diamonds to those which I already possessed. I told you myself that I declined taking the necklace. The King wished to give it to me, I refused him in the same manner. Then never mention it to me again. Divide it, and endeavor to sell it piecemeal, and do not drown yourself. I am very angry with you for acting this scene of despair in my presence and before this child. Let me never see you behave thus again. Go." Beumer withdrew, overwhelmed with confusion, and nothing farther was then heard of him. While the Queen lay in of Madame Sophie, she told me that Monsieur de St. James had apprised her that Beumer was still intent upon the sale of his necklace, and that her Majesty ought, for her own satisfaction, to endeavor to learn what the man had done with it. She desired me not to forget, the first time I should meet him, to speak to him about it, as if from the interest I took in his welfare. I spoke to him about his necklace, and he told me that he had been very fortunate, having sold it at Constantinople for the favorite Sultana. I communicated this answer to the Queen, who was delighted with it, but could not comprehend how the Grand Signor came to purchase his diamonds at Paris. The Queen for a long time avoided seeing Beumer, being fearful of his rash character, and her valet de chambre, who had the care of her jewels, did the necessary repairs to her ornaments unassisted. On the baptism of the Duc d'Angoulême, the King made him a present of a diamond epaulette and buckles, and directed Beumer to deliver them to the Queen. Beumer presented them to her Majesty upon her return from Mass, and at the same time gave into her hands a letter in the form of a petition. In this paper he told the Queen that he was happy to see her "in possession of the finest diamonds known in Europe," and entreated her not to forget him. The Queen read Beumer's address to her aloud, and saw nothing in it but a proof of mental aberration, being unable otherwise to account for his complimenting her upon the beauty of her diamonds, and begging her not to forget him. She lighted the note at a wax taper standing near her, as she had some letters to seal, saying, "It is not worth keeping." She afterwards much regretted the loss of this enigmatical memorial. After having burnt the paper, her Majesty said to me, "That man is born to be my torment. He has always some mad scheme in his head. Remember the first time you see him, to tell him that I do not like diamonds now, and that I will buy no more as long as I live. That if I had any money to spare, I would rather add to my property at St. Cloud, by the purchase of the land surrounding it. Now mind you enter into all these particulars, and impress them well upon him." I asked her whether she wished me to send for him. She replied in the negative, adding, that it would be sufficient to avail myself of the first opportunity afforded by meeting with him, and that the slightest advance towards such a man would be injudicious. On the 1st of August I left Versailles for my country house. On the third came Bemer, extremely uneasy at not having received any answer from the Queen, to ask me whether I had any commission from her to him. I replied that she had entrusted me with none, that she had no commands for him, and I faithfully repeated all she had desired me to say to him. But, said Bemer, the answer to the letter I presented to her, to whom must I apply for that? To nobody, answered I. Her Majesty burnt your memorial without even comprehending its meaning. Ah, madame, exclaimed he, that is impossible. The Queen knows that she has money to pay me. Money, Monsieur Bemer? Your last accounts against the Queen were discharged long ago. How, madame, are you not in the secret? A man who is ruined for want of payment of 1,500,000 francs can hardly be said to be satisfied. Have you lost your senses? Said I. For what can the Queen owe you so extravagant a sum? For the necklace, madame, replied Bemer coolly. How? Returned I. That necklace again, about which you have teased the Queen so many years? Did you not tell me you had sold it at Constantinople? The Queen desired me to give that answer to all who should speak to me on the subject, said the mischief-making fool. He then told me that the Queen had determined to have the necklace, and had had it purchased for her by the Cardinal de Rohan. You are deceived, I exclaimed. The Queen has not once spoken to the Cardinal since his return from Vienna. There is not a man at her court less favorably looked upon. You are deceived yourself, madame, said Bemer. She must see him in private, for it was to his Eminence that she gave 30,000 francs which were paid me on account. She took them in his presence out of the little secretary of Sèvres porcelain next the fireplace in her boudoir. And the Cardinal told you all this? Yes, madame, himself. What a detestable plot! Cried I. Indeed, to say the truth, madame, I begin to be much alarmed, for his Eminence assured me that the Queen would wear the necklace on Whit Sunday, but I did not see it upon her, and it was that which induced me to write to Her Majesty. He then asked me what he ought to do. I advised him to go on to Versailles instead of returning to Paris, from whence he had just arrived; to obtain an immediate audience from the Baron de Breteuil, who, as the head of the King's household, was the minister of the department to which Bemer belonged, and to be circumspect; and I added that he appeared to me extremely culpable, not as a diamond merchant, but because, being a sworn officer, he had acted without the direct orders of the King, the Queen, or the minister. He answered that he had not acted without direct orders, that he had in his possession all the notes signed by the Queen, and that he had even been obliged to show them to several bankers, in order to induce them to extend the time for his payments. I hastened his departure for Versailles, and he assured me he would go thither immediately. Instead of following my advice, he went to the Cardinal, and it was of this visit of Bemer's that his Eminence made a memorandum found in a drawer overlooked by the Abbé Georgel when he burnt, by order of his Eminence, all the papers which the latter had at Paris. The memorandum was thus worded: On this day, 3rd of August, Bemer went to Mme. Campan's country house, and she told him that the Queen had never had his necklace, and that he had been cheated. When Bemer was gone, I was anxious to follow him, and go to the Queen at Trianon. My father-in-law prevented me, and ordered me to leave the minister to elucidate an affair of such importance, observing that it was an infernal plot; that I had advised Bemer very properly, and had nothing more to do with the business. After seeing the Cardinal, Bemer did not go to the Baron de Breteuil, but went to Trianon, and sent a message to the Queen, purporting that I had advised him to come and speak to her. His very words were repeated to Her Majesty, who said, "He is mad. I have nothing to say to him, and will not see him." 2 or 3 days afterward she sent for me to Trianon. I found her alone in her boudoir. She talked to me of various trifles, but all the while I was answering her I was thinking of the necklace, and seeking for an opportunity of telling her what had last been said to me about it; till at length she said, "Do you know that that idiot Bemer has been here, asking to speak to me, and saying that you advised him to do so? I refused to receive him," continued the Queen. "What does he want? Have you any idea?" I then communicated what the man had said to me, which I thought it my duty not to withhold, whatever pain it might give me to mention such infamous affairs to her. She made me relate several times the whole of my conversation with Bemer, and complained bitterly of the vexation she felt for the circulation of forged notes signed with her name. But she could not conceive how the Cardinal could be involved in the affair. This was a labyrinth to her, and her mind was lost in it. She immediately sent for the Abbé de Vermont and the Baron de Breteuil. Bemer had never said one word to me about the woman de la Motte, and her name was mentioned for the first time by the Cardinal in his answers to the interrogatories put to him before the King. For several days the Queen, in concert with the Baron and the Abbé, consulted what was proper to be done on the occasion. Unfortunately, an inveterate and implacable hatred for the Cardinal rendered these two counsellors the men of all others most likely to lead Her Majesty out of the line of conduct she ought to have pursued. They only contemplated the utter ruin of their enemy at court, and his disgrace in the eyes of all Europe; and never considered how circumspectly such a delicate affair required to be managed. If the Queen had called in the Count de Vergennes to advise, his experience of men and things would have induced him at once to pronounce that a swindling transaction, in which the august name of Marie Antoinette might be compromised, ought to be hushed up. On the 15th of August, the Cardinal, who was already dressed in his pontifical garments, was sent for at noon, into the King's closet, where the Queen then was. The King said to him, "You have purchased diamonds of Bemer." "Yes, sire." "What have you done with them?" "I thought they had been delivered to the Queen." "Who commissioned you?" "A lady called the Countess de la Motte Valois, who handed me a letter from the Queen, and I thought I was gratifying Her Majesty by taking this business on myself." The Queen here interrupted him, and said, "How, sir, could you believe that I should select you, to whom I have not spoken these 8 years, to negotiate anything for me? And especially through the mediation of such a woman?" "I see plainly," said the Cardinal, "that I have been duped. I will pay for the necklace. My desire to be of service to your Majesty blinded me. I suspected no trick in the affair, and I am sorry for it." He then took out of his pocket book a letter from the Queen to Madame Lamotte, entrusting her with the commission. The King took it, and holding it towards the Cardinal, said, "This is neither written nor signed by the Queen. How could a prince of the house of Rohan, and a grand almoner of France, ever think that the Queen would sign Marie Antoinette of France? Everybody knows that queens sign only by their baptismal names." Note by the Editor. The following passage occurs in the secret correspondence. The Cardinal ought, it was said, to have detected the forgery of the approbations and signature to the instructions. His place of Grand Almoner gave him ample opportunity of knowing both Her Majesty's writing and her manner of signing her name. To this important objection it was answered that it was long since Monsieur de Rohan had seen her writing, that he did not recollect it, that besides having no suspicions, he had no inducement to endeavor to ascertain it, and that the Crown jewelers, to whom he showed the instrument, did not any more than himself detect the imposition. With submission to the authors of the secret correspondence, this answer is nugatory; for merchants are better acquainted with commercial signatures than those of courts, and they might very possibly be ignorant of customs which ought to be familiar to the Cardinal; and the Abbé Georgel himself admits as much. "But, sir," pursued the King, handing him a copy of his letter to Bemer, "did you ever write such a letter as this?" Having glanced it over, the Cardinal said, "I do not remember having written it." "But what if the original, signed by yourself, were shown to you?" "If the letter be signed by myself, it is true." "Then explain to me," resumed the King, "the whole of this enigma. I do not wish to find you guilty. I had rather you would justify yourself. Account for all the manoeuvres with Bemer, these securities, and these notes." The Cardinal then turning pale, and leaning against the table, said, "Sire, I am much too confused to answer your Majesty in a way—" "Compose yourself, Cardinal, and go into my cabinet. You will there find paper, pens, and ink. Write what you have to say to me." The Cardinal went into the King's cabinet, and returned a quarter of an hour afterwards with writing as confused as his verbal answers had been. The King then said, "Withdraw, sir." The Cardinal left the King's chamber with the Baron de Breteuil, who gave him in custody to an ensign of the body guard, with orders to take him to his apartment. Monsieur d'Agoult, adjutant of the bodyguard, afterwards took charge of him, and conducted him to his hotel, and from thence to the Bastille. But while the Cardinal had with him only the young ensign of the bodyguard, who was himself much embarrassed at having such an order to execute, his Eminence met his heyduque at the door of the saloon of Hercules. He spoke to him in German, and then asked the ensign if he could lend him a pencil. The officer gave him that which he carried about him, and the Cardinal wrote to the Abbé Georgel, his grand vicar and friend, instantly to burn all Madame Lamotte's correspondence, and all his letters in general. The commission was executed before M. Crone, lieutenant of police, had received an order from the Baron de Breteuil to put seals upon the Cardinal's papers. Note by the Editor. The secret correspondence in relating these circumstances thus explains the officer's conduct and confusion. The ensign, being reprimanded for suffering the Cardinal to write, replied that his orders did not forbid it, and that besides he had been so much disconcerted by the unusual address of the Baron de Breteuil, "In the King's name, sir, follow me," that he had not recovered himself, and did not perfectly know what he was about. This excuse is not very satisfactory, though it is true that this officer, who was very irregular in his conduct, was much in debt, and at first apprehended that the order, intimated to him by the Baron, concerned himself personally. The Abbé Georgel relates the circumstances of the note in a very different manner. The Cardinal, at that dreadful moment, which might have been expected to deprive him of his senses, gave an astonishing proof of his presence of mind. Notwithstanding the escort which surrounded him, favored by the attendant crowd, he stopped, and stooping down with his face towards the wall, as if to fasten his buckle or his garter, snatched out his pencil, and hastily wrote a few words upon a scrap of paper placed under his hand in his square red cap. He rose again and proceeded. On entering his house his people formed a lane. He slipped this paper unperceived into the hand of a confidential valet de chambre, who waited for him at the door of his apartment. This little tale is scarcely credible. It is not at the moment of a prisoner's arrest, when an inquisitive crowd surrounds and watches him, that he can stop and write unperceived. However, the valet de chambre posts off to Paris. He arrives at the palace of the Cardinal between 12 and 1 o'clock, and his horse falls dead in the stable. "I was in my apartment," says the Abbé Georgel. "The valet de chambre entered wildly, with a deadly paleness on his countenance, and exclaimed, 'All is lost! The prince is arrested!' He instantly fainted and fell, dropping the paper of which he was the bearer. The portfolio enclosing the papers which might compromise the Cardinal was immediately placed beyond the reach of all search." The destruction of all his Eminence's correspondence, and particularly that with Madame de Lamotte, threw an impenetrable cloud over the whole of this affair. Madame, the King's stepsister, was the sole protectress of that woman, and her patronage was confined to allowing a slender pension of 12 or 1500 francs. Her brother was in the navy, but the Marquis de Chabert, to whom he had been recommended, could never make a good officer. The Queen in vain endeavored to call to mind the features of this person, of whom she often heard speak as an intriguing woman, who came frequently on Sundays to the gallery at Versailles; and at the time when all France was taken up with the prosecution against the Cardinal, the portrait of the Countess de Lamotte Valois was publicly sold. Her Majesty desired me one day, when I was going to Paris, to buy her the engraving, which was said to be a tolerable likeness, that she might ascertain whether she could recollect in it any person whom she had seen in the gallery. Note by Mme. Campan. The public, as the reader knows, with the exception of persons dressed in the style of the lowest of the people, were admitted into the gallery and larger apartments of Versailles, as they were into the park. The woman de Lamotte's father was a peasant at Auteuil, though he called himself Valois. Madame de Boulainvilliers once saw from her terrace 2 pretty little peasant girls, each laboring under a heavy bundle of sticks. The priest of the village, who was walking with her, told her that the children possessed some curious papers, and that he had no doubt they were descendants of a Valois, an illegitimate son of one of the princes of that name. The family of Valois had long ceased to appear in the world. Hereditary vices had gradually plunged them into the deepest misery. I have heard that the last Valois occupied the estate called Grosbois; that, as he seldom came to court, Louis XIII. Asked him what he was about, that he remained so constantly in the country; and that this M. de Valois merely answered, "Sire, I am doing nothing but what I ought to do." Note: Je ne fais que ce que je dois, which also means, I only make what I owe, and in that sense was a true answer. End note. It was shortly afterwards discovered that he was engaged in coining. As soon as the news of the Grand Almoner's arrest spread through Paris, the Prince de Condé, who had married a princess of the house of Rohan, the Maréchal de Soubise, and the Princess de Marsan, exclaimed indignantly against the arrest of a prince of their family. The clergy, from the cardinals down to the youths in the seminaries, gave vent to their affliction at the disgraceful apprehension of a prince of the Church, and an infinite number of persons were eagerly desirous to see the court humbled for so harsh a proceeding. I must interrupt my narrative of the famous necklace plot to say something about this woman Lamotte. Neither the Queen herself nor any lady about her ever had the slightest connection with that swindler; and during her prosecution she could point out but one of the Queen's servants, a man named Desclos, a valet of the Queen's bedchamber, to whom she pretended she had delivered Baumeur's necklace. This Desclos was a very honest man. Upon being confronted with the woman Lamotte, it was proved that she had never seen him but once, which was at the house of the wife of a surgeon accoucheur at Versailles, the only person she visited at court, and that she had not given him the necklace. Madame Lamotte married a private in Monsieur's bodyguard. She lodged at Versailles at the Belle Image, a very middling ready furnished hotel; and it is scarcely to be conceived how so obscure a person could succeed in making herself believed to be a friend of the Queen, who, though so extremely affable, very seldom granted audiences, and only to titled persons. The trial of the Cardinal is so generally known that it is unnecessary for me to repeat the circumstances of it here. The point most embarrassing to him was the interview he had in February, 1785, with Monsieur de St. James, to whom he confided the particulars of the Queen's pretended commission, and showed the contract approved and signed Marie Antoinette of France. The memorandum, found in a drawer of the Cardinal's bureau, in which he had himself written what Baumeur told him, after having seen me at my country house, was likewise an unfortunate document for his Eminence. I offered to the King to go and declare that Baumeur had told me and maintained that the Cardinal assured him he had received from the Queen's own hand the 30,000 francs, given as earnest upon the bargain being concluded, and that his Eminence had seen Her Majesty take that sum in bills from the porcelain secretary in her boudoir. The King declined my offer, and said, "Were you alone when Baumeur told you this?" I answered that I was alone with him in my garden. "Well," resumed he, "the man would deny the fact. He is now sure of being paid his 1,600,000 francs, which the Cardinal's family will find it necessary to make good to him. We cannot rely upon his sincerity. It would look as if he were sent by the Queen, and that would not be proper." Note by the Editor. The King's good sense had fathomed this intrigue; a fact related in the secret correspondence proves it. The guilty woman no sooner knew that all was about to be discovered, than she sent for the jewelers, and told them the Cardinal had perceived that the agreement which he believed to have been signed by the Queen was a false and forged document. "However," added she, "the Cardinal possesses a considerable fortune, and he can very well pay you." These words revealed the whole secret. The Countess had taken the necklace to herself, and flattered herself that Monsieur de Rohan, seeing himself deceived and cruelly imposed upon, would determine to pay and make the best terms he could, rather than suffer a matter of this nature to become public. And that was, in fact, the best thing he could do. End note. The Attorney General's information was severe upon the Cardinal. The house of Condé, that of Rohan, the majority of the nobility, and the whole of the clergy, saw nothing in this affair but an attack upon the prince's rank and the privileges of a cardinal. The clergy required that the unfortunate business of the Prince Cardinal de Rohan should be sent to the ecclesiastical jurisdiction; and the Archbishop of Narbonne, then president of the Convocation, made representations upon the subject to the King. The bishops wrote to his Majesty to remind him that a private ecclesiastic implicated in the affair then pending would have a right to claim his constitutional judges, and that this right was refused to a cardinal, his superior in the hierarchical order. In short, the clergy and the greater part of the nobility were at that time outrageous against authority, and chiefly against the Queen. Note by the Editor. While the process was pending, says a paper of the time, There appeared a brief from the Pope, addressed to the Cardinal, in which the Pope informs him that, having held a consistory respecting him, they had unanimously resolved that he had essentially sinned against his dignity as a member of the Sacred College by recognizing a foreign and secular tribunal; that he was consequently suspended for 6 months; and that if he persisted in so irregular a line of conduct, he would be struck off the list of cardinals. All this was but an empty threat; for the Abbé Lemoine, a doctor of the Sorbonne, having appeared for Prince Louis de Rohan, proved that his Eminence could not avoid submitting to a tribunal appointed for him by the king his master; and that, with regard to the preservation of the prerogatives of his dignity, he had made the customary protests. The Sovereign Pontiff was so satisfied that after all the requisite formalities, he declared the Cardinal de Rohan reinstated in all the rights and honors of the Roman purple. The Attorney General's conclusions, and those of a part of the heads of the magistracy, were as severe towards the Cardinal as the information had been; yet he was fully acquitted by a majority of 3 voices. The woman de la Motte was condemned to be whipped, branded, and imprisoned; and her husband in contumacy was condemned to the galleys for life. The Queen's grief was extreme. As soon as I learned the substance of the decision I went to her, and found her alone in her closet. She was weeping. "Come," said Her Majesty to me, "come and lament for your Queen, insulted and sacrificed by cabal and injustice. But rather let me pity you as a Frenchwoman. If I had not met with equitable judges in a matter which affected my reputation, what could you hope for in a suit in which your fortune and character were at stake?" The King came in at this moment, and said to me, "You find the Queen much afflicted. She has great reason to be so. They were determined throughout this affair to see only an ecclesiastical prince, a Prince de Rohan, while he is in fact a needy fellow. I use his Majesty's own expression. And all this was but a scheme to put money into his pockets, in endeavoring to do which, he found himself the party cheated instead of the cheat. Nothing is easier to see through; and it is not necessary to be an Alexander to cut this Gordian knot." The opinion sanctioned by time is, that the Cardinal was completely duped by the woman Lamotte and Cagliostro. The King may have been in error in thinking him an accomplice in this miserable and criminal scheme, but I have faithfully given his Majesty's judgment about it. However, the generally received opinion, that the Baron de Breteuil's hatred for the Cardinal was the cause of the scandal and result of this unfortunate affair, contributed to the disgrace of the former still more than his refusal to give his granddaughter in marriage to the son of the Duc de Polignac. The Abbé de Vermont threw the whole blame of the imprudence and impolicy of the affair of the Cardinal de Rohan upon the minister, and ceased to be the friend and supporter of the Baron de Breteuil with the Queen as he had previously always been. Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. The Abbé de Vermont did not conceal his exultation when he succeeded in getting the Archbishop of Toulouse appointed President of the Council of Finance. I have often heard him say that 17 years of patience were not too great a price for success at court; that he spent all that time in gaining the end he had in view; but that at length the Archbishop was where he ought to be for the good of the State. The Abbé from this time no longer concealed his credit and influence in the Queen's private circle. Nothing could equal the confidence with which he displayed the extent of his ambition. He requested the Queen to order that the apartments appropriated to him should be enlarged, telling her that being obliged to give audiences to bishops, cardinals, and ministers, he required a residence suitable to his present circumstances. The Queen continued to treat him in general as she did before the Archbishop's arrival at court; but the household observed a variation which indicated increased consideration. The word Monsieur preceded that of Abbé; and such is the influence of favor, that from that moment not only the livery servants but also the people of the antechambers rose when Monsieur l'Abbé was passing, though there never was to my knowledge any order given to that effect. The Queen was obliged, on account of the King's disposition and the very limited confidence he placed in the Archbishop of Sens, to take part in public affairs. While Monsieur de Maurepas lived, she kept out of that danger, as may be seen by the censure which the Baron de Besenval passes on her in his Memoirs, for not availing herself of the conciliation he had promoted between the Queen and that minister, who counteracted the ascendency which she and her intimate friends might otherwise have gained over the King's mind. The Queen has often assured me that she never interfered respecting the interests of Austria but once, and that was only to claim the execution of the Treaty of Alliance at the time when Joseph II was at war with Prussia and Turkey; that she then demanded that an army of 24,000 men should be sent to him, instead of 15 millions of livres, an alternative which had been left to option in the treaty, in case the Emperor should have a just war to maintain; that she could not obtain her object, and Monsieur de Vergennes, in an interview which she had with him upon the subject, put an end to her importunities, by observing that he was answering the mother of the Dauphin, and not the sister of the Emperor. The 15 millions were sent. There was no want of money at Vienna, and the value of a French army was fully appreciated. "But how," said the Queen, "could they be so wicked as to send off those 15 millions from the General Post Office, diligently publishing, even to the street porters, that they were loading the carriages with money that I was sending to my brother? Whereas it is certain that the money would equally have been sent if I had belonged to another house. And besides, it was sent contrary to my inclination." The Queen never disguised her dislike to the American war. She could not conceive how anybody could advise a sovereign to aim at the humiliation of England through an attack on the sovereign authority, and by assisting a people to organize a republican constitution. She often laughed at the enthusiasm with which Franklin inspired the French. And upon the peace of 1783, she treated the English nobility and the ambassador from England with marked distinction. When the Count de Moustier set out on his mission to the United States, after having had his public audience of leave, he came and asked me to procure him a private one. I could not succeed, even with the strongest solicitations. The Queen desired me to wish him a good voyage, but added that none but ministers could have anything to say to him in private, since he was going to a country where the names of King and Queen must be detested. Marie Antoinette had, then, no direct influence over state affairs, until after the deaths of Monsieur de Maurepas and Monsieur de Vergennes, and the retirement of Monsieur de Calonne. She frequently regretted her new situation, and looked upon it as a misfortune which she could not avoid. One day, while I was assisting her to tie up a number of memorials and reports, which some of the ministers had handed to her to be given to the King, "Ah," said she, sighing, "there is an end of all happiness for me, since they have made an intriguer of me." I censured the word. "Yes," resumed the Queen, "that is the right term. Every woman who meddles with affairs above her understanding, or out of her line of duty, is an intriguer, and nothing else. You will remember, however, that it is not my own fault, and that it is with regret I give myself such a title. The Queens of France are happy so long as they meddle with nothing, and merely preserve influence sufficient to advance their friends, and reward a few zealous servants. Do you know," added that excellent princess, thus reluctantly forced to act in opposition to her principles, "do you know what happened to me lately? One day, since I began to attend private committees of the King's, while crossing the bull's eye, I heard one of the musicians of the chapel say, so loud that I lost not a single word, 'A queen who does her duty will remain in her apartment to knit.' I said within myself, 'Poor creature, thou art right; but thou knowest not my situation. I yield to necessity and my unfortunate destiny.'" This situation was the more painful to the Queen, inasmuch as Louis XVI had long accustomed himself to say nothing to her respecting state affairs; and when, towards the close of his reign, she was obliged to interfere in the most important matters, the same closeness in the King frequently kept from her particulars which it was proper she should know. Obtaining therefore only partial information, and guided by persons more ambitious than skilful, the Queen could not be useful in the grand march of affairs. Yet at the same time her ostensible interference drew upon her, from all parties and all classes of society, an unpopularity, the rapid progress of which alarmed all those who were sincerely attached to her. Led away by the brilliant language of the Archbishop of Sens, and encouraged in the confidence she placed in that minister by the incessant eulogies of the Abbé de Vermont on his abilities, the Queen unfortunately followed up her first mistake, that of bringing him into office, by the equally unfortunate error of supporting him at the time of his disgrace, which was conceded to the despair of a whole nation. She thought it was due to her dignity to give him some marked proof of her regard. Misguided by her feelings, she sent him her portrait, enriched with jewelry, and a patent for the situation of lady of the palace for Madame de Canisy, his niece, observing that it was necessary to indemnify a minister sacrificed to court intrigues and the factious spirit of the nation; that otherwise none would be found willing to devote themselves for the interests of the sovereign. However, on the day of the Archbishop's departure, the public joy was universal, both at court and among the people of Paris. There were bonfires. The attorneys' clerks burnt the Archbishop in effigy; and on the very evening of his disgrace, more than 100 couriers were sent out from Versailles to spread the happy tidings among the country seats round Paris and Versailles. I have since seen the Queen shed bitter tears at the recollection of the errors she committed at this period, when subsequently, a short time before her death, the Archbishop had the audacity to say, in a speech which was printed, that the sole object of one part of his operations during his administration was to promote the salutary crisis which the Revolution had produced. When the fruitless measure of the assemblies of the notables and the rebellious spirit of the parliaments had created the necessity for summoning the States General, it was long discussed in council whether they should be assembled at Versailles or at 40 or 50 leagues from the capital. The Queen was of the latter opinion, and insisted to the King that they ought to be far away from the immense population of Paris. Note by the Editor. The assembly of the notables, as may be seen in Weber's Memoirs, Volume 1, overthrew the plans and caused the downfall of M. de Calonne. A prince of the blood presided over each of the bureaux of that assembly. Monsieur afterwards, His Majesty Louis XVIII, presided over the first. Monsieur, says a paper of the time, gained great reputation at the Assembly of the Notables in 1787. He did not miss attending his bureau a single day, and he displayed truly patriotic virtues. His care in discussing the weighty matters of administration, in throwing light upon them, and in defending the interests and the cause of the people, was such as even to inspire the King with some degree of jealousy. Monsieur always thought, and constantly said openly, that a respectful resistance to the orders of the monarch was not blamable, and that authority might be met by argument and forced to receive information without any offense whatever. She began to fear that the people would influence the deliberations of the deputies. Several memorials were presented to the King upon that important question. But M. Necker's opinion prevailed, and Versailles was the place fixed upon; which affords room for the supposition that M. Necker in his schemes, not supposing that the popular commotions, which he undoubtedly hoped to be able to regulate, would extend to the annihilation of the monarchy, calculated that they would be useful to him. Politicians were occupied with the double representation granted to the tiers état. It was the sole topic of conversation. Some foresaw all the inconveniences of the measure; others overrated its advantages. The Queen adopted the plan to which the King had agreed. She thought the hope of obtaining ecclesiastical favors would secure the clergy of the second order, and that M. Necker felt assured that he possessed the same degree of influence over the lawyers and other people of that class who formed the third estate. The Count d'Artois, holding the contrary opinion, presented a memorial in the names of himself and several princes of the blood to the King, against the double representation granted to the tiers état. The Queen was displeased with him for this. Her confidential advisers infused into her apprehensions that the prince was made the tool of a party; but his conduct was approved of by Madame de Polignac's circle, which the Queen thenceforward frequented, merely to avoid the appearance of a change in her habits. She almost always returned unhappy. She was treated with the profound respect due to a queen; but all the touching graces of friendship had vanished to make way for the duties of etiquette, which wounded her deeply. The existing coolness between her and the Count d'Artois was also very painful to her; for she had loved him as tenderly as if he had been her own brother. The opening of the States General took place on the 4th of May. The Queen on that occasion appeared for the last time in her life in regal magnificence. I will not pass over unnoticed a well-known fact, which proves that before this period a faction had begun its operations against this princess. During the procession on the opening of the States General, some low women, on seeing the Queen pass, cried out, "The Duke of Orleans for ever!" in so rebellious a manner that she nearly fainted. She was obliged to be supported, and those about her were fearful it would be necessary to stop the procession. The Queen, however, recovered herself, and much regretted that she had not been able to command more presence of mind. The first sitting of the States took place on the following day. The King delivered his speech with firmness and dignity. The Queen told me that he had taken great pains about it, and repeated it frequently, that he might perfectly adapt it to the intonations of his voice. His Majesty gave public marks of attachment and respect for the Queen, who was applauded; but it was easy to see that these applauses were in fact an homage rendered to the King alone. It was evident during the first sittings that Mirabeau would be very dangerous to the government. It is affirmed that at this period he communicated to the King, and still more fully to the Queen, a part of his schemes and his proposals for renouncing them. He had brandished the weapons afforded him by his eloquence and audacity, in order to treat with the party he meant to attack. This man played a game of revolution in order to make his fortune. The Queen told me that he asked for an embassy, and if my memory does not deceive me, it was that of Constantinople. He was refused, with the contempt justly inspired by vice, which policy would doubtless have concealed, could the future have been foreseen. The general enthusiasm prevailing at the beginning of this assembly, and the debates between the tiers état, the nobility, and even the clergy, daily increased the alarm of their Majesties, and all who were attached to the cause of monarchy. But this era of our history is too well known, and has been already too ably described, to require that I should go into any further details than those which are peculiarly within my province. The Queen went to bed late, or I should rather say that this unfortunate princess began to lose the enjoyment of rest. One evening, about the latter end of May, she was sitting in the middle of her room, relating several remarkable occurrences of the day. 4 wax candles were placed upon her toilette. The first went out of itself. I relighted it. Shortly afterwards the second and the third went out also; upon which the Queen, squeezing my hand with an emotion of terror, said to me, "Misfortune has power to make us superstitious. If the 4th taper go out like the rest, nothing can prevent my looking upon it as a fatal omen." The 4th taper went out. It was remarked to the Queen that the 4 tapers had probably been run in the same mould, and that a defect in the wick had naturally occurred at the same point in each, since the candles had all gone out in the order in which they had been lighted. The deputies of the tiers état arrived at Versailles full of the strongest prejudices against the court. The falsehoods of the metropolis never failing to spread themselves into the surrounding provinces, they believed that the King indulged in the pleasures of the table to a shameful excess; that the Queen was draining the treasury of the state in order to satisfy the most unreasonable luxury; they almost all determined to see little Trianon. The extreme plainness of the retreat in question not answering the ideas they had formed, some of them insisted upon seeing the very smallest closets, saying that the richly furnished apartments were concealed from them. In short, they spoke of one which, according to them, was wholly ornamented with diamonds, and with wreathed columns studded with sapphires and rubies. The Queen could not get these foolish ideas out of her mind, and spoke to the King on the subject. From the description given of this room by the deputies to the keepers of Trianon, the King concluded that they were looking for the scene enriched with paste ornaments, made in the reign of Louis XV for the theatre of Fontainebleau. The King supposed that his body guards, upon their return into the country, after having performed their quarterly duty at court, related what they had seen, and thus their exaggerated accounts being repeated became at last totally perverted. This first idea of the King, upon the search after the diamond chamber, suggested to the Queen that the mistake about the King's supposed propensity to drinking also sprung from the guards, who accompanied his carriage when he hunted at Rambouillet. The King, who disliked sleeping out of his usual bed, was accustomed to leave that hunting seat after supper; He generally slept soundly in his carriage, and awoke only on his arrival at the courtyard of his palace. He used to get down from his carriage in the midst of his bodyguards staggering, as a man half awake will do, which was mistaken for a state of intoxication. Note by the Editors. It is curious to compare the following anecdote with the unjust censure thrown upon Louis XVI, the cause of which Mme. Campan explained so naturally. Boursault's play of Aesop at court contains a scene in which the prince permits the courtiers to tell him his failings. They all join chorus in praising him beyond measure, with the exception of one, who reproaches him with loving wine and getting intoxicated, a dangerous vice in any one, but especially in a king. Louis XV, in whom that disgusting propensity had almost grown into a habit in the year 1739, found fault with Boursault's piece, and forbade the performance of it at court. After the death of that king, the time of mourning being expired, Louis XVI commanded Aesop at court for performance, found the play full of good sense, and proper for the instruction of royalty, and directed that it should be often performed before him. The majority of the deputies who came imbued with prejudices, produced by error or malevolence, went to lodge with the most humble private individuals of Versailles, whose inconsiderate conversation contributed not a little to the nourishment of such mistaken notions. Everything, in short, tended to render the deputies subservient to the schemes of the leaders of the rebellion. Shortly after the opening of the States General, the first Dauphin died. That young prince fell in a few months from a florid state of health into the rickets, which curved his spine, lengthened his face, and rendered his legs so weak that he could not walk without being supported like a decayed old man. Note by the Editor. Louis, Dauphin of France, who died at Versailles on the 4th of June, 1789, gave promise of intellectual precocity. The following particulars, which convey some idea of his disposition, and of the assiduous care bestowed upon him by the Duchess de Polignac, will be found in a work of that time. At 2 years old the Dauphin was very pretty. He articulated well, and answered questions put to him intelligently. While he was at La Muette, everybody was at liberty to see him. Having received in the presence of the visitors a box of sweetmeats sent him by the Queen with her portrait upon it, he said, "Ah, that's mamma's picture." The Dauphin was always dressed very plain, like a sailor. There was nothing to distinguish him from other children in point of external appearance, but the cross of St. Louis, the blue ribbon, and the Order of the Fleece, decorations particularly belonging to his birth. The Duchess Jules de Polignac, his governess, scarcely ever left him for a single instant. She gave up all the court excursions and amusements, in order to devote her whole attention to her precious charge. A truly affecting trait is related of the young Dauphin, whom death snatched from us. The prince always manifested a great regard for M. de Bourset, his valet de chambre. After falling into a state of weakness from the sickness of which he died, he one day asked for a pair of scissors. That gentleman reminded him that they were forbidden. The child insisted mildly, and they were obliged to yield to him. Having got the scissors, he cut off a lock of his hair, which he wrapped in a sheet of paper. "There, sir," said he to his valet de chambre, "there is the only present I can make you, having nothing at my command. But when I am dead, you will present this pledge to my papa and mamma, and while they remember me, I hope they will not forget you." How many maternal tears did his languishing condition, the certain forerunner of death, draw from the Queen, already overwhelmed with apprehensions respecting the state of the kingdom! Her grief was enhanced by petty intrigues, which, when frequently renewed, became intolerable. An open quarrel between the families and friends of the Duc d'Harcourt, the Dauphin's governor, and those of the Duchess de Polignac, his governess, added greatly to the Queen's affliction. The young prince showed a strong dislike to the Duchess de Polignac, who attributed it either to the Duke or the Duchess d'Harcourt, and came to make her complaints respecting it to the Queen. It is true that the Dauphin twice sent her out of the room, saying to her, with that maturity of manner which languishing sickness always gives to children, "Go out, Duchess. You are so fond of using perfumes, and they always make me ill." And yet she never used any. The Queen perceived also that his prejudices against her friend extended to herself. Her son would no longer speak in her presence. She had observed that he was fond of sugared sweetmeats, and offered him some marshmallow and jujube lozenges. The under governors and the first valet de chambre requested her not to give the Dauphin anything, as he was to receive no food of any kind without the consent of the faculty. I forbear describing the wound this prohibition inflicted upon the Queen. She felt it the more deeply because she was aware it was unjustly believed she gave a decided preference to the Duke of Normandy, whose ruddy health and loveliness did, in truth, form a striking contrast to the languid look and melancholy disposition of his elder brother. At least she could not doubt that a project to deprive her of the affection of a child whom she loved as a good and tender mother ought, and whose sufferings made him an object of increased interest to her, had for some time existed. Previous to the audience granted by the King on the 10th of August, 1788, to the envoy of the Sultan Tipu Sahib, she had begged the Duc d'Harcourt to divert the Dauphin, whose deformity was already apparent, from his intention to be present at that ceremony, being unwilling to expose him in his then decrepit state to the gaze of the crowd of inquisitive Parisians who would be in the gallery. Notwithstanding this injunction, the Dauphin was suffered to write to his mother, requesting her permission to be present at the audience. The Queen was obliged to refuse him, and warmly reproached the governor, who merely answered that he could not oppose the wishes of a sick child. A year before the death of the Dauphin, the Queen lost the Princess Sophie, who was not weaned. This first misfortune was, as the Queen said, the beginning of all that followed from that moment. End of chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The too memorable oath of the States General taken at the tennis court of Versailles was followed by the royal sitting of the 23rd of June. The Queen looked on M. Necker's not accompanying the King as treachery or criminal cowardice. She said that he had converted a salutary remedy into poison; that, being in full popularity, his audacity had emboldened the factious, and led away the whole assembly; and that he was the more culpable inasmuch as he had, the evening before, given her his word to accompany the King to this sitting. In vain did M. Necker endeavor to excuse himself by saying that his advice had not been attended to. Soon afterwards the insurrections of the 11th, 12th, and 14th of July opened the disastrous drama with which France was threatened. The massacre of M. de Flesselles and M. de Launay drew bitter tears from the Queen, and the idea that the King had lost such devoted subjects wounded her to the heart. The character of the insurrection was not merely that of a popular tumult. The cries of "Vive la nation! Vive le roi! Vive la liberté!" threw the strongest light upon the extended plan of the Reformers. Still the people spoke of the King with affection, and appeared to think his character favorable to the desire of the nation for the reform of what were called abuses; but they imagined that he was restrained by the opinions and influence of the Count d'Artois and the Queen; and those two august personages were therefore objects of hatred to the malcontents. The dangers incurred by the Count d'Artois determined the King's first step with the National Assembly. He attended there on the morning of the 15th of July with his brothers without pomp or escort. He spoke standing and uncovered, and pronounced these memorable words: "Upon you I throw myself. It is my wish that I and the nation should be one, and in full reliance on the affection and fidelity of my subjects, I have given orders to the troops to remove from Paris and Versailles." The King returned from the chamber of the National Assembly to his palace on foot. The deputies crowded after him and formed his escort, and that of the princes who accompanied him. The rage of the populace was pointed against the Count d'Artois, whose unfavorable opinion of the double representation was an odious crime in their eyes. They repeatedly cried out, "The King forever, in spite of you and your opinions, Monseigneur!" One woman had the impudence to come up to the King and ask him whether what he had been doing was done sincerely, and whether he would not be forced to retract it. The courtyards of the castle were thronged with an immense concourse of people. They demanded that the King and Queen should make their appearance in the balcony with their children. The Queen gave me the key of the inner doors which led to the Dauphin's apartments, and desired me to go to the Duchess de Polignac to tell her that she wanted her son, and had directed me to bring him myself into her room, where she waited for him to show him to the people. The Duchess said this order indicated that she was not to accompany the prince. I did not answer. She squeezed my hand, saying, "Ah, Mme. Campan, what a blow for me!" She embraced the child with tears, and bestowed a similar mark of attachment upon myself. She knew how much I loved and valued the goodness and the noble frankness of her disposition. I endeavored to compose her by saying that I should bring back the prince to her, but she persisted, and said she understood the order, and knew what it meant. She then retired into her private room, holding her handkerchief to her eyes. One of the sub-governesses asked me whether she might go with the dauphin. I told her the Queen had given no order to the contrary, and we hastened to Her Majesty, who was waiting for the prince to show him from the balcony. Having executed this painful commission, I went down into the courtyard, where I mingled with the crowd. I heard 1,000 vociferations. It was easy to see, by the difference between the language and the dress of some persons among the mob, that they were in disguise. A woman whose face was covered with a black lace veil seized me by the arm with some degree of violence, and said, calling me by my name, "I know you very well. Tell your queen not to meddle with government any longer. Let her leave her husband and our good States General to effect the happiness of the people." At the same moment a man, dressed much in the style of a market man, with his hat pulled down over his eyes, seized me by the other arm, and said, "Yes, yes. Tell her over and over again that it will not be with these states as with the others, which produced no good to the people; that the nation is too enlightened in 1789 not to make something more of them; and that there will not now be seen a deputy of the Tiers Etat making a speech with one knee on the ground. Tell her this. Do you hear?" I was struck with dread. The Queen then appeared on the balcony. "Ah!" said the woman in the veil, "the Duchess is not with her." "No," replied the man, "but she is still at Versailles. She is working underground, mole like; but we shall know how to dig her out." The detestable pair moved away from me, and I re-entered the palace scarcely able to support myself. I thought it my duty to relate the dialogue of these two strangers to the Queen. She made me repeat the particulars to the King. About 4 in the afternoon I went across the terrace to Madame Victoire's apartments. 3 men had stopped under the windows of the throne chamber. "Here is that throne," said one of them aloud, "the vestiges of which will soon be sought for in vain." He added 1,000 invectives against their Majesties. I went in to the princess, who was at work alone in her closet, behind a canvas blind, which prevented her from being seen by those without. The 3 men were still walking upon the terrace. I showed them to her, and told her what they had said. She rose to take a nearer view of them, and informed me that one of them was named Saint Huruge; that he was a creature of the Duc d'Orléans, and was furious against government because he had been confined once under a lettre de cachet as a bad character. The King was not ignorant of all these popular threats. He also knew the days on which money was scattered about Paris, and once or twice the Queen prevented my going there, saying there would certainly be a riot the next day, because she knew that a quantity of crown pieces had been distributed in the faubourg. Note by Mme. Campan. I have seen a 6-franc crown piece, which certainly served to pay some wretch on the night of the 12th of July. The words "Midnight, 12th July, 3 pistoles" were rather deeply engraven on it. They no doubt communicated a signal for the first insurrection. End note. On the evening of the 14th of July the King came to the Queen's apartments, where I was with Her Majesty alone. He conversed with her respecting the horrid report disseminated by the factious, that he had had the chamber of the National Assembly undermined, in order to blow it up; but he added that it became him to treat such silly assertions with contempt, as usual. I ventured to tell him that I had, the evening before, supped with M. Bégouin, one of the deputies, who said that there were very respectable persons who thought that this horrible contrivance had been proposed without the King's knowledge. "Then," said his Majesty, "as the idea of such an atrocity did not seem absurd to so worthy a man as M. Bégouin, I will order the chamber to be examined early to morrow morning." In fact, it will be seen by the King's speech to the National Assembly on the 15th of July, That the suspicions excited deserved his attention. "I know," says he, in the speech in question, "that unworthy insinuations have been spread about. I know there are those who have dared to assert that your persons are not safe. Can it be necessary to give you assurances upon the subjects of reports so culpable, which a knowledge of my disposition ought to have refuted in their origin?" The proceedings of the 15th of July produced no mitigation of the disturbances. Successive deputations of Poissardes came to request the King to visit Paris, where his presence alone would put an end to the insurrection. On the 16th, a committee was held in the King's apartments, at which a most important question was discussed, whether His Majesty should quit Versailles and set off with the troops, whom he had recently ordered to withdraw, or go to Paris to tranquillize the minds of the people. The Queen was for the departure. On the evening of the 16th she made me take all her jewels out of their cases, to collect them in one small box, which she might carry off in her own carriage. With my assistance she burnt a large quantity of papers; for Versailles was then threatened with an early visit of armed men from Paris. The Queen, on the morning of the 16th, before attending another committee at the King's, having got her jewels ready and looked over all her papers, gave me one folded up, but not sealed, and desired me not to read it until she should give me an order to do so from the King; and that then I was to execute its contents. But she returned herself about 10 in the morning. The affair was decided. The army was to go away without the King. All those who were in imminent danger were to go at the same time. "The King will go to the Hôtel de Ville to morrow," said the Queen to me. "He did not choose this course for himself. There were long debates on the question. At last the King put an end to them by rising and saying, 'Well, gentlemen, we must decide. Am I to go or stay? I am ready to do either.' The majority were for the King's stay. Time will show whether the right choice has been made." I returned the Queen the paper she had given me, which was now useless. She read it to me. It contained her orders for the departure. I was to go with her, as well on account of my office about her person as to serve as a governess to Madame. The Queen tore the paper, and said with tears in her eyes, "When I wrote this, I thought it would be useful, but fate has ordered otherwise, to the misfortune of us all, as I much fear." After the departure of the troops, the new administration received thanks. M. Necker was recalled. The artillery soldiers were undoubtedly corrupted. "Wherefore all these guns?" exclaimed the crowds of women who filled the streets. "Will you kill your mothers, your wives, your children?" "Don't be afraid," answered the soldiers. "These guns shall sooner be levelled against the tyrant's palace than against you." The Count d'Artois, the Prince de Condé, and their children set off at the same time with the troops. Note by the Editor. A few particulars honorable to the bravery of the Prince de Condé, and relative to the birth of the Duc d'Enghien, which latter appear the more remarkable and affecting when compared with his tragical end, will not be read without interest. The Prince de Condé acquired reputation in his youth. Instances were related of his courageous behavior at the battle of Artenbach in the 7 Years' War. It was said that on being requested to remove 10 paces to the left, in order to avoid the fire of a battery which was making horrid slaughter by his side, he replied to M. de Touraille, "I find none of these precautions in the history of the great Condé." He afterwards distinguished himself at the battle of Minden, in 1759, charging the enemy at the head of his reserve over a piece of meadow strewed with the bodies of officers of the gendarmerie and carbineers. His talents displayed themselves to still greater advantage, when he had a separate body of troops under his command, with which he gained several advantages over the Prince of Brunswick. Louis XV, by way of reward, gave him the enemy's cannon; and the Prince of Brunswick afterwards visiting him at Chantilly, and not finding the guns there, the Prince de Condé having had them removed out of sight, said, "You were determined to conquer me twice, in war by your arms, and by your forbearance in peace." The battle of Johannisberg carried his reputation to its height, for with an inferior reserve he gained a complete victory over Prince Ferdinand. He held his council of war in the midst of a fire of musketry, and remained master of the field of battle. The Duc de Bourbon, the son of the Prince de Condé, when scarcely past childhood, became enamoured of Mademoiselle d'Orleans, and showed so much attachment that he was married to that princess at the age of 14, though she was more than 6 years older than himself. But it was determined that he should travel a year or two before he should be suffered to cohabit with his wife. He eluded the vigilance of those appointed to watch him, and carried her off from the convent in which she was placed. The Duchess de Bourbon was brought to bed of the Duc d'Enghien in 1771, after having suffered pains which women alone can conceive for 48 hours. The child was born perfectly black and motionless. He was wrapped in linen, steeped in spirit of wine; but this experiment had nearly proved fatal to him, for by some means the linen took fire. The accident was, however, prevented from becoming fatal by the care of the accoucheur and physician. The Duke and Duchess de Polignac, their daughter, the Duchess de Guiche, the Countess Diana de Polignac, the Duke's sister, and the Abbé de Balivière also emigrated on the same night. Nothing could be more affecting than the parting of the Queen and her friend. The extremes of misfortune had banished from their minds the recollection of differences to which political opinions alone had given rise. The Queen several times wished to go and embrace her once more after their sorrowful adieux, but her motions were too closely watched. She was compelled to forego this last consolation, but she desired M. Campan to be present at the departure of the Duchess, and gave him a purse of 500 louis, desiring him to insist upon her allowing the Queen to lend her that sum to defray her expenses on the road. The Queen added that she knew her situation, that she had often calculated her income and the expenses occasioned by her place at court; that both husband and wife, having no other fortune than their official salaries, could not possibly have saved anything, however differently people might think at Paris. M. Campan remained till midnight with the Duchess to see her get into her carriage. She was disguised as a femme de chambre, and got up in front of the berlin. She requested M. Campan to speak of her frequently to the Queen, and then quitted for ever that palace, that favour, and that influence, which had raised her up such cruel enemies. On their arrival at Sens the travellers found the people in a state of insurrection. They asked all those who came from Paris whether the Polignacs were still with the Queen. A group of inquisitive persons put that question to the Abbé de Balivière, who answered them in the firmest tone, and with the most cavalier air, that they were far enough from Versailles, and that we had got rid of all such bad people. At the following stage, the postillion got upon the doorstep, and said to the Duchess, "Madame, there are some good people left in the world. I recognized you all at Sens." They gave the worthy fellow a handful of gold. On the breaking out of these disturbances, an old man above 70 years of age gave the Queen an extraordinary proof of attachment and fidelity. M. Perrac, a rich inhabitant of the colonies, father of M. Dudonard, was coming from Brussels to Paris. While changing horses he was met by a young man who was leaving France, and who recommended him, if he brought any letters from foreign countries, to burn them immediately, especially if he had any for the Queen. M. Perrac had one from the Archduchess, the gouvernante of the Low Countries, for Her Majesty. He thanked the stranger, and carefully concealed his packet; but as he approached Paris the insurrection appeared to him so general and so violent, that he thought no means could be relied on for securing this letter from seizure. He took upon himself to unseal it, and learned it by heart, which was a wonderful effort for a man at his time of life, as it contained 4 pages of writing. On his arrival at Paris he wrote it down, and then presented it to the Queen, telling her that the feelings of an old and faithful subject had given him courage to form and execute such a resolution. The Queen received M. Perrac in her closet, and expressed her gratitude in an affecting manner, most honourable to the respectable old man. Her Majesty thought the young stranger who had apprised him of the state of Paris was Prince George, of Hesse Darmstadt, who was much attached to her, and who left Paris at that very time. The Marchioness de Tourzel succeeded the Duchess de Polignac. She was selected by the Queen as being the mother of a family, and a woman of irreproachable conduct, and who had superintended the education of her own daughters with the greatest success. The King went to Paris on the 17th of July, accompanied by the Marshal de Beauvau, the Duc de Villeroy, and the Duc de Villequier. He also took the Count d'Estey and the Marquis de Nesle, who were then very popular, with him in his carriage. Note by Mme. Campan. The Count used to go and dine with the butchers at Versailles, and flattered the people by the meanest condescensions. 12 bodyguards and the town guard of Versailles escorted him to the Pont du Jour, near Sèvres, where the Parisian guard was waiting for him. His departure caused equal grief and alarm to his friends, notwithstanding the calmness he evinced. The Queen restrained her tears, and shut herself up in her private rooms with her family. She sent for several persons belonging to her court. Their doors were locked. Terror had driven them away. A deadly silence reigned throughout the palace. Fear was at its height. The King was hardly expected to return. The Queen had a robe prepared for her, and sent orders to her stables to have all her equipages ready. She wrote an address of a few lines for the Assembly, determining to go thither with her family, the officers of her palace, and her servants, if the King should be detained prisoner at Paris. She got this address by heart. I remember it began with these words: "Gentlemen, I come to place in your hands the wife and family of your sovereign. Do not suffer those who have been united in heaven to be put asunder on earth." While she was repeating this address, her voice was often interrupted by her tears, and by the sorrowful exclamation, "They will never let him return." It was past 4 when the King, who had left Versailles at 10 in the morning, entered the Hôtel de Ville. At length, at 6 in the evening, Monsieur de Lastour, the King's first page, arrived. He was not half an hour in coming from the barrier de la Conférence de Versailles. Everybody knows that the moment of calm at Paris was that in which the sovereign received the tricolored cockade from Monsieur Bailly and placed it in his hat. A shout of "Vive le Roi!" arose on all sides. It had not been once uttered before. The King breathed again at that moment, and with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that his heart stood in need of such shouts from the people. One of his equerries, Monsieur de Cubières, told him the people loved him, and that he ought never to have doubted it. The King replied in accents of profound sensibility, "Cubières, the French loved Henri IV, and what king ever better deserved to be beloved?" Note by the Editor. Louis XVI cherished the memory of Henri IV. He at that moment thought of his deplorable end. But he long before regarded him as a model for himself. This is what Soulavie says on the subject: "A tablet with the inscription 'Resurrexit,' placed upon the pedestal of the statue of Henri IV on the accession of Louis XVI, flattered him exceedingly. 'What a fine compliment would that be,' said he, 'were it but true! Tacitus himself never wrote anything so concise or so happy.'" Louis XVI wished to take the reign of that prince for a model. In the following year the party that raised a commotion among the people, on account of the dearness of corn, removed the tablet inscribed "Resurrexit" from the statue of Henri IV, and placed it under that of Louis XV, whose memory was then detested. Louis XVI, who was informed of it, withdrew into his private apartments, where he was found in a fever, shedding tears; and during the whole of that day he could not be prevailed upon either to dine, walk out, or sup. From this circumstance we may judge what he endured at the commencement of the Revolution, when he was accused of not loving the French people. His return to Versailles filled his family with inexpressible joy. In the arms of the Queen, his sister, and his children, he congratulated himself that no accident had happened; and it was then that he repeated several times, "Happily, no blood has been shed, and I swear that never shall a drop of French blood be spilled by my order." A determination full of humanity, but too openly avowed in such factious times. The King's last measure raised a hope in many that general tranquillity would soon enable the Assembly to resume its labors, and bring its session to a close. The Queen never flattered herself with so favorable a result. M. Bailly's speech to the King equally wounded her pride and hurt her feelings. "Henri IV conquered his people, and here are the people conquering their king." The word "conquest" offended her. She never forgave M. Bailly for his fine academical antithesis. 5 days after the King's visit to Paris, the departure of the troops, and the removal of the princes and some of the nobility, whose influence seemed to alarm the people, a horrible deed committed by hired assassins proved that the king had descended from his throne, without having effected a reconciliation with his people. M. Foulon, who was added to the administration while M. de Broglie was commanding the army assembled at Versailles, had concealed himself at Viry. He was there recognized, and the peasants seized him and dragged him to the Hôtel de Ville. The death cry was heard in the Assembly. The electors, the members of the Committee, and M. de Lafayette, at that time the idol of Paris, in vain endeavored to save the unfortunate man. After tormenting him in a manner the particulars of which make humanity shudder, his body was dragged about the streets and to the Palais Royal, and his heart was carried shall I tell it? By women, in the midst of a bunch of white carnations. Note by the Editor. This horrible circumstance is related nowhere else. No historian, no record of the time, makes any mention of it. It is probable the fact never took place. At least, for the honor of humanity, we ought to believe so. End note. M. Berthier, M. Foulon's son-in-law, intendant of Paris, was seized at Compiègne, at the same time that his father-in-law was seized at Viry, and treated with still more persevering cruelty. The Queen was always persuaded that this horrible deed was occasioned by some piece of indiscretion, and she imparted to me that M. Foulon had drawn up 2 memorials for the direction of the King's conduct, at the time of his being called to court on the removal of M. Necker, and that these memorials contained 2 schemes of totally different nature for extricating the King from the dreadful situation in which he was placed. In the first of these projects, M. Foulon expressed himself without reserve respecting the criminal views of the Duke d'Orléans, said that he ought to be put under arrest, and that no time should be lost in commencing a prosecution against him while the criminal tribunals were still in existence. He likewise pointed out such deputies as should be apprehended at the same time, and advised the King not to part with his army until order was restored. His other plan was, that the King ought to make himself master of the Revolution before its complete explosion. He advised His Majesty to go to the Assembly, and there, in person, to demand the minute books and papers, and to make the greatest sacrifices to satisfy the legitimate wishes of the people, and not to give the factious time to turn them to the aid of their criminal designs. Madame Adélaïde had M. Foulon's 2 memorials read to her in the presence of 4 or 5 persons. One of them was very intimate with Madame de Staël, and that intimacy gave the Queen reason to believe that the opposite party had gained information of M. Foulon's schemes. It is known that young Barnave, during the lamentable aberration of mind since expiated by sincere repentance and even by death, uttered these atrocious words: "Is then the blood now flowing so pure?" when M. Berthier's son came to the Assembly to invoke the eloquence and filial piety of M. de Lally to entreat that body to save his father's life. I have since been informed that a son of M. Foulon, having returned to France after these first ebullitions of the Revolution, saw Barnave, and gave him one of those memorials in which M. Foulon advised Louis XVI to prevent the revolutionary explosion by voluntarily granting all that the Assembly required before the period of the 14th of July. "Read this memorial," said he. "I have brought it to increase your remorse. It is the only revenge I wish to inflict on you." Barnave burst into tears, and said all that the profoundest grief could dictate. Chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4, Part 1, of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4, Part 1. After the 14th of July, by a maneuver for which the most skilful factions of any age might have envied the Assembly, the whole population of France was armed and organized into a National Guard. A report was spread throughout France on the same day and almost at the same hour, that 4,000 brigands were marching towards such towns or villages as it was wished to arm. Never was any plan better laid. Terror spread at the same moment all over the kingdom, and found its way into the most retired districts. In 1791, a peasant showed me a steep rock in the mountains of the Mont d'Or, on which his wife concealed herself on the day when the 4,000 brigands were to attack their village, and told me they had been obliged to make use of ropes to let her down from the place which fear alone had enabled her to climb. Versailles was certainly the place where the national military uniform appeared most offensive. All the king's valets, even of the lowest class, were metamorphosed into lieutenants or captains. Almost all the musicians of the chapel ventured one day to make their appearance at the king's mass in a military costume; and an Italian soprano sang a motetto in the garb of a grenadier captain. The king was very much offended at this conduct, and forbade his servants to appear in his presence in so unbecoming a dress. The departure of the Duchess de Polignac naturally left the Abbé Vermond exposed to all the dangers of favoritism. He was already talked of as an adviser dangerous to the nation. The Queen was alarmed at it, and recommended him to remove to Valenciennes, where Count Esterhazy was in command. He was obliged to leave that place in a few days, and set off for Vienna, where he remained ever after. On the night of the 17th of July, the Queen, being unable to sleep, made me watch by her until 3 in the morning. I was extremely surprised to hear her say that it would be a very long time before the Abbé de Vermond would make his appearance at court again, even if the existing ferment should subside, because he would not readily be forgiven for his attachment to the Archbishop of Sens, and that she had lost in him a very devoted servant. Then, on a sudden, she remarked to me that although he was not much prejudiced against me, I could not have much regard for him, because he could not bear my father-in-law to hold the place of secretary of the closet. She went on to say that I must have studied the Abbé's character, and as I had sometimes drawn her portraits of living characters, in imitation of those which were fashionable in the time of Louis XIV, she desired me to sketch that of the Abbé, as its features struck me without any reserve. My astonishment was extreme. The Queen spoke of the man who the day before was living in the greatest intimacy with her, with the utmost coolness, and as a person whom, perhaps, she might never see again. I remained petrified. The Queen persisted, and told me that he had been the enemy of my family for more than 12 years, without having been able to injure it in her opinion; so that I had no occasion to dread his return, however severely I might judge of him. I promptly collected my ideas about the favorite; but I only remember that the portrait was drawn with sincerity, except that everything which could denote hatred was kept out of it. I shall quote but one extract from it. I said that he had been born talkative and indiscreet, and had assumed a character of singularity and bluntness in order to conceal those two failings. The Queen interrupted me by saying, "Ah, how true that is!" I have, since that time, had an opportunity of discovering that notwithstanding the high favor which the Abbé de Vermond enjoyed, the Queen took precautions to guard herself against an ascendency, the consequence of which she could not calculate. On the death of my father-in-law, his executors placed in my hands a box containing a few jewels deposited by the Queen with M. Campan, upon the departure from Versailles of the 6th of October, and 2 sealed packets, each inscribed, "Campan will take care of these papers for me." I took the 2 packets to Her Majesty, who kept the jewels and the larger packet, and, returning me the smaller, said, "Take care of that for me, as your father-in-law did." After the fatal day of the 10th of August, at the moment when my house was about to be surrounded, I determined to burn the most interesting papers of which I was the depositary. I thought it, however, my duty to open this packet, which it might perhaps be necessary for me to preserve at all hazards. I saw that it contained a letter from the Abbé de Vermond to the Queen. I have already related that in the earlier days of Madame de Polignac's favor, he determined to remove from Versailles, and that the Queen had recalled him by means of the Count de Mercy. This letter contained nothing but certain conditions for his return. It was the most whimsical of treaties. I confess I greatly regretted being under the necessity of destroying it. He reproached the Queen with her infatuation for the Countess Jules, her family and associates; and told her several truths about the possible unfortunate consequences of a friendship which ranked that young lady among the favorites of the Queens of France, a title always disliked by the nation. He complained that his advice was neglected, and then came to the conditions of his return to Versailles. After strong assurances that he would never in all his life aim at the higher church dignities, he said that he delighted in an unbounded confidence, and that he asked but 2 things of Her Majesty as essential. The first was, not to give him her orders through any third person, but to write to him herself. He complained much that he had had no letter in her own hand since he had left Vienna. Lastly, he demanded of her an income of 80,000 livres in ecclesiastical benefices, and concluded by saying that if she condescended to write to him herself, she would set about procuring him what he wished. Her letter would be sufficient in itself to show him that Her Majesty had accepted the 2 conditions he ventured to make respecting his return. No doubt the letter was written. At least it is very certain that the abbeys were granted, and that his absence from Versailles lasted only a single week. In the course of July, the regiment of French Guards, which had been in a state of insurrection from the latter end of June, abandoned its colors. One single company of grenadiers remained faithful to its post at Versailles. The Baron de Leval commanded this company. He came every evening to request me to give the Queen an account of the disposition of his soldiers; but Monsieur de Lafayette having sent them a note, they also deserted during the night, and joined their comrades who were enrolled in the Paris Guard, so that Louis XVI on rising saw no guard whatever at the various posts. The mad decrees of the 4th of August by which all privileges were abolished are well known. Note by the Editor. It was during the night of the 4th of August, says Rivarol, that the demagogues of the nobility, wearied with the protracted discussion upon the rights of man, and burning to signalize their zeal, rose all at once, and with loud exclamations called for the last size of the feudal system. This demand electrified the Assembly. All heads were frenzied. The younger sons of good families, having nothing, were delighted to sacrifice their fortunate elders upon the altar of the country. A few country curates felt no less pleasure in renouncing the benefices of others. But what posterity will hardly believe is that the same enthusiasm infected the whole nobility. Zeal walked hand in hand with malevolence; they made sacrifice upon sacrifice. And as in Japan, the point of honor lies in a man's killing himself in the presence of the person who has offended him, so did the deputies of the nobility vie in striking at themselves and their constituents. The people who were present at this noble conflict increased the intoxication of their new allies by their shouts; and the deputies of the Commons, seeing that this memorable night would only afford them profit without honor, consoled their vanity by admiring what nobility, grafted upon the Third Estate, could do. They named that night the Night of Dupes; the nobles called it the Night of Sacrifices. The King sanctioned all that tended to the diminution of his own personal gratifications, but refused his consent to the other decrees of that tumultuous night. This refusal was one of the chief causes of the ferments of the month of October. In the early part of September meetings were held at the Palais Royal, and propositions made to go to Versailles. It was said to be necessary to separate the King from his evil counsellors, and keep him, as well as the Dauphin, at the Louvre. The proclamations by the municipal officers of the district for the restoration of tranquillity were ineffectual; but Monsieur de Lafayette succeeded this time in dispersing the populace. The Assembly declared itself permanent; and during the whole of September, while no doubt the preparations were making for the great insurrections of the following month, the court was not disturbed. The King had the Flanders regiment removed to Versailles. Unfortunately the idea of fraternizing the officers of that regiment with the body guards was conceived, and the latter invited the former to a dinner, which was given in the great theatre of Versailles, and not in the saloon of Hercules, as some chroniclers say. Boxes were appropriated to various persons who wished to be present at this entertainment. The Queen told me she had been advised to make her appearance on the occasion; but that under existing circumstances she thought such a step might do more harm than good; and that, moreover, neither she nor the King ought directly to have anything to do with such a festival. She ordered me to go, and desired me to observe everything closely, in order to give a faithful account of the whole affair. The tables were set out upon the stage. Around them were placed one of the body guard and an officer of the Flanders regiment alternately. There was a numerous orchestra in the room, and the boxes were filled with spectators. The air "Au Richard, au Mon Roi" was played, and shouts of "Vive le Roi" shook the roof for several minutes. I had one of my nieces and a young person brought up along with Madame by Her Majesty with me. They were crying Vive le Roi with all their might, when a deputy of the Third Estate, who was in the next box to mine, and whom I had never seen, called to them, and reproached them for their exclamations. It hurt him, he said, to see young and handsome French women, brought up in such servile habits, screaming so outrageously for the life of one man, and with true fanaticism, exalting him in their hearts above even their dearest relations. He told them what contempt worthy American women would feel on seeing Frenchwomen thus corrupted from their earliest infancy. My niece replied with tolerable spirit, and I requested the deputy to put an end to the subject, which could by no means produce him any satisfaction, inasmuch as the young persons who were with me lived as well as myself for the sole purpose of serving and loving the King. While I was thus checking the conversation, what was my astonishment at seeing the King, the Queen, and the Dauphin enter the chamber! It was Monsieur de Luxembourg who had effected this change of determination in the Queen. A general enthusiasm prevailed. The moment their Majesties arrived, the orchestra renewed the air I have just mentioned, and afterwards played a song in the Deserter, "Can we grieve those whom we love?" which also made a powerful impression upon those present. On all sides were heard praises of their Majesties, exclamations of affection, expressions of regret for what they had suffered, clapping of hands, and shouts of "Vive le Roi! Vive la Reine! Vive le Dauphin!" It has been said that white cockades were worn on this occasion. That was not the case. The fact is that a few young men belonging to the National Guard of Versailles, who were invited to the entertainment, turned the white lining of their national cockades outwards. All the military men quitted the chamber, and reconducted the King and his family to their apartments. There was a mixture of intoxication with all these ebullitions of joy. 1,000 extravagancies were committed by the military, and many of them danced under the King's windows. A soldier belonging to the Flanders regiment climbed up the balcony of the King's chamber, in order to shout Vive le Roi nearer his Majesty. This very soldier, as I have been told by several officers of the corps, was one of the first and most dangerous of their insurgents in the riots of the 5th and 6th of October. On the same evening, another soldier of that regiment killed himself with a sword. One of my relations, chaplain to the Queen, who supped with me, saw him stretched out in a corner of the place of arms. He went to give him spiritual assistance, and received his confession and his last sighs. He destroyed himself from regret of having suffered himself to be corrupted by the enemies of his King, and said that since he had seen him and the Queen and the Dauphin, remorse had turned his brain. I returned home, delighted with all that I had seen. I found a great many people there. Monsieur de Beaumetz, deputy for Arras, listened to my description with a chilling air, and when I had finished, told me that all that had passed was terrific; that he knew the disposition of the Assembly, and that the greatest misfortunes would follow close upon the drama of that night; and he begged my leave to withdraw, that he might take time for deliberate reflection, whether he should on the very next day emigrate, or pass over to the left side of the Assembly. He adopted the latter course, and never appeared again among my associates. On the 2nd of October, the military entertainment was followed up by a breakfast given at the hotel of the Bodyguards. It is said that a discussion took place whether they should not march against the Assembly; but I am utterly ignorant of what passed at that breakfast. From that moment Paris was constantly in commotion. There were continual mobs, and the most virulent proposals were heard in all public places. The conversation was invariably about proceeding to Versailles. The King and Queen did not seem apprehensive of such a measure, and took no precaution against it. Even when the army had actually left Paris on the evening of the 5th of October, the King was shooting at Meudon, and the Queen was entirely alone in her gardens at Trianon, which she then beheld for the last time in her life. She was sitting in her grotto, absorbed in painful reflection, when she received a note from the Count de Saint Priest, entreating her to return to Versailles. Monsieur de Cubières at the same time went off to request the King would leave his sport and return to his palace. The King did so on horseback and very leisurely. A few minutes afterwards he was informed that a numerous body of women which preceded the Parisian army was at Chaville, at the entrance of the avenue from Paris. The scarcity of bread and the entertainment of the Bodyguards were the pretext for the insurrection of the 5th and 6th of October. But it is clear to demonstration that this new movement of the people was a part of the original plan of the factious, inasmuch as, ever since the beginning of September, a report had been industriously circulated that the king intended to withdraw with his family and ministers to some stronghold; and at all the popular assemblies there had been always much talk of going to Versailles to seize the king. At first, only women showed themselves. The grated doors of the castle were closed, and the body guard and Flanders regiment were drawn up in the place of arms. As the details of that dreadful day are given with precision in several works, I will only observe that consternation and disorder reigned throughout the interior of the castle. I was not in attendance on the queen at this time. M. Campan remained with her till 2 in the morning. As he was leaving her she condescendingly, and with infinite kindness, desired him to make me easy as to the dangers of the moment, and to repeat to me M. de La Fayette's own words, which he had just used on soliciting the royal family to retire to bed, undertaking to answer for his army. The queen was far from relying upon M. de La Fayette's loyalty; but she has often told me that she believed on that day that Lafayette having affirmed to the king, in the presence of the crowd of witnesses, that he would answer for the army of Paris, would not risk his honor as a commander, and was sure of being able to redeem his pledge. She also thought the Parisian army was wholly devoted to him, and that all he said about his being forced to march upon Versailles was mere pretence. On the first intimation of the march of the Parisians, the Count de Saint Priest prepared Rambouillet for the reception of the king, his family and suite, and the carriages were even drawn out; but a few cries of Vive le Roi, when the women reported his Majesty's favorable answer, occasioned the intention of going away to be given up, and orders were given to the troops to withdraw. The body guards were, however, assailed with stones and musketry while they were passing from the place of arms to their hotel. Alarm revived. Again it was thought necessary that the royal family should go away. Some carriages still remained ready for traveling; they were called for. They were stopped by a wretched player belonging to the theatre of the town, seconded by the mob. The opportunity for flight had been missed. The insurrection was directed against the queen in particular. I shudder even now at the recollection of the poissards, or rather furies, who wore white aprons, which they screamed out were intended to receive the bowels of Marie Antoinette, and that they would make cockades of them; mixing the most obscene expressions with these horrible threats. Such are the atrocious sentiments with which the ignorance and cruelty to be found in the mass of every populace can inspire them in times of disturbance. So necessary is it that a vigorous and parental authority should, while it defends good citizens against their own failings, also guard them against all the calamities brought on by factions. The queen went to bed at 2 in the morning, and went to sleep, being tired out with the events of so distressing a day. She ordered her 2 women to go to bed, always imagining there was nothing to dread, at least for that night; but the unfortunate princess was indebted for her life to that feeling of attachment which prevented their obeying her. My sister, who was one of the 2 ladies in question, informed me the next day of all that I am about to relate. On leaving the queen's bedchamber these ladies called their femmes de chambre, and all the 4 remained sitting together against her Majesty's bedroom door. About 4:30 in the morning, they heard horrible yells and discharges of firearms. One ran in to the queen to awaken her and get her out of bed. My sister flew to the place from which the tumult seemed to proceed. She opened the door of the antechamber which leads to the great guard room, and beheld one of the body guard holding his musket across the door, and attacked by a mob who were striking at him. His face was covered with blood. He turned round and exclaimed, "Save the queen, madame! They are come to assassinate her!" She hastily shut the door upon the unfortunate victim of duty, fastened it with the great bolt, and took the same precaution on leaving the next room. On reaching the queen's chamber she cried out to her, "Get up, madame! Don't stay to dress yourself! Fly to the king's apartment!" The terrified queen threw herself out of bed. They put a petticoat upon her without tying it, and the 2 ladies conducted her to the bull's eye. A door which led from the queen's toilette closet to that apartment had never before been fastened, but on her side. It was found to be secured on the other side. What a dreadful moment! They knocked repeatedly with all their strength. A servant of one of the king's valets de chambre came and opened the door. The queen entered the king's chamber, but he was not there. Alarmed for the queen's life, he had gone down the staircase and through the corridors under the bull's eye, by means of which he was accustomed to go to the queen's apartments without being under the necessity of crossing that room. He entered Her Majesty's room, and found no one there but some body guards who had taken refuge in it. The king, unwilling to expose their lives, told them to wait a few minutes, and afterwards sent to desire them to go to the bull's eye. Madame de Tourzel, at that time governess of the children of France, had just taken Madame and the Dauphin to the king's apartments. The queen saw her children again. The reader must imagine this scene of tenderness and despair. Note by the editor: it is in the middle of this very scene of tenderness and despair that certain memoirs, recently published in England, have endeavored to inflict the most cruel blow that could possibly be aimed at the queen. Mme. Campan cannot have read, without a sentiment of equal indignation and grief, what they have attempted to pass under the authority of her name. We shall not explain ourselves farther, and we shall be commended for our reserve. We will merely add, that if they were desirous of putting an accusation against Marie Antoinette into the mouth of Mme. Campan, they chose their time very ill, in fixing precisely on the moment wherein she has represented that princess in the most affecting and exalted point of view. End note. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 4, Part 2 of Memoirs of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4, Part 2. It is true that the assassins penetrated to the queen's chamber and pierced the bed with their swords. The fugitive body guards were the only persons who entered it; and if the crowd had reached so far, they would all have been massacred. Besides, when the rebels had forced the doors of the antechamber, the footmen and officers on duty, knowing that the queen was no longer in her apartments, told them so, with that air of truth which always carries conviction. The abandoned horde instantly rushed towards the bull's eye, hoping, no doubt, to intercept her on her way. Many have asserted that they recognized the Duke of Orleans at 4:30 in the morning, in a great coat and slouched hat, at the top of the marble staircase, pointing out with his hand the guard room which preceded the queen's apartments. This fact was deposed to at the Châtelet by several individuals in the course of the inquiry instituted respecting the transactions of the 5th and 6th of October. The prudence and honorable feelings of several officers of the Parisian Guards, and the judicious conduct of M. de Vaudreuil, Lieutenant General of Marine, and of M. de Chavannes, one of the King's Guards, brought about an understanding between the grandees of the National Guard of Paris and the King's Guard. The doors of the bull's eye were closed, and the antechamber which precedes that room was filled with grenadiers who wanted to get in to massacre the guards. M. de Chavannes offered himself to them as a victim, if they wished for one, and demanded of them what they would have. A report had been spread through the ranks that the body guard set them at defiance, and that they all wore black cockades. M. de Chavannes showed them that he wore, as did the corps, the cockade of their uniform, and promised that the guard should exchange it for that of the nation. This was done. They even went so far as to change the grenadiers' caps for the hats of the body guards. Those who were on guard took off their shoulder belts. Embracings and the transports of fraternization instantly succeeded to the savage eagerness to murder the band which had showed so much fidelity to its sovereign. The cry was now, "Vive le roi, la nation et les gardes du corps." The army occupied the Place d'Armes, all the courtyards of the château, and the entrance to the avenue. They called for the queen to appear in the balcony. She came forward with Madame and the Dauphin. There was a cry of "No children!" Was this with a view to deprive her of the interest she inspired, accompanied as she was by her young family? Or did the leaders of the Democrats hope that some madman would venture to aim a mortal blow at her person? The unfortunate princess certainly was impressed with the latter idea, for she sent away her children, and, with her hands and eyes raised towards heaven, advanced upon the balcony like a self-devoted victim. A few voices shouted, "To Paris!" The exclamation soon became general. Before he agreed to this removal, the king wished to consult the National Assembly, and caused that body to be invited to sit at the castle. Mirabeau opposed this measure. While these discussions were going forward, it became more and more difficult to restrain the immense disorderly multitude. The King, without consulting any one, now said to the people, "You wish, my children, that I should accompany you to Paris. I consent, but on condition that I shall not be separated from my wife and family." The King added that he required safety also for his guards. He was answered by shouts of "Vive le Roi! Vive les gardes du corps!" The guards, with their hats in the air turned so as to exhibit the cockade, shouted "Vive le Roi! Vive la nation!" Shortly afterwards a general discharge of all the muskets took place in token of joy. The King and Queen set off from Versailles at 1 o'clock. The Dauphin, Madame, the King's daughter, Monsieur, Madame, Madame Elisabeth, and Madame de Tourzel were in the carriage. The Princess de Chimay and the ladies of the bedchamber for the week, the King's suite and servants, followed in court carriages. 100 deputies in carriages, and the bulk of the Parisian army closed the procession. Great God! What a procession! The Poissardes went before, and around the carriage of their Majesties, crying, "We shall no longer want bread. We have the baker, the baker's wife, and the baker's boy with us." In the midst of this troop of cannibals the heads of 2 murdered bodyguards were carried on poles. The monsters who made trophies of them conceived the horrid idea of forcing a hairdresser of Sèvres to dress them up, and powder their bloody locks. The unfortunate man who was forced to perform this dreadful work died in consequence of the shock it gave him. The progress of the procession was so slow that it was near 6 in the evening when this august family, made prisoners by their own people, arrived at the Hôtel de Ville. Bailly received them there. They were placed upon a throne just when that of their ancestors had been overthrown. The King spoke in a firm yet condescending manner. He said that he always came with pleasure and confidence among the inhabitants of his good city of Paris. Monsieur Bailly repeated this observation to the representatives of the Commune who came to address the King. But he forgot the word confidence. The Queen instantly and loudly reminded him of the omission. The King and Queen, their children, and Madame Elisabeth retired to the Tuileries. Nothing was ready for their reception there. All the lodging rooms had long been given up to persons belonging to the court. They hastily quitted them on that very day, leaving their furniture, which was purchased by the court. The Countess de la Marque, sister to the Marshals de Noailles and de Mouchy, was the occupier of the apartments, which were now appropriated to the Queen. Monsieur and Madame retired to the Luxembourg. The Queen had sent for me on the morning of the 6th of October to leave me and my father-in-law in charge of her most valuable property. She took away only her casket of diamonds. Count Gouvernet de la Tour du Pin, to whom the military government of Versailles was entrusted, pro tempore, came and gave orders to the National Guard, which had taken possession of the apartments, to allow us to remove everything that we should deem necessary for the Queen's accommodation. I saw Her Majesty alone in her private apartments, a moment before her departure for Paris. She could hardly speak. Tears bedewed her face, to which all the blood in her body seemed to have rushed. She condescended to embrace me, gave her hand to Mme. Campan to kiss, and said to us, "Come immediately and settle at Paris. I will lodge you at the Tuileries. Come, and do not leave me henceforward. Faithful servants at moments like these become useful friends. We are lost, dragged away, perhaps to death. When kings become prisoners, they have not long to live." Note by Mme. Campan. Let me here pay a well-merited tribute to the memory of my father-in-law. In the course of that one night he declined from the highest pitch of health into a languishing condition, which brought him to the grave in September, 1791. I had frequent opportunities during the course of our misfortunes of observing that the people never obey factions with steadiness, but easily escape their control when reflection or some other cause reminds them of their duty. As soon as the most violent Jacobins had an opportunity of seeing the Queen more near at hand, of speaking to her, and of hearing her voice, they became her most zealous partisans; and even when she was in the prison of the Temple, several of those who had contributed to place her there perished for having attempted to get her out again. On the morning of the 7th of October, the same women who the day before surrounded the carriage of the august prisoners, riding on cannons, and uttering the most abusive language, assembled under the Queen's windows upon the terrace of the castle, and desired to see her. Her Majesty appeared. There are always among mobs of this description, orators, that is to say, beings who have more assurance than the rest. A woman of this disposition, setting up for counsellor, told her that she must now remove far from her all such courtiers as ruin kings, and that she must love the inhabitants of her good city. The Queen answered that she had loved them at Versailles, and would likewise love them at Paris. "Yes, yes," said another, "but on the 14th of July you wanted to besiege the city and have it bombarded, and on the 6th of October you wanted to fly to the frontiers." The Queen replied affably that they had been told so, and had believed it; that there lay the cause of the unhappiness of the people and of the best of kings. A third addressed a few words to her in German. The Queen told her she did not understand it; that she had become so entirely French as even to have forgotten her mother tongue. This declaration was answered with bravos and clapping of hands. They then desired her to make a compact with them. "Ah," said she, "how can I make a compact with you, since you have no faith in that which my duty points out to me, and which I ought, for my own happiness, to respect?" They asked her for the ribbons and flowers out of her hat. Her Majesty unfastened them herself and gave them. They were divided among the party, which for above half an hour cried out without ceasing, "Marie Antoinette forever! Our good Queen forever!" 2 days after the King's arrival at Paris, the city and the National Guard sent to request the Queen to appear at the theatre, and prove, by her presence and the King's, that it was with pleasure they resided in their capital. I introduced the deputation which came to make this request. Her Majesty replied that she should have infinite pleasure in acceding to the invitation of the city of Paris; but that time must be allowed her to soften the recollection of the distressing events which had just occurred, and from which she had suffered too much. She added that having come into Paris, preceded by the heads of the faithful guards who had perished before the door of their sovereign, she could not think that such an entry into the capital ought to be followed by rejoicings; but that the happiness she had always felt in appearing in the midst of the inhabitants of Paris was not effaced from her memory, and that she should enjoy it again, as heretofore, as soon as she could find herself able to do so. Their Majesties found some consolations in their private life. From Madame's gentleness of manners, and her tender attachment to the august authors of her days; from the accomplishments and vivacity of the little Dauphin, and the attention and tenderness of the pious Princess Elizabeth, they still derived moments of happiness. Note by the Editor. On the 19th of October, that is to say 13 days after he had taken up his abode at Paris, the King went, almost alone and on foot, to review some detachments of the National Guard. After the review Louis XVI met with a child sweeping the street, who asked him for money. The child called the King Monsieur le Chevalier. His Majesty gave him 6 francs. The little sweeper, surprised at receiving so large a sum, cried out, "Oh, I have no change. You will give me money another time." A person who accompanied the monarch said to the child, "Keep it all, my friend. The gentleman is not Chevalier. He is the eldest of the family." The young prince gave daily proofs of sensibility and penetration. He was not yet beyond female care; but a private tutor gave him all the instruction suitable to his age. His memory was highly cultivated, and he recited verses with much grace and feeling. The day after the arrival of the court at Paris, terrified at hearing some noise in the gardens of the Tuileries, he threw himself into the arms of the Queen, crying out, "Good God, mamma! Is to-day yesterday again?" A few days after this affecting exclamation, he went up to the King, and looked at him with a pensive air. The King asked him what he wanted. He answered that he had something very serious to say to him. The King having prevailed on him to explain himself, the young prince requested to know why his people, who formerly loved him so well, were all at once angry with him; and what had he done to irritate them so much? His father took him upon his knees, and spoke to him nearly as follows: "I wished, child, to render the people still happier than they were. I wanted money to pay the expenses occasioned by wars. I asked my people for money, as my predecessors have always done. Magistrates composing the Parliament opposed it, and said that my people alone had a right to consent to it. I assembled the principal inhabitants of every town, whether distinguished by birth, fortune, or talents, at Versailles. That is what is called the States General. When they were assembled, they required concessions of me, which I could not make, either with due respect for myself, or with justice to you, who will be my successor. Wicked men inducing the people to rise have occasioned the excesses of the last few days. The people must not be blamed for them." The Queen made the young prince clearly comprehend that he ought to treat the commanders of battalions, the officers of the National Guard, and all the Parisians who were about him, with affability. The child took great pains to please all those people; and when he had an opportunity of replying obligingly to the mayor or members of the Commune, he came and whispered in his mother's ear, "Was that right?" He requested Monsieur Bailly to show him the shield of Scipio, which is in the Royal Library; and Monsieur Bailly asking him which he preferred, Scipio or Hannibal, the young prince replied, without hesitation, that he preferred him who had defended his own country. He gave frequent proofs of ready wit. One day, while the Queen was hearing Madame repeat her exercises in ancient history, the young princess could not, at the moment, recollect the name of the Queen of Carthage. The Dauphin was hurt at his sister's want of memory; and though he never spoke to her in the second person singular, he bethought himself of the expedient of saying to her, "But dis donc the name of the Queen to mamma. Dis donc what her name was." Shortly after the arrival of the King and his family at Paris, the Duchess de Luynes came, in pursuance of the advice of a committee of Constitutionals, to propose to the Queen a temporary retirement from France, in order to leave the Constitution to perfect itself, so that the patriots should not accuse her of influencing the King to oppose it. The Duchess knew how far the schemes of the factious extended, and her attachment to the Queen was the principal cause of the advice she gave her. The Queen perfectly comprehended the Duchess de Luynes' motive; but replied that she would never leave either the King or her son; that if she thought herself alone obnoxious to public hatred, she would instantly offer her life as a sacrifice; but that it was the throne which was aimed at, and that in abandoning the King she should be merely committing an act of cowardice, since she saw no other advantage in it than that of saving her own life. One evening in the month of November, 1790, I returned home rather late. I there found the Prince de Poix. He told me he came to request me to assist him in regaining his peace of mind; that at the commencement of the sittings of the National Assembly he had suffered himself to be seduced into the hope of a better order of things; that he blushed for his error; and that he abhorred plans which had already produced such fatal results; that he broke off with the Reformers for the rest of his life; that he had just given in his resignation as a deputy of the National Assembly; and finally, that he was anxious that the Queen should not sleep in ignorance of his sentiments. I undertook his commission, and acquitted myself of it in the best way I could; but I was totally unsuccessful. The Prince de Poix remained at court; he there suffered many mortifications, never ceasing to serve the King in the most dangerous commissions, with that zeal for which his house has always been distinguished. When the King, the Queen, and their children were suitably established at the Tuileries, as well as Madame Elisabeth and the Princess de Lamballe, the Queen resumed her usual habits. She employed her mornings in superintending the education of Madame, who received all her lessons in her presence, and she herself began to work large pieces of tapestry. Her mind was too much occupied with passing events and surrounding dangers to admit of her applying herself to reading; the needle was the only employment which would divert her mind. Note by Mme. Campan. There is still at Paris, at the house of Mademoiselle Dupuquois, tapestry worker, a carpet worked by the Queen and Madame Elisabeth, for the large room of Her Majesty's ground floor apartments at the Tuileries. The Empress Josephine saw and admired this carpet, and desired it might be preserved in hope of one day sending it to Madame. She received the court twice a week before going to mass, and on those days dined in public with the King. She spent the rest of the time with her family and children. She had no concert, and did not go to the play until 1791, after the acceptation of the Constitution. Note by the Editor. A judgment may be formed of the situation in which the Queen found herself placed during the earlier part of her residence at Paris, from the following letter written by her to the Duchess de Polignac: "I shed tears of affection on reading your letters. You talk of my courage. It required much less to go through that dreadful crisis which I had to suffer, than is daily necessary to endure our situation, our own griefs, those of our friends, and those of the persons who surround us. This is a heavy weight to sustain; and but for the strong ties by which my heart is bound to my husband, my children, and my friends, I should wish to sink under it. But you bear me up. I ought to sacrifice such feelings to your friendship; but it is I who bring misfortune on you all, and your troubles are on my account." From the History of Marie Antoinette, by Montjoie. The Princess de Lamballe, however, had some evening parties in her apartments at the Tuileries, which were tolerably brilliant, in consequence of the great number of persons who attended them. The Queen was present at a few of these assemblies; but being soon convinced that her present situation forbade her appearing in large circles, she remained at home, and conversed as she sat at work. Note by Mme. Campan. The Queen returned one evening from one of these assemblies very much affected. An English nobleman, who was playing at the same table with her Majesty, ostentatiously displayed an enormous ring, in which was a lock of Oliver Cromwell's hair. The sole topic of her discourse was, as may well be supposed, the Revolution. She sought to discover the real opinions of the Parisians respecting her, and how she should have so completely lost the affections of the people and even of many persons in the higher ranks. She well knew that she ought to impute the whole to the spirit of the party, to the hatred of the Duke d'Orléans, and the folly of the French, who desired to have a total change in the Constitution; but she was not the less desirous of ascertaining the private feelings of all the people in power. From the very commencement of the Revolution, General Luckner indulged in violent sallies against her. Her Majesty, knowing that I was acquainted with a lady who had been long connected with the General, desired me to discover, through that channel, what was the private motive on which Luckner's hatred against her was founded. On being questioned upon this point, he answered, that Marshal de Ségur had assured him he had proposed him for the command of a camp of observation, but that the Queen had made a dash against his name; and that this "tash," as he called it in his German accent, he could not forget. The Queen ordered me to repeat this reply to the King myself, and said to him: "See, sir, whether I was not right in telling you that your ministers, in order to give themselves full scope in the distribution of favors, persuaded the French that I interfered in everything. There was not even a license given out in the country for the sale of salt or tobacco, but the people believed it was given to one of my favorites." "That is very true," replied the King; "but I find it very difficult to believe that Marshal de Ségur ever said any such thing to Luckner. He knew too well that you never interfered in the distribution of favors. That Luckner is a good for nothing fellow, and Ségur is a brave and honorable man, who never uttered such a falsehood. However, you are right; and because you provided for a few dependents, you are most unjustly reported to have disposed of all offices, civil and military." All the nobility who had not left Paris made a point of presenting themselves assiduously to the King, and there was a considerable influx to the palace of the Tuileries. Marks of attachment were exhibited even in external symbols; the women wore enormous bouquets of lilies in their bosoms and upon their heads, and sometimes even bunches of white ribbon. At the play there were often disputes between the pit and the boxes about removing these ornaments, which the people thought dangerous insignia. National cockades were sold in every corner of Paris. The sentinels stopped all who did not wear them. The young men piqued themselves upon breaking through this regulation, which was in some degree sanctioned by the acquiescence of the hapless Louis XVI. Frays took place, which were to be regretted, because they excited a spirit of rebellion. The King adopted conciliatory measures with the Assembly in order to promote tranquillity. The revolutionists were but little disposed to think him sincere. Unfortunately the Royalists encouraged this incredulity by incessantly repeating that the King was not free, and that all he did was completely null, and in no way bound him for the time to come. Such was the heat and violence of party spirit, that persons the most sincerely attached to the king were not even permitted to use the language of reason, and recommend greater reserve in conversation. People would talk and argue at table, without considering that all the servants belonged to the hostile army, and it may truly be said, there was as much imprudence and levity in the party assailed as there was of cunning, boldness, and perseverance in that which made the attack. End of chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. In February 1790, the affair of the unfortunate Favras gave the court much uneasiness. This individual had conceived the scheme of carrying off the king and effecting what was then called a counter-revolution. Monsieur, probably out of mere benevolence, gave him some money, and thence arose a report that he thereby wished to favor the execution of the enterprise. The step taken by Monsieur in going to the Hôtel de Ville to explain himself upon this affair was unknown to the Queen. It is more than probable that the King was acquainted with it. When judgment was pronounced upon Monsieur de Favras, the Queen did not conceal from me her fears about the confessions of the unfortunate man in his last moments. I sent a confidential person to the Hôtel de Ville. She came to inform the Queen that the condemned had demanded to be taken from Notre Dame to the Hôtel de Ville to make a final declaration and give some particulars verifying it. These particulars compromised nobody. Favras corrected his last will after writing it over, and went to the scaffold with heroic courage and coolness. The judge who read his condemnation to him told him that his life was a sacrifice which he owed to public tranquillity. It was asserted at the time that Favras was given up as a victim, in order to satisfy the people, and save the Baron de Besenval, who was a prisoner in the Abbaye. Note by the editors. The Biographie Universelle gives the following particulars of the designs, prosecution, and death of this unfortunate man. Favras, Thomas Mahy, Marquis of, born at Blois in 1745, entered the service first in the Corps of Mousquetaires, and made the campaign of 1761 with them. He was afterwards captain and adjutant in Belzunce's regiment, and subsequently lieutenant of the Swiss Guard of Monsieur, the King's brother. He resigned that commission in 1775 to go to Vienna, where he procured his wife to be acknowledged the only and legitimate daughter of the Prince Danheit Schoenburg. He commanded a legion in Holland on the insurrection against the Stadtholder in 1787. Possessing a warm imagination and a head fertile in expedients, Favras always had something to propose in all cases and upon every point. He presented a great number of plans on the subject of finance; and at the breaking out of the Revolution, he tendered some upon political measures which rendered him an object of suspicion to the revolutionary party. It is well known that in the highly excited state of the minds of the people, if the leaders of factions pointed out a victim, it was impossible for him to escape from popular fury. Favras was accused in the month of December 1789 of having conspired against the Revolution, and planned the introduction of armed men into Paris during the night, in order to make away with the three principal members of the administration, to attack the King's Guard, to carry off the Great Seal, and even to remove the King and his family to Péronne. Having been arrested by order of the Committee of Inquiry of the National Assembly, he was transferred to the Châtelet, where he defended himself with much coolness and presence of mind, repelling the accusations brought against him by Morel, Turcaty, and Marquis with considerable force. These witnesses declared he had imparted his plan to them. It was to be carried into execution by 12,000 Swiss and 12,000 Germans, who were to be assembled at Montargis, thence to march upon Paris, carry off the King, and assassinate Bailly, Lafayette, and Necker. The greater number of these charges he denied, and declared that the rest related only to the levy of a troop intended to favor the Revolution preparing in Brabant. The judge having refused to disclose who had denounced him, he complained to the Assembly, which passed to the order of the day. His death was obviously inevitable. During the whole time of the proceedings the populace never ceased threatening the judges and shouting "À la lanterne!" It was even necessary to keep numerous troops and artillery constantly ready to act in the courtyard of the Châtelet. The judges who had just acquitted Monsieur de Besenval in an affair nearly similar, doubtless dreaded the effects of this fury. When they refused to hear Favre's witnesses in exculpation, he compared them to the tribunal of the Inquisition. The principal charge against him was founded on a letter from one M. de Foucault, asking him, "Where are your troops? In which direction will they enter Paris? I should like to be employed among them." Favre was condemned to make the amende honorable in front of the cathedral, and to be hanged at the Place de Grève. He heard this sentence with wonderful calmness, and said to the judges, "I pity you much, if the testimony of 2 men is sufficient to induce you to condemn." The judge having said to him, "I have no other consolation to hold out to you than that which religion affords," he replied nobly, "My greatest consolation is that which I derive from my innocence." From Biographie Universelle Ancienne et Moderne, Volume 14, page 221. On the morning of the Sunday following this execution, M. de la Villenoix came to my house to tell me that he was going on that very day to the public dinner of the King and Queen, to present the widow Favre and her son, both of them in mourning for the brave Frenchman who fell a sacrifice for his king; and that all the royalists expected to see the Queen load the unfortunate family with favours. Note by Mme. Campan. M. de la Villenoix, master of the requests, was deported to Sinnamarie on the 18th Fructidor, by the Executive Directory, and there died. I did all that lay in my power to prevent this proceeding. I foresaw the effect it would have upon the Queen's feeling heart, and the painful constraint she would experience, having the horrible Santerre, the commandant of a battalion of the Parisian Guard, behind her chair during dinner time. I could not make M. de Villenoix comprehend my argument. The Queen was gone to mass, surrounded by her whole court, and I had not even means of apprising her of this intention. When dinner was over I heard a knocking at the door of my apartment, which opened into the corridor next that of the Queen. It was herself. She asked me whether there was anybody with me. I was alone. She threw herself into an armchair, and told me she came to weep entirely at her ease with me over the foolish conduct of the ultras of the King's party. "We must fall," said she, "attacked as we are by men who possess extraordinary talent and shrink from no crimes; while we are defended only by those who are, no doubt, very estimable, but have no adequate idea of our situation. They have exposed me to the animosity of both parties, by presenting the widow and son of Favre to me. Were I free to act as I wish, I should take the child of the man who had just sacrificed himself for us, and place him at table between the King and myself; but surrounded by the assassins who have destroyed his father, I did not dare even to cast my eyes upon him. The royalists will blame me for not having appeared interested in this poor child. The revolutionists will be enraged at the idea that his presentation should have been thought agreeable to me." However, the Queen added that she knew Madame Favre's situation, that she was aware she was in want, and desired me to send her the next day, through a person who could be relied on, a few rouleaus of 50 louis, and to direct that she should be assured Her Majesty would always watch over her fortune and that of her son. The Queen wished to send some man devoted to the King's cause with letters to the princes then at Turin. She cast her eyes upon an officer, a Chevalier of St. Louis, intimately connected with M. Campan's family, and of whom she had frequently heard me speak in terms of commendation. I did not hesitate a moment between the pleasure of seeing one of my friends, entrusted with a commission which would do him honor, and the danger of entrusting that charge to a man whom I had the misfortune to see carried away by the fatal opinions of the times. Note by Mme. Campan. In 1791 this man procured himself to be chosen one of the Legislative Assembly. So long as I had only his opinions to combat, I did not cease to receive him. When I had his actions to dread, I requested him, from the very day of his installation in the Assembly, to visit me no more. He became afterwards a conventional . But I was indebted to my principles and prudence for the satisfaction of having long ceased all communication with a man who ranked himself among the enemies of my sovereigns, and subsequently was one of their murderers. This I told the Queen, and entreated her to make another selection. Her Majesty was gratified by my sincerity. The commission was given to M. de G., who from that time invariably evinced the greatest discretion, the most undoubted sagacity, and a zeal that never for a moment slackened. In the month of March following, I had an opportunity of ascertaining the king's real sentiments respecting the schemes which were continually proposed to him for making his escape. One night, about 10 o'clock, the Count d'Inisdalle, who was deputed by the nobility, came to request I would hear him in private, as he had an important matter to communicate to me. He told me that on that very night the king would be carried off; that the section of the National Guard which was that day commanded by Monsieur d'Aumont was gained over, and that sets of horses, furnished by some good royalists, were placed in relays at suitable distances; that he had just left a party of nobles assembled for the execution of this scheme, and that he had been sent to me that I might, through the medium of the Queen, obtain the king's positive consent to it before midnight; that the king was aware of their plan, but that his Majesty never would speak decidedly, and that at the moment of action it was necessary he should consent to the undertaking. I remember that I greatly disobliged the Count d'Inisdalle by expressing my astonishment that the nobility, at the moment of the execution of so important a project, should send to me, the Queen's first woman, to obtain a consent which ought to have been the basis of any well concerted scheme. I told him also that it would be impossible for me to go at that time down into the Queen's apartments without exciting the attention of the people in the antechambers; that the King was at cards with the Queen and his family, and that I never broke in upon their privacy unless I was called for. I added, however, that M. Campan could enter without being called, and that if he chose to give him his confidence he might rely upon him. My father-in-law, to whom the Count d'Inisdalle repeated what he had said to me, undertook the commission, and went to the Queen's apartments. The King was playing at whist with the Queen, Monsieur and Madame. Madame Elisabeth was kneeling upon a stool near the table. Monsieur Campan informed the Queen of what had been communicated to me. Nobody uttered a word. The Queen broke silence, and said to the King, "Do you hear, sir, what Campan says to us?" "Yes, I hear," said the King, and continued his game. Monsieur, who was in the habit of introducing passages from plays into his conversation, said to my father-in-law, "Monsieur Campan, that pretty little couplet again, if you please," and pressed the King to reply. At length the Queen said, "But something must be said to Campan." The King then spoke to my father-in-law in these words: "Tell Monsieur d'Inisdalle that I cannot consent to be carried off." The Queen enjoined M. Campan to take care and report this answer faithfully. "You understand," added she, "the King cannot consent to be carried off." The Count d'Inisdalle was very much dissatisfied with the King's answer, and went out, saying, "I understand, he wishes to throw all the blame beforehand upon those who are to devote themselves for him." He went away, and I thought the enterprise would be abandoned. However, the Queen remained alone with me till midnight, preparing her cases of valuables, and ordered me not to go to bed. She imagined the King's answer would be understood as a tacit consent, and merely a refusal to participate in the design. I do not know what passed in the King's apartments during the night; but I occasionally looked at his windows. I saw the garden clear. I heard no noise in the palace, and day at length confirmed my opinion that the project had been given up. "We must, however, fly," said the Queen to me shortly afterwards. "Who knows how far the factious may go? The danger increases day by day." Note by the Editor. If the following anecdote be not true, it is, after what we have just read, at least very probable. The disturbances of the 13th of April, 1790, occasioned by the warmth of the discussions upon D'Ongel's imprudent motion in the National Assembly, having afforded room for apprehension that the enemies of the country would endeavor to carry off the King from the capital, M. de Lafayette promised to keep a good lookout, and told Louis XVI that if he saw any alarming movements among the disaffected, he would give him notice of it by the discharge of a cannon from Henri IV's battery upon the Pont Neuf. On the same night a few casual discharges of musketry were heard from the terrace of the Tuileries. The King, deceived by the noise, flew to the Queen's apartments. He did not find her in her room. He ran to the Dauphin's room, where he found the Queen holding her son in her arms. "Madame," said the King to her, "I have been seeking you. I was uneasy about you." The Queen, showing her son, said to him, "I was at my station." This answer was perfectly worthy of the Queen's maternal feelings. From Anecdotes of the Reign of Louis XVI. This princess received advice and memorials from all quarters. Rivarol addressed several to her, which I read to her. They were full of ingenious observations; but the Queen did not find that they contained anything of essential service, under the circumstances in which the royal family was placed. The Count de Moustier also sent memorials and plans of conduct. I remember that in one of his writings he said to the King, "Read Telemachus again, sire. In that book, which delighted your Majesty in infancy, you will find the first seeds of those principles which, erroneously followed up by men of ardent imaginations, are bringing on the explosion we expect every moment." I read so many of these memorials that I could hardly give a faithful account of them, and I am determined to note in this work no other events than such as I witnessed, no other words than such as, notwithstanding the lapse of time, still in some measure vibrate in my ears. The Count de Ségur, on his return from Russia, was employed some time by the Queen, and had a certain degree of influence over her, but that did not last long. Count Augustus de la Marck likewise endeavored to negotiate for the King's advantage with the leaders of the factious. M. de Fontanges, Archbishop of Toulouse, possessed also the Queen's confidence. But none of the endeavors which were made at home produced any beneficial result. The Empress Catherine II also conveyed her opinion upon the situation of Louis XVI to the Queen, and Her Majesty made me read a few lines in the Empress's own handwriting, which concluded with these words: "Kings ought to proceed in their career, undisturbed by the cries of the people, as the moon pursues her course unimpeded by the howling of dogs." I shall certainly not enter into any discussion on this maxim of the despotic sovereign of Russia; but it was very inapplicable to the situation of a captive king. All this private advice, whether given from abroad or at home, led to no decision of which the court could avail itself. Meanwhile the revolutionary party followed up its audacious enterprise in a determined manner without meeting any opposition. The advice from without, as well as from Coblentz as from Vienna, made various impressions upon the members of the royal family, and those cabinets were not in accordance with each other. I often had reason to infer from what the Queen said to me, that she thought the King, by leaving all the honor of restoring order to the Coblentz party, would on the return of the emigrants be put under a kind of guardianship which would increase his own misfortunes. She frequently said to me, "If the emigrants succeed, they will give the law for a long time. It will be impossible to refuse them anything. To owe the crown to them would be contracting too great an obligation." It always appeared to me that she wished her own family to counterbalance the deserts of the emigrants by disinterested services. She was fearful of M. de Calonne, and with good reason. She had proof that this minister was become her bitterest enemy, and that he made use of the basest and most criminal means in order to blacken her reputation. I can testify that I have seen in the hands of the Queen a manuscript copy of the infamous Memoirs of the woman Lamotte, which had been brought to her from London, and in which all those passages, where a total ignorance of the customs of courts had occasioned that wretched woman to make blunders which would have been too palpable, were corrected in M. de Calonne's own handwriting. The two King's guards who were wounded at Her Majesty's door on the 6th of October were M. de Repère and M. de Miomandre de Sainte Marie. On the dreadful night of the 6th of October, the latter took the post of the former, the moment he became incapable of maintaining it. M. de Miomandre was at Paris, living on terms of friendship with another of the guards, who, on the same day, received a gunshot wound from the brigands in another part of the castle. These two officers, who were attended and cured together at the infirmary of Versailles, were almost constant companions. They were recognized at the Palais Royal and insulted. Note by Mme. Campan. A considerable number of the body guards who were wounded on the 6th of October betook themselves to the infirmary at Versailles. The presence of mind of M. Voisin, head surgeon of that infirmary, saved their lives. The brigands wanted to make their way into the infirmary in order to massacre them. M. Voisin ran to the entrance hall, invited the assailants to refresh themselves, ordered some wine to be brought, and found means to direct the superior to remove the guards into a ward appropriated to the poor, and to dress them in the caps and greatcoats furnished by the institution. The good sisters executed this order with so much promptitude that the guards were removed, dressed as paupers, and their beds fresh made, while the assassins were loitering to drink. They searched all the wards, and fancied they saw no persons there but the sick poor. Thus the guards were saved. The Queen thought it advisable for them to quit Paris. She desired me to write to M. de Miomandre de Sainte Marie, and tell him to come to me at 8 o'clock in the evening, and then to communicate to him her wish to hear of his being in safety; and ordered me, when he had made up his mind to go, to open her chest, and tell him in her name that gold could not repay such a service as he had rendered; that she hoped some day to be in sufficiently happy circumstances to recompense him as she ought; but that for the present her offer of money was only that of a sister to a brother situated as he then was, and that she requested he would take whatever might be necessary to discharge his debts at Paris, and defray the expenses of his journey. She told me, also, to desire he would bring his friend Bertrand with him, and to make him the same offer as I was to make to M. de Miomandre. The 2 guards came at the appointed hour, and accepted, I think, each 100 or 200 louis. A moment afterwards the Queen opened my door. She was accompanied by the King and Madame Elisabeth. The King stood with his back against the fireplace; the Queen sat down upon a sofa, and Madame Elisabeth sat near her. I placed myself behind the Queen, and the 2 guards stood facing the King. The Queen told them that the King wished to see, before they went away, 2 of the brave men who had afforded him the strongest proofs of courage and attachment. Miomandre spoke, and said that all the Queen's affecting and flattering observations were calculated to inspire. Madame Elisabeth spoke of the King's sensibility. The Queen resumed the subject of their speedy departure, urging the necessity of it. The King was silent; but his emotion was evident, and his eyes were suffused with the tears of sensibility. The Queen rose, the King went out, and Madame Elisabeth followed him. The Queen stopped and said to me in the recess of a window: "I am sorry I brought the King here. I am sure Elisabeth thinks with me. If the King had but given utterance to a 4th part of what he thinks of those brave men, they would have been in ecstasies; but he cannot overcome his diffidence." The Emperor Joseph died about this time. The Queen's grief was not excessive. That brother of whom she had been so proud, and whom she had loved so tenderly, had probably suffered greatly in her affections. She reproached him sometimes, though with great moderation, for having adopted several of the principles of the new philosophy, and perhaps she knew that he looked upon our troubles with the eye of the sovereign of Germany rather than that of the brother of the Queen of France. Note by Mme. Campan. The Emperor Joseph sent the Queen an engraving which represented unfrocked nuns and monks. The first were trying on fashionable dresses, the latter were getting their hair dressed. This engraving was always left in the closet, and never hung up. The Queen told me to have it taken away; for that she was hurt to see how much influence the philosophers had over her brother's mind and actions. Mirabeau never entirely gave up the hope of becoming the last resource of the oppressed court; and I remember that at this time some communications passed between the Queen and him. The question was about an office to be conferred upon him. This transpired, and it must have been about this period that the Assembly decreed that no deputy could hold an office as a minister of the King until the expiration of 2 years after the cessation of his legislative functions. I know that the Queen was much hurt at this decision, and considered that the court had lost a promising opening. The palace of the Tuileries was a very disagreeable residence during the summer, which made the Queen wish to go to St. Cloud. The removal was decided on without any opposition. The National Guard of Paris followed the court thither. At this period new plans of escape were presented; nothing would have been more easy at that time than to execute them. The King had obtained leave to go out without guards, and to be accompanied only by an aide de camp of M. de La Fayette. The Queen also had one duty with her, and so had the Dauphin. The King and Queen often went out at 4 in the afternoon, and did not return until 8 or 9. This is one of the plans of emigration which the Queen communicated to me, the execution of which seemed infallible. The royal family were to meet in a wood 4 leagues from St. Cloud. Some persons who could be fully relied on were to accompany the King, who was always followed by his equerries and pages. The Queen was to join him with her daughter and Madame Elisabeth. These princesses, as well as the Queen, had equerries and pages, of whose fidelity no doubt could be entertained. The Dauphin, likewise, was to have been at the place of rendezvous with Madame Tourzel. A large berlin and a chaise for the attendants were sufficient for the whole family. The aides de camp were to have been gained over or mastered. The King was to leave a letter for the National Assembly upon his bureau at St. Cloud. The people in the service of the King and Queen would have waited until 9 in the evening without anxiety, because the family sometimes did not return until that hour. The letter could not be forwarded to Paris until 10 o'clock at the earliest. The Assembly would not be sitting at that hour. The President must have been sought for at his own house or elsewhere. It would have been midnight before the Assembly could have been summoned, and couriers could have been sent off to have the royal family stopped. But the latter would have been 6 or 7 hours beforehand, as they would have started at 6 leagues distance from Paris. And at this period traveling was not yet impeded in France. The Queen approved of this plan. But I did not venture to interrogate her, and I even thought if it was put in execution she would leave me in ignorance of it. One evening in the month of June, the people of the castle, finding the King did not return by 9 o'clock, were walking about the courtyards in a state of great anxiety. I thought the family was gone, and I could scarcely breathe amidst the confusion of my good wishes, when I heard the sound of the carriages. I confessed to the Queen that I thought she had set off. She told me she must first wait until the King's aunts had quitted France, and afterwards see whether the plan agreed with those formed abroad. Note by the Editor. On his return from one of the visits to St. Cloud, the King wrote to the Duchess de Polignac: "I am returned from the country. The air has been of service to us. But how changed did the retreat appear to us! How desolate was the breakfast room! Neither of you were there. I do not give up the hope of our meeting there again. But when, I know not. How many things we shall have to say to one another! Your friend preserves her health in spite of all the misfortunes which press upon her. Adieu, Duchess. Speak of me to your husband and all around you, and understand that I shall not be happy until the day I find myself with my old friends again." The farther the First National Assembly advanced in its labors, adds Montjoie, by whom this letter is given, the more unhappy the Queen found herself. We have proof of this in these few words from another note from Louis XVI to the Duchess de Polignac: "For the last 18 months we have seen and heard nothing but disagreeable things. We do not lose our temper, but we are hurt and rendered melancholy at being thwarted in everything, and particularly at being misrepresented." In a former letter from the King to the Duchess the following passage occurs: "Your friend is unhappy and exceedingly misrepresented; but I flatter myself that justice will one day be done to her. Still, the wicked are very active. They are more readily believed than the good. You are a striking proof of it." From the History of Marie Antoinette, by Montjoie, page 262. End note. End of chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. There was a meeting at Paris for the First Federation on the 14th of July, the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille. What an astonishing assemblage was this, of 400,000 men, amongst whom there were not perhaps 200 who did not believe that the King found happiness and glory in the order of things then establishing. The love which was borne him by all, with the exception of those who meditated his ruin, still reigned in full force in the hearts of all the French of the departments. But if I may judge from those whom I had an opportunity of seeing, it was totally impossible to enlighten them and rouse them from their enchantment. They were as much attached to the King as to the Constitution, and to the Constitution as to the King; and it was impossible to separate the one from the other in their hearts and minds. Note by the Editor. To the particulars respecting the Federation contained in the Memoirs by Ferrières we add the following. On one hand, they describe the enthusiasm excited by that festival even among the English, and on the other characterize the far too licentious freedom of their stage. Two deputies from Nantes, who were sent to England to cement the fraternal union between the London Revolutionary Club and all the friends of the French Constitution, wrote the following letter: "From all that we have seen and known, we can assure you that the people of London are at least as enthusiastic on the subject of the French Revolution as the people of France. We went yesterday to see the opera of the Confederation of the French at the Champ de Mars. This piece has been played daily for 6 weeks. The house is filled by 5 o'clock, though the performance does not begin till 7. When we got there was no room. But as soon as they heard us speak French, without knowing us, they hastened to place us in the front of the boxes. They paid us every possible attention and forced refreshments upon us. The first act of this opera represents the arrival of several people at Paris to the Federation. The second, the works of the Champ de Mars. The third, the Confederation itself. In the second act, Capuchins are seen in grenadier caps, girls caressing abbés, the king comes in and chops with a hatchet, everybody at work and singing, Ça ira, ça ira. At the third act you see the municipal officers in scarves, the National Assembly, the National Guard, officiating ministers in pontifical dresses, and priests singing. A regiment of children singing, Moi je suis soldat pour la patrie, in French and English. All this appears to us something new upon the banks of the Thames, and every verse is encored and enthusiastically applauded." From Anecdotes of the Reign of Louis XVI, Volume 4. The court returned to St. Cloud after the Federation. A wretch named Rotundo made his way into the palace, with the intention of assassinating the Queen. It is known that he penetrated to the inner gardens. The rain prevented Her Majesty from going out on that day. Monsieur de Lafayette, who was aware of this plot, gave all the sentinels the strictest countersigns, and a description of the monster was distributed throughout the palace by order of the general. I do not know how he was saved from punishment. A counter police belonging to the king discovered that there was likewise a scheme on foot for poisoning the Queen. She spoke to me as well as to her head physician, Monsieur Vicq d'Azyr, about it without the slightest emotion. Both he and myself considered what precautions it would be proper to take. He relied much upon the Queen's temperance. Yet he recommended me to have always a bottle of oil of sweet almonds within reach, and to renew it occasionally; that oil and milk being, as is known, the most certain antidotes to the devalication of corrosive poisons. The Queen had a habit which rendered Monsieur Vicq d'Azyr particularly uneasy. There was always some pounded sugar upon the table in Her Majesty's bedchamber; and she frequently, without even calling anybody, put spoonfuls of it into a glass of water when she wished to drink. It was agreed that I should get a considerable quantity of sugar powdered, that I should always have some papers of it in my bag, and that 3 or 4 times a day, when alone in the Queen's room, I should substitute it for that in her sugar basin. We knew that the Queen would have prevented all such precautions, but we were not aware of her motive. One day she caught me alone, making such an exchange as I speak of, and told me that she supposed it was an operation agreed on between myself and Monsieur Vicq d'Azyr, but that I gave myself very unnecessary trouble. "Remember," added she, "that not a grain of poison will be used against me. The Brinvilliers do not belong to this century. This age possesses calumny, which is a much more convenient instrument of death, and it is by that I shall perish." While similar melancholy presentiments and the most criminal projects afflicted and rent the heart of this unfortunate princess, the sincerest manifestations of attachment to her person and to the king's cause would frequently raise agreeable illusions in her mind, or present to her the affecting spectacle of tears shed for her sorrows. I was one day, during this same visit at St. Cloud, witness of a very touching scene, which we took great care to keep secret. It was 4 in the afternoon. The guard was not set. There was scarcely anybody at St. Cloud that day, and I was reading to the Queen, who was at work in a room, the balcony of which hung over the courtyard. The windows were closed, yet we heard a sort of murmur from a great number of voices, which seemed to articulate only stifled sounds. The Queen desired me to go and see what it was. I raised the muslin curtain, and perceived more than 50 persons beneath the balcony. This group consisted of women, young and old, perfectly well dressed in the country costume, old chevaliers of St. Louis, young knights of Malta, and a few ecclesiastics. I told the Queen it was probably an assemblage of persons residing in the neighborhood who wished to see her. She rose, opened the window, and appeared in the balcony. Immediately all these worthy people said to her, in an undertone, "Courage, madame! Good Frenchmen suffer for you, and with you. They pray for you. Heaven will hear their prayers. We love you, we respect you, we will continue to venerate our virtuous king." The Queen burst into tears and held her handkerchief to her eyes. "Poor Queen, she weeps," said the women and young girls; but the dread of exposing Her Majesty, and even the persons who showed so much affection for her, prompted me to take her hand and prevail upon her to retire into her room; and raising my eyes, I gave the excellent people to understand that my conduct was dictated by prudence. They comprehended me, for I heard, "That lady is in the right," and afterwards, "Farewell, madame," from several of them; and all this in accents of feeling so genuine and so mournful that I am affected at the recollection of them even after a lapse of 20 years. A few days afterwards the insurrection of Nancy took place. Only the apparent cause of this insurrection is known. There was another, of which I might have been in full possession, if the great confusion I was in upon the subject had not deprived me of the power of paying attention to it. I will endeavor to explain myself. In the early part of September, the Queen, as she was going to bed, desired me to let all her people go, and to remain with her myself. When we were alone, she said to me, "The King will come here at midnight. You know that he has always shown you marks of distinction. He now proves his confidence in you by selecting you to write down the whole affair of Nancy from his dictation. He must have several copies of it." At midnight the King came to the Queen's apartments, and said to me, smiling, "You did not expect to become my secretary, and that, too, during the night." I followed the King into the council chamber. I found there a blank paper book, an inkstand, and pens all ready prepared. He sat down by my side, and dictated to me the report of the Marquis de Bouillé, which he himself copied at the same time. My hand trembled. I wrote with difficulty. My reflections scarcely left me sufficient power of attention to listen to the King. The large table, the velvet carpet, seats which ought to have been filled by none but the King's chief councillors, what that chamber had been, and what it was at that moment, when the King was employing a woman in an office which had so little affinity with her ordinary functions, the misfortunes which had brought him to the necessity of doing so, those which my affection and my apprehension for my sovereigns made me still dread, all these ideas made such an impression upon me that when I had returned to the Queen's apartments I could not sleep for the remainder of the night, nor could I remember what I had written. The more I saw that I had the happiness to be of some utility to my employers, the more scrupulously careful was I to live entirely with my family, and I never indulged in any conversation which could betray the intimacy into which I was admitted. But nothing at court remains long concealed, and I soon saw I had numerous enemies. The means of injuring others, especially in the minds of sovereigns, are but too easy; they were become still more so, since mere suspicion of communication with the partisans of the Revolution was sufficient to forfeit the esteem and confidence of the King and Queen. Happily my conduct protected me against the dangers of calumny. I had left St. Cloud 2 days, when I received at Paris a note from the Queen containing these words: "Come to St. Cloud immediately. I have something concerning you to communicate." I set off without loss of time. Her Majesty told me she had a sacrifice to request of me. I answered that it was made. She said it went so far as the renunciation of a friend's society; that such a renunciation was always painful, but that it must be particularly so to me; that, for her own part, perhaps it might have suited her very well that a deputy, a man of talent, should be constantly received at my house, which might be extremely useful to her, but that at this moment she thought only of my welfare. The Queen then informed me that the ladies of the bedchamber had, the preceding evening, assured her that M. de Beaumetz, deputy from the nobility of Artois, who had taken his seat on the left of the Assembly, spent his whole time at my house. Perceiving upon what false grounds the attempt to injure me was founded, I replied respectfully, but at the same time smiling, that it was impossible for me to make the sacrifice exacted by Her Majesty. that M. de Beaumetz, a man of great judgment, had not determined to cross over to the left of the Assembly, with the intention of afterwards coming to make himself unpopular by spending his time with the Queen's first woman, and that ever since the 1st of October, 1789, I had seen him nowhere but at the play, or in the public walks, and even then without his ever coming to speak to me; that this line of conduct had appeared to me perfectly consistent; for that whether he was desirous to please the popular party, or to be sought after by the court, he could not act in any other way towards me. The Queen closed this explanation by saying, "Oh, it is clear as the day. This opportunity of attempting to do you an injury is very ill chosen. But be cautious in your slightest actions. You perceive that the confidence placed in you by the King and myself creates you powerful enemies." The private communications which were still kept up between the court and Mirabeau at length procured him an interview with the Queen in the gardens of St. Cloud. Note by Mme. Campan. It was not in her apartments, as is asserted by M. de la Crotelle, that the Queen received Mirabeau. His person was too generally known. She went alone into her garden, to a round tuft of ground which is still upon the heights of the private garden of St. Cloud. He left Paris on horseback on pretence of going into the country, to M. de Clavière, one of our friends. But he stopped at one of the gates of the garden of St. Cloud, and was led, I know not by whom, to a spot situated in the most elevated part of the private garden, where the Queen was waiting for him. She told me she accosted him by saying, "With a common enemy, with a man who had sworn to destroy monarchy, without appreciating its utility among a great people, I should at this moment be guilty of a most ill advised step; but in speaking to a Mirabeau," etc. The poor Queen was delighted at having discovered this method of exalting him above all others of his principles, and in imparting the particulars of this interview to me, she said, "Do you know that those words, a Mirabeau, appeared to flatter him exceedingly?" However, to the best of my judgment, it was flattering him but little, for his abilities did more harm than ever they could do good. On leaving the Queen, he said to her with warmth, "Madame, the monarchy is saved." It must have been soon afterwards that Mirabeau received very considerable sums of money. He suffered it to appear too plainly by the increase of his expenditure. Already did some of his remarks upon the necessity of arresting the progress of the factious circulate in society. Being once invited to meet a person at dinner who was very much attached to the Queen, he learned that that person withdrew on hearing that he was one of the guests. The party who invited him told him this with some degree of satisfaction; but all were very much astonished when they heard Mirabeau eulogize the absent guest, and declare that in his place he would have done the same. But he added, they had only to invite that person again in a few months, and he would then dine with the restorer of the monarchy. Mirabeau forgot that it was more easy to do harm than good, and thought himself the Atlas of the whole world in politics. Outrages and mockery were incessantly mingled with the audacious proceedings of the revolutionists. It was customary to give serenades under the King's windows on New Year's Day. The band of the National Guards repaired thither on that festival in 1791. In allusion to the liquidation of the debts of the State, decreed by the Assembly, they played solely and repeatedly that air from the comic opera of the debts, the burden of which is, "But our creditors are paid, and that makes us easy." On the same day some conquerors of the Bastille, grenadiers of the Parisian Guard, preceded by military music, came to present to the young Dauphin as a New Year's gift, a box of dominoes made of some of the stone and marble of which that State prison was built. The Queen gave me this inauspicious curiosity, desiring me to preserve it, as it would be a curious illustration of the history of the Revolution. Upon the lid were engraved some bad verses, the purport of which was as follows: "These stones from the walls which enclose the innocent victims of arbitrary power, have been converted into a toy to be presented to you, Monseigneur, as an homage of the people's love, and to teach you the extent of their power." The Queen said that M. de Lafayette's thirst for popularity doomed him to lend himself without discrimination to all popular follies. Her aversion for the general increased daily, and grew so powerful, that when towards the end of the Revolution he seemed willing to support the tottering throne, she could never bring herself to incur so great an obligation to him. Emigration had already removed a great many people. Persons who, before this period, would never have dared to aspire to any office of distinction now sought, under pretence of zeal for the King's cause, to get into the interior of the Tuileries. I knew many of them. Some were mere wretched adventurers, others were well intentioned, but wanted the abilities which would have rendered them useful. Monsieur de G , a colonel attached to the staff of the army, was fortunate enough to render several services to the Queen, and acquitted himself with discretion and dignity of various important missions. Note by the Editor. During the Queen's detention in the Temple, he introduced himself into that prison in the dirty dress of a lamplighter, and there discharged his duty unrecognized. This act of attachment is still known only to his family and a very few intimate friends. End note. Their Majesties had the highest confidence in him, although it frequently happened that his prudent fears, when inconsiderate projects were under discussion, brought upon him from thoughtless persons and from enemies the charge of following the principles of the Constitutionals. Being sent to Turin, he had some difficulty in persuading the princes from a scheme they had formed at that period of re entering France, with a very weak army, by the way of Lyons; and when in a council which lasted till 3 o'clock in the morning he showed his instructions, and demonstrated that the measure would endanger the King, the Count d'Artois alone declared against the plan, which emanated from the Prince de Condé. Among the persons employed in subordinate situations, whom the critical circumstances of the times introduced into affairs of importance, was one Monsieur de Goguelat, a geographical engineer at Versailles, and an excellent draughtsman. He had made plans of St. Cloud and Trianon for the Queen. She was very much pleased with them, and got the engineer admitted into the staff of the army. At the commencement of the Revolution, he was sent to Count Esterhazy at Valenciennes, in the capacity of aide de camp. The latter rank was given him solely to remove him from Versailles, where he endangered the Queen during the earlier months of the Assembly of the States General. Making a parade of his devotion to the King's interests, he went repeatedly to the tribunes of the Assembly, and there openly railed at all the motions of the deputies, and then returned to the Queen's antechamber, where he repeated all that he had just heard, or had had the imprudence to say. I had warned the Queen of the ill effect that this officer's warmth produced, and she agreed with me in opinion respecting it. But unfortunately, at the same time that she sent away Monsieur de Goguelat, she continued in the belief that, in a dangerous predicament, and one that required great self-devotion, the man might be employed advantageously. In 1791 he was commissioned to act in concert with the Marquis de Bouillé in furtherance of the King's intended escape. Projectors in great numbers endeavored to introduce themselves not only to the Queen, but to Madame Elisabeth, who had communications with many individuals who took upon themselves to lay down plans for the conduct of the court. The Baron de Gillien and Monsieur de Vanoise were of this description. They went to the Baroness de Macau's, where the princess spent almost all her evenings. The Queen did not like these meetings, from which Madame Elisabeth might adopt views in manifest opposition to the King's intentions or her own. The Queen gave frequent audiences to Monsieur de Lafayette. One day, when he was in her inner closet, his aides de camp, who waited for him, were walking up and down the great room where the persons in attendance remained. Some imprudent young women were thoughtless enough to say, with the intention of being overheard by those officers, that it was very alarming to see the Queen alone with a rebel and a brigand. I was hurt at such indiscretion, which always produced bad effects, and I imposed silence on them. One of them persisted in the appellation brigand. I told her that as to rebel, Monsieur de Lafayette well deserved the name; but that the title of leader of a party was given by history to every man commanding 40,000 men, a capital, and 40 leagues of country; that kings had frequently treated with such leaders, and if it was convenient to the Queen to do the same, it remained only for us to be silent and respect her actions. On the morrow, the Queen, with a serious air, but with the greatest kindness, asked what I had said respecting Monsieur de Lafayette on the preceding day; adding that she had been assured I had enjoined her women's silence, because they did not like him and that I had taken his part. I repeated what had passed to the Queen, word for word. She condescended to tell me that I had done perfectly right. Whenever jealousy conveyed any false reports to her respecting me, she was kind enough to inform me of them; and they had no effect on the confidence with which she continued to honor me, and which I am happy to think I have justified, even at the risk of my life. Mesdames the King's aunt set out from Bellevue in the beginning of the year 1791. Note by Mme. Campan. Alexandre Berthier, Prince de Neufchâtel, then a colonel on the staff of the army, and commandant of the National Guard of Versailles, favored the departure of Mesdames. The Jacobins of that town procured his dismissal, and he ran the greatest risk on account of having rendered this service to these princesses. I went to take leave of Madame Victoire. I little thought that I was then seeing that august and virtuous protectress of my earliest youth for the last time in my life. She received me alone in her closet, and assured me that she hoped and wished to return to France very soon; that the French would be much to be pitied if the excesses of the Revolution should arrive at such a pitch as to force her to prolong her absence. I knew from the Queen that the departure of Mesdames was deemed necessary, in order to leave the King free to act when he should be compelled to go away with his family. It being impossible that the constitution of the clergy should be otherwise than in direct opposition to the religious principles of Mesdames, they thought that their journey to Rome would be attributed to piety alone. It was, however, difficult to deceive an assembly which would, of course, weigh the slightest actions of the royal family, and from that moment they were more than ever alive to what was passing at the Tuileries. Mesdames were desirous of taking Madame Elisabeth to Rome. The free exercise of religion, the happiness of taking refuge with the head of the Church, and living in safety with her aunt, whom she tenderly loved, all was sacrificed by that virtuous princess to her attachment to the King's person. Note by the Editor. The Chronique de Paris, a newspaper written under the influence of the Constitutional party, contained the following article on the departure of Mesdames. Two princesses, sedentary from condition, age, and choice, find themselves all on a sudden seized with a mania for travelling, and running all over the world. 'Tis odd, but 'tis possible. They are going, it is said, to kiss the Pope's toe. Comical, but edifying. 32 sections and all good citizens interpose between them and Rome. That's of course. Mesdames, and particularly Madame Adélaïde, wish to enjoy the rights of man. 'Tis natural. They do not go, say they, with intentions hostile to the Revolution. Possible, but doubtful. These fair travellers take 80 persons in their suite. 'Tis pretty, but they carry off 12 millions. Very ugly. They want change of air. That's common enough. But their removal makes their creditors uneasy. That's common enough also. They burn to travel. A maid's desire is a consuming fire. Of course. Others burn to stop them. Of course, too. Mesdames insist that they are free to go wherever they please. 'Tis true. End note. The oath required of priests by the civil constitution of the clergy introduced a division into France, which added to the multiplied dangers by which the King was already surrounded. Mirabeau spent a whole night with the Curé de Saint Eustache, confessor of the King and Queen, to persuade him to take the oath required by that constitution. Their Majesties chose another confessor, who remained unknown. A few months afterwards, the too celebrated Mirabeau, the mercenary democrat and venal royalist, terminated his career. The Queen regretted him, and was herself astonished when she spoke of her regret; but she had hoped that he, who had possessed adroitness and weight enough to throw everything into confusion, would have been able by the same means to repair the mischief caused by his fatal genius. Much has been said respecting the cause of Mirabeau's death. M. Cabanis, his friend and physician, denied that he was poisoned. I heard what follows said to the Queen by M. Vicq d'Azir the very day on which the body was opened. That gentleman assured her that the procès verbal, drawn up on the state of the intestines, would apply just as well to a case of death produced by violent remedies as to one produced by poison. He said also that the professional people had been faithful in their report, but that it was more prudent to conclude it by a declaration of natural death, since in the critical state in which France then was, a person innocent of any such crime might be sacrificed to public vengeance. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. In the beginning of the spring of 1791, the king, tired of remaining at the Tuileries, wished to return to St. Cloud. His whole household was gone, and his dinner was prepared there. He got into his carriage at 1. The guard mutinied, shut the gates, and declared they would not let him pass. This event certainly proceeded from some appearances of a plan for an escape. 2 persons who drew near the king's carriage were very ill treated. My father-in-law was violently laid hold of by the guards, who took his sword from him. The king and his family were obliged to alight and return to their apartments. They did not much regret this outrage in their hearts. They saw in it a justification, even in the eyes of the people, of their intention to leave Paris. So early as the month of March in the same year, the Queen began to busy herself in preparing for her departure. I spent that month with her, and executed a great number of secret orders which she gave me respecting the intended event. It was with uneasiness that I saw her thus occupied with cares which seemed to me useless and even dangerous, and remarked to her that the Queen of France would find linen and gowns everywhere. My observations were made in vain. She determined to have a complete wardrobe with her at Brussels, as well as for her children as herself. I went out alone, and almost disguised, to purchase the articles necessary, and have them made up. I ordered 6 chemises at the shop of one seamstress, 6 at that of another, gowns, combing cloths, etc. My sister had a complete set of clothes made for Madame by the measure of her eldest daughter, and I ordered clothes for the Dauphin from those of my son. I filled a mail trunk with these things, and addressed them by the Queen's orders to one of her women, the widow of the Mayor of Arras, where she lived, by virtue of an unlimited leave of absence, in order that she might be ready to start for Brussels, or any other place, as soon as she should be directed to do so. This lady had landed property in Austrian Flanders, and could at any time quit Arras unobserved. The Queen was to take only her first woman in attendance with her from Paris. She apprised me that if I should not be on duty at the moment of departure, she would make arrangements for my joining her. She determined also to take with her traveling dressing case. She consulted me upon her idea of sending it off, under pretence of making a present of it to the Archduchess Christina, governess of the Low Countries. I ventured to oppose this plan strongly, and observed to her, that amidst so many people who watched her slightest actions, it might reasonably be foreseen that there would be found a sufficient number sharp-sighted enough to discover that the word present was used only as a pretence for sending away the property in question before her departure. She persisted in her intention, and all I could obtain was that the dressing case should not be removed from her apartment, and a consent that Monsieur de Chargé d'Affaires from the court of Vienna, during the absence of the Count de Mercy, should come and ask her at her toilette before all her people, to order one exactly like her own for the governess of the Low Countries. The Queen, therefore, commanded me before the Chargé d'Affaires to order the article in question. This way of putting her intention in execution occasioned only the slight inconvenience of an expense of 500 louis, and appeared calculated to lull suspicion completely. If I omit no circumstance concerning this dressing case, it is because these minute details are important, since the early preparations for the journey were discovered by a woman whose conduct I had long suspected, and who I dreaded would give information of them. This was a woman belonging to the wardrobe. Her duty continued uninterrupted throughout the year. As she had been placed with the Queen at the time of her marriage, Her Majesty was accustomed to see her, and was pleased with her address and intelligence. Her situation was above that to which a woman of her class was entitled. Her salary and emoluments had been gradually increased until they afforded her an income of about 12,000 francs. She was handsome. She received in her apartments above the Queen's, in the little rooms between the 2 floors, several deputies of the Tiers Etat, and she had Monsieur de Gouvillon, an aide de camp of Monsieur de Lafayette, for her lover. We shall soon see how far she carried her ingratitude. About the middle of May 1791, a month after the Queen had ordered me to bespeak the dressing case, she asked me whether it would soon be finished. I sent for the ivory turner, who had it in hand. He could not complete it until the end of 6 weeks. I informed the Queen of this, and she told me she should not be able to wait for it, as she was to set out in the course of June. She added that as she had ordered her sister's dressing case in the presence of all her attendants, she had taken a sufficient precaution, especially in saying that her sister was out of patience at not receiving it, and that, therefore, her own must be emptied and cleaned, and taken to the chargé d'affaires, who would send it off. I executed this order without appearing to conceal it by the slightest mystery. I desired the wardrobe woman to take out of the dressing case all that it contained, because that intended for the Archduchess could not be finished for some time, and to take great care to leave no remains of the perfumes which might not suit that princess. I will anticipate the order of events to show that all these precautions were no less useless than dangerous. After the return from Varennes, the mayor of Paris put into the Queen's hands an information by the wardrobe woman dated the 21st of May, in which she declared that preparations were making at the Tuileries for departure; that it was supposed she would not guess the true reason for the dressing case being sent from the Queen to Brussels, but that the mention of a present made by Her Majesty to her sister was but a mere pretence; that Her Majesty liked the article in question too well to deprive herself of it; and that she had often said it would be highly useful to her, in case she should have a journey to perform. She declared also that I was shut up a whole evening with the Queen, busied in packing her diamonds, and that she had found them separated with cotton upon the sofa in the Queen's closet at the Tuileries. From this information, the Queen concluded that this woman had, unknown to her, a double key to the closet. Her Majesty did one evening, it is true, break off the arranging of her diamonds at 7 o'clock, to go to the card table, and took the key of her closet, saying that she would come the next day and finish packing with me; that there was a sentinel under the window; that she had the key of her closet in her pocket, and therefore saw no danger of her jewels being stolen. It must then have been in the evening, after we left the closet, or very early the next morning, that the wretch discovered the secret preparations. The box of diamonds was placed in the hands of Léonard, the Queen's hairdresser, who went away with the Duc de Choiseul, and the deposit was left at Brussels. Note by the Editor: This unfortunate man, after having emigrated for some time, returned to France, and perished upon the scaffold. End note. Their Majesties had already delivered up the crown diamonds which they had in use to the Commissioners of the Assembly. Those which the Queen sent out of France belonged to her in her own right. It was during these preparations for departure that the Queen told me she had a very precious charge to entrust to me, and that I must find out some persons who could be relied upon in an independent situation of life, and entirely devoted to their sovereigns, to whom I should confide a portfolio that she would place in my hands. I pitched upon Madame Balayer-Coster, a member of the Academy of Painting, who lodged in the galleries of the Louvre, and in whom, as well as in her husband, I knew that all the qualifications required by the Queen were to be found. They proved as faithful as I had foretold they would be. It was not until September, 1791, after the acceptance of the Constitution, that they returned the portfolio to me. The guilty woman, of whom I have had but too much to say, made her communications respecting this fact also. She said she had seen a portfolio upon a chair where there was not usually one placed; that the Queen, pointing to it, spoke to me in a whisper, and that it had disappeared from that time. Monsieur Bailly, who sent 2 whole pages of these denunciations to the Queen, made no use of them which could possibly be injurious to Her Majesty. Madame the Duchess d'Angoulême must have come into possession of all the Queen's diamonds. Her Majesty retained nothing but a suite of pearls and a pair of earrings composed of a ring and 2 drops each formed of a single diamond. These earrings and several fancy trinkets, which were not worth the trouble of packing up, remained in Her Majesty's commode at the Tuileries, and were, of course, seized by the committee which took possession of the palace on the 10th of August. After having made the preparations of which I have spoken, I had yet many private commissions, all relative to the departure, to fulfill. I was myself upon the eve of quitting Paris with my father-in-law. The Queen, apprehensive of the excesses in which the people might indulge at the moment of her flight, against those whose attachment to her person was known, being unwilling that he should remain in the capital, desired Monsieur Vic d'Azir to prescribe the waters of Mont d'Or for him. Her Majesty had also the goodness to regret that my situation about her did not admit of my going away with her, and she offered me 500 louis for the journey I had to take until the time when I should rejoin her. I had as much money as was necessary for myself, and I knew besides of how much consequence it was to her to keep as much as possible. I therefore did not accept them. As for the rest, she assured me that the King was only going to the frontiers, there to treat with the Assembly, and would quit France only in case his plan and proposals did not produce the effect hoped for. She relied upon a numerous party in the Assembly, many of the members of which, she said, were cured of their first enthusiasm. I set off, therefore, on the 1st of June, and on the 6th reached Mont d'Or, daily expecting to hear of the departure. At length the news arrived. I had already prepared what I thought would make my escape certain; but the steps taken by the Assembly after the departure of their Majesties would have rendered that escape more difficult than the Queen had thought. I was ready to begin my journey when I heard a courier, who came from the little town of Besse, shouting to the inhabitants of Mont d'Or, with transports of joy, that the King and Queen were stopped. That same evening the intelligence was confirmed, and 2 days afterwards we received a letter from the Queen, written under her dictation by one of her gentlemen ushers, whose devotion and discretion were known to her. Note by Mme. Campan. This officer was massacred in the Queen's chamber on the 10th of August, 1792. End note. It contained these words: I dictate from my bath, into which I have just thrown myself to support at least my physical strength. I can say nothing of the state of my mind. We exist, that is all. Do not return here, excepting upon the receipt of a letter from myself. This is very important. This letter, unsigned, bore date the day of the Queen's arrival at Paris. We recognized the hand of him who wrote it, and were much affected at seeing that at such a moment the unfortunate princess had deigned to think of us. After the receipt of this letter, I returned to Clermont, where the Assembly's Committee de Surveillance would have had us arrested; but as it was proved that M. Campan was really ill at the moment of his departure from Paris, that rigorous course was waived. In the early part of August the Queen desired me to return to Paris, writing word that she did not see there was now any further danger in my going there, and that my speedy return would be agreeable to her. I therefore cannot give any other particulars of their Majesties' flight than those which I have heard related by the Queen and those persons who witnessed her return home. When the royal family was brought back from Varennes to the Tuileries, the Queen's attendants found the greatest difficulty in making their way to her apartments. Everything had been arranged so that the wardrobe woman who had acted as spy should alone have the duty, and she was to be assisted in it by her sister and her sister's daughter. M. de Gouvion, M. de Lafayette's aide de camp, had this woman's portrait placed at the foot of the staircase which led to the Queen's apartments, in order that the sentinel should not permit any other women to make their way in. As soon as the Queen was informed of this pitiful precaution, she informed the King of it, who, not being able to credit it, sent to the bottom of the staircase to ascertain the fact. His Majesty then called for M. de Lafayette, claimed freedom in his household, and particularly in that of the Queen, and ordered him to send a woman in whom no one but himself could confide, out of the palace. M. de Lafayette was obliged to comply. Note by Mme. Campan. The orders by which all the women attached to the Queen's service were kept out, were broken by the people, in a manner which is an instance of those sudden changes which striking circumstances never fail to effect in mobs. On the day when the return of the unfortunate travelers was expected, there were no carriages in motion in the streets of Paris. 5 or 6 of the Queen's women, after being refused admittance at all the other gates, went with one of my sisters who had the honor to be attached to Her Majesty, to that of the Feuillants, earnestly insisting that the sentinel should admit them. The Poissards attacked them for their boldness in resisting the orders. One of them seized my sister by the arm, calling her a slave of the Austrian. "Hear me," said my sister to her, firmly, and in the true accent of the feeling which inspired her. "I have been attached to the Queen ever since I was 15 years of age. She portioned me and married me. I served her when she was powerful and happy. She is now unfortunate. Ought I to abandon her?" "She is right," cried these furies. "She ought not to abandon her mistress. Let us make a passage for them." They instantly surrounded the sentinel, forced the passage, and introduced the Queen's women, accompanying them to the terrace of the Feuillants. One of these furies whom the slightest impulse would have driven to tear my sister to pieces, then taking her under her protection gave her some advice by which she might reach the palace in safety. "But of all things, my dear friend," said she to her, "pull off that green ribbon sash. It is the sash of that D'Artois, whom we will never forgive." The measures adopted for guarding the King were at the same time rigorous with respect to the entrance into the palace, and insulting as to his household. The commandants of battalion, stationed in the saloon called the Grand Cabinet, and which preceded the Queen's bedchamber, were ordered to keep the door of it always open, in order that they might have their eyes upon the royal family. The King shut this door one day. The officer of the guard opened it, and told him such were his orders, and that he would always open it; so that his Majesty in shutting it gave himself useless trouble. It remained open even during the night when the Queen was in bed; and the officer placed himself in an armchair between the two doors, with his head turned towards Her Majesty. They only obtained permission to have the inner door shut when the Queen was rising and dressing. The Queen had the bed of her first femme de chambre placed very near her own. This bed, which ran on casters, and was furnished with curtains, hid her from the officer's sight. Madame de Jargeil, my companion, who continued her functions during the whole period of my absence, told me that one night the commandant of battalion, who slept between the two doors, seeing that she was sleeping soundly, and that the Queen was awake, quitted his post, and went close to Her Majesty to advise her as to the line of conduct she was to pursue. Although she had the kindness to desire him to speak lower, in order that he might not disturb Madame de Jargeil's rest, the latter awoke, and was near dying with the shock of seeing a man in the uniform of the Parisian Guards so near the Queen's bed. Her Majesty comforted her, and told her not to rise; that the person she saw was a good Frenchman, who was deceived respecting the intentions and situation of his sovereign and herself, but whose conversation showed a sincere attachment to the King. There was a sentinel in the black corridor which runs behind the apartments in question, where there is a staircase, which was at that time a private one, and enabled the King and Queen to communicate freely. This post, which was very disagreeable, because it was to be kept 24 hours, was often claimed by Saint Prix, an actor belonging to the French theatre. He devoted himself to it, if I may use the expression, in order to facilitate short interviews between the King and Queen in this corridor. He used to leave them at a distance, and give them notice if he heard the slightest noise. Monsieur Collot, commandant of battalion of the National Guard, who was charged with the military duty of the Queen's household, in like manner softened down, as far as he could with prudence, all the harsh orders he received. For instance, one to follow the Queen to the very door of her wardrobe was never executed. An officer of the Parisian Guard dared to speak insolently to the Queen in her own apartment. Monsieur Collot wished to make a complaint to Monsieur de Lafayette against him, and have him broken. The Queen opposed it, and condescended to say a few words of explanation and kindness to the man. He instantly became one of her most devoted partisans. The first time I saw Her Majesty after the unfortunate catastrophe of the Varennes journey, I found her getting out of bed. Her features were not very much altered; but after the first kind words she uttered to me, she took off her cap, and desired me to observe the effect which grief had produced upon her hair. It became, in one single night, as white as that of a woman of 70. I will not here describe the feelings which lacerated my heart. To speak of my own troubles would be very injudicious, when I am retracing those of so exalted an unfortunate. Her Majesty showed me a ring she had just had mounted for the Princesse de Lamballe. It contained a lock of her whitened hair, with the inscription, "Bleached by sorrow." At the period of the acceptance of the Constitution, the Princess wished to return to France. The Queen, who had no expectation that tranquillity would be restored, opposed this; but the attachment which Madame de Lamballe had vowed impelled her to come and tempt her own destruction. When I returned to Paris, most of the harsh precautions were abandoned. The doors were kept open. Greater respect was paid to the sovereign. It was known that the Constitution, soon to be completed, would be accepted, and a better order of things was hoped for. On the day of my arrival the Queen took me into her closet, to tell me that she should have great need of me in a communication she had established with Bernabe, Duport, and Alexandre Lameth. She informed me that Monsieur de G , was her negotiator with these remnants of the Constitutional party who had good intentions but unfortunately too late, and told me that Barnave was a man worthy of esteem. I was astonished to hear Barnave's name pronounced with so much good will. When I quitted Paris, a great number of persons spoke of him only with horror. I observed this to her, and she was not surprised at it, but told me he was much altered. That the young man, who was full of talent and noble feeling, belonged to that class which is distinguished by education, and merely misled by the ambition to which real merit gives birth. "A feeling of pride which I cannot much blame in a young man belonging to the tiers état," said the Queen, speaking of Barnave, "made him support everything which smoothed the road to rank and fame for that class in which he was born. And if we get the power into our own hands again, Barnave's pardon is beforehand written in our hearts." The Queen added that she had not the same feeling towards those nobles who had thrown themselves into the Revolutionary party, they who obtained all the marks of favor, and that very often to the injury of those of an inferior order among whom the greatest talent was to be found; in short, that the nobles, who were born to the safeguard of the monarchy, were too guilty in having betrayed its cause, ever to deserve their pardon. The Queen astonished me more and more by the warmth with which she justified the favorable opinion she had formed of Barnave. She then told me that his conduct upon the road was perfectly correct, while Pétion's republican rudeness was disgusting; that the latter ate and drank in the King's berlin in a slovenly manner, throwing the bones of the fowls out through the window at the risk of sending them even into the King's face; lifting up his glass, when Madame Elisabeth poured him out wine, to show her that there was enough without saying a word; that this offensive behavior must have been by design, because the man was not without education, and that Barnave was hurt at it. On being pressed by the Queen to take something, "Madame," replied Barnave, "on so solemn an occasion the deputies of the National Assembly ought to engage your Majesty's attention solely by their mission, and by no means about their wants." In short, his respectful delicacy, his considerate attentions, and all that he uttered gained the esteem not only of the Queen, but of Madame Elisabeth also. The King began to talk to Pétion about the situation of France, and the motives of his conduct, which were founded upon the necessity of giving to the executive power a strength necessary for its action, for the good even of the constitutional act, since France could not be a republic. "Not yet, 'tis true," replied Pétion, "because the French are not ripe enough for that." This audacious and cruel answer silenced the King, who said no more until his arrival at Paris. Pétion held the little Dauphin on his knees and amused himself with curling the beautiful light hair of the interesting child round his fingers; and as he spoke with much gesticulation, he pulled his locks hard enough to make the Dauphin cry out. "Give me my son," said the Queen to him. "He is accustomed to tenderness and delicacy, which render him little fit for such familiarity." The Chevalier de Dampierre was killed near the King's carriage upon leaving Varennes. A poor village curé, some leagues from the place where the crime was committed, was imprudent enough to draw near to speak to the King. The cannibals who surrounded the carriage rushed upon him. "Tigers!" exclaimed Barnave. "Have you ceased to be Frenchmen? Nation of brave men, are you become a set of assassins?" These words alone saved the curé, who was already upon the ground, from certain death. Barnave, as he spoke to them, threw himself almost out of the coach window; and Madame Elisabeth, affected by this noble burst of feeling, held him by the skirt of his coat. The Queen, while speaking of this event, said, that in the most important and momentous events, whimsical contrasts always struck her, and that on this occasion, the pious Elizabeth holding Barnave by the flap of his coat was a surprising sight. The deputy was astonished in another way. Madame Elisabeth's comments upon the state of France, her mild and persuasive eloquence, and the noble simplicity with which she talked to him, at the same time without sacrificing her dignity in the slightest degree, everything about that divine princess appeared to him celestial; and his heart, which was doubtless inclined to noble feelings, if he had not followed the wrong path, was overcome by the most affecting admiration. The conduct of the two deputies convinced the Queen of the total separation between the Republican and Constitutional parties. At the inns where she alighted, she had some private conversation with Barnave. The latter said a great deal about the errors committed by the Royalists during the Revolution, and declared he had found the interests of the court so feeble, and so badly defended, that he had been frequently tempted to go and offer it, in himself a courageous wrestler, who knew the spirit of the age and nation. The Queen asked him what were the weapons he would have recommended her to use. "Popularity, madam." "And how could I use that," replied Her Majesty, "of which I had been deprived?" "Ah, madame, it was much more easy for you to regain it than for me to acquire it." This assertion would furnish matter for comment. I confine myself to the relation of this curious conversation. The Queen mainly attributed the arrest at Varennes to M. Gauguelat. She said he calculated the time that would be spent in the journey erroneously. He performed that from Montmedy to Paris before taking the King's last orders, alone in a post chaise, and he founded all his calculations upon the time he spent in making that transit. The trial has been made since, and it was found that a light carriage without any courier was nearly 3 hours less in running the distance than a heavy carriage preceded by a courier. The Queen also blamed him for having quitted the high road at Pont de Sommevel, where the carriage was to meet the 40 hussars commanded by him. She thought that he ought to have dispersed the very small number of people at Varennes, and not to have asked the hussars whether they were for King or the nation; that particularly he ought to have avoided taking the King's orders, as he was aware of the reply M. de Denisdale had received, when it was proposed to carry off the King; and that the King having said to Gauguelat, "If force should be employed, will it be hot work?" he answered, "Very hot, sire," which was sufficient to drive the King to give 20 counter orders. Is it possible to conceive how such neglect could occur as that of sending a courier to M. de Bouillé, who would have had time to reach Varennes with an imposing force? Or how nobody even thought of stopping the courier who should follow the King? Their Majesties alighted at the house of a grocer called M. Sauce, the mayor of Varennes. The King talked to him a long time respecting his reasons for quitting Paris, and wanted to prove to him the expediency of the measure, which, far from being hostile, was suggested by his love for his subjects. This mayor could have saved the King. The Queen sat down in the shop between 2 piles of candles, and conversed with Madame Sauce, who seemed to be a woman of weight in her own household, and whom M. Sauce eyed from time to time as if to consult her; but the only reply the Queen got was, "What would you have, madame? Your situation is very unfortunate. But you see that would expose M. Sauce. They would cut his head off. A wife ought to think of her husband." "Well," replied the Queen, "mine is your King. He has long made you happy, and wishes to do so still." Madame Sauce went on again about the dangers of her husband. The aide de camp came up, and the return to Paris was decided. The Dauphin's first femme de chambre, calculating that delay might give M. de Bouillé time to bring up assistance, threw herself on a bed, and began to cry out that she was dying of a dreadful colic. The Queen went up to her, and the lady squeezed her hand to give her to understand what she was aiming at. Her Majesty said she could not leave a woman who had sacrificed herself to attend her in a dangerous journey, in such a condition, and that she owed her every attention. But this innocent stratagem was probably seen through, and not the slightest delay was granted. Note by Mme. Campan. The Queen informed me, while summing up all the events of that ill-omened journey, that at 2 leagues from Varennes a stranger passed close to the King's carriage, full gallop, uttering aloud some words, which the noise of the wheels upon the pavement prevented their hearing; but that subsequently to their arrest, the King and herself, recalling the sound of the stranger's words, were almost certain that he had said to them, "You are known," or "You are discovered." After all that the Queen had said to me respecting the mistakes made by M. Gauguelat, I thought him, of course, disgraced. What was my surprise when, having been set at liberty after the amnesty which followed the acceptance of the Constitution, he presented himself to the Queen, and was received with marks of the greatest kindness. She said he had done his best, and that the sincerity of his zeal ought to form an excuse for all the rest. Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 8, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Part 1. On my arrival at Paris on the 25th of August, I found the state of feeling there much more temperate than I had dared to hope. The conversation generally ran upon the acceptance of the Constitution, and the fête which would be given in consequence. The Queen began to hope affairs would take a better turn. The conversation between the Jacobins and the Constitutionals on the 27th of July nevertheless threw her into great terror for some moments; and the firing of the cannon from the Champ de Mars upon a party which called for the trial of the King, and the leaders of which were in the bosom of the Assembly, left impressions of the most gloomy description upon the Queen's mind. The Constitutionals, with whom her connection was not slackened by the intervention of the 3 members already mentioned, had faithfully served the royal family during their detention. "We still hold the wire by which this popular mass is moved," said Barnave to M. de S. one day, at the same time showing him a large volume, in which the names of all those who were made to act at will by the power of gold alone were registered. It was at that time proposed to hire a considerable number of persons, in order to secure loud acclamations when the King and his family should make their appearance at play, upon the acceptance of the Constitution. That day which afforded a glimmering hope of tranquillity was the 14th of September. The fêtes were brilliant; but already new alarms but too imperiously forbade the royal family to give way to any consolatory feeling. The Legislative Assembly, which had just succeeded the Constituent Assembly, founded their conduct upon the wildest republican principles. Created from the midst of popular societies, it was wholly inspired by the spirit which animated them. The Constitution, as I have said, was presented to the King on the 30th of September. I return to this presentation because it gave rise to a highly important subject of discussion. All the ministers, with the exception of M. de Montmorin, insisted upon the necessity of accepting the constitutional act in all its parts. The Prince de Kaunitz was likewise of the same opinion. Malouet wished the King to express himself candidly respecting any errors or dangers that he might observe in the Constitution. But Duport and Barnave, alarmed at the spirit prevailing in the Société des Jacobins, and even in the Assembly, where Robespierre had already denounced them as traitors to the country, and dreading the occurrence of still greater evils, added their opinions to those of the majority of the ministers and M. de Kaunitz. Those who really desired that the Constitution should be maintained, advised that it should not be accepted thus purely and simply; and of this number, as I have already said, were M. Montmorin and M. Malouet. The King seemed inclined to this advice, and this is one of the strongest proofs of the unfortunate monarch's sincerity. Note by the Editors. In order to confirm the opinion Mme. Campan expressed above respecting the intentions of Louis XVI, we think we ought to present the account given by Bertrand de Molleville of his first interview with that prince. Quote, "As it was the first time I ever had the honor of being so close to him, and tête-à-tête with him, the most stupid diffidence so completely came over me, that if it had been my duty to speak first, it would have been impossible for me to have framed a single phrase. But I took courage when I saw the King still more embarrassed than myself, and with difficulty, stammering out a few unconnected words, he, in his turn, became composed on seeing me at ease, and our conversation soon became highly interesting. After a few general observations upon the perplexities of the existing state of things, the King said to me, 'Well, have you any objection remaining?' 'No, sire. A desire to obey and gratify your Majesty is the only feeling I am sensible of. But in order that I may really be able to serve you, it is necessary that your Majesty should have the goodness to inform me what is your intention with regard to the Constitution, and what is the line of conduct you would wish your ministers to adopt?' 'That is true,' replied the King. 'This is my opinion. I do not consider the Constitution by any means a masterpiece. I think there are very great errors in it; and if I had been at liberty to observe upon it, advantageous alterations would have been made in it. But the time is now gone by. Such as it is, I have sworn to maintain it. I ought to be and I will be strictly true to my oath, and the rather, as I think the utmost exactness in executing the mandates of the Constitution is the most certain way to draw the attention of the nation to the alterations that ought to be made in it. I neither can nor ought to have any other object than this. I certainly will not abandon my intention, and I wish my ministers to forward it." "Your scheme appears infinitely judicious, sire. I feel myself in a condition to accomplish it, and I engage to do so. I have not sufficiently studied the Constitution as a whole and in all its parts to form a decided opinion, and I will refrain from forming one until the operation of the Constitution shall have enabled the nation to estimate it by its effects. But may I venture to ask your Majesty whether the Queen's opinion upon this point is in accordance with your own?" "Yes, certainly it is. She will tell you herself." I immediately went to the Queen, who, after assuring me, with the greatest kindness, how truly she felt the obligation under which the King lay to me, for having accepted the administration in so perplexing a juncture, added: "The King has informed you of his views with regard to the Constitution. Do you not think the only way is to be faithful to the oath?" "Yes, certainly, madam." "Well, then, be assured that we shall not be induced to swerve. Courage, Monsieur Bertrand. I hope that with patience, firmness, and consistency, all is not yet lost." Private Memoirs of the Latter End of the Reign of Louis XVI, by Monsieur Bertrand de Molleville, Minister and Secretary of State under that reign. Volume I. Alexandre de Lameth, Duport, and Barnave, still relying on the resources of their party, hoped to have credit for controlling the King through the influence they believed they had acquired over the mind of the Queen. They also consulted people of acknowledged talent, but belonging to no council nor to any assembly. Among these was M. Dubuc, formerly Intendant of the Marine and the Colonies. He answered in one line: "Prevent disorder from organizing itself." Opinions such as those of the sententious and laconic M. Dubuc emanated from the aristocratic party, who preferred anything, even the Jacobins, to the establishment of the constitutional laws; and who, in fact, believed that any acceptance which should have any other appearance than that of compulsion would amount to a real sanction sufficient to uphold the new government. The most unbridled disorders seemed preferable because they buoyed up the hope of a total change; and 20 times over upon occasions when persons but little acquainted with the secret policy of the court expressed the apprehensions they entertained of the popular societies, the initiated answered that a sincere royalist ought to favor the Jacobins. My avowal of the terror with which they inspired me often brought this answer upon me, and must even have often procured me the epithet of constitutional, while all the time, through principle and from the want of that sort of information which I think ought never to be found among persons of my sex, I was intent only upon diligently serving the unfortunate princess with whom my destiny was united. The letter written by the King to the Assembly, claiming to accept the Constitution in the very place where it had been created, and where he announced he would be on the 14th at midday, was received with transport, and the reading of it was repeatedly interrupted by very general plaudits. The sitting was terminated by the highest flight of enthusiasm, and M. de Lafayette obtained the release of all those who were detained on account of the King's departure, the immediate quashing of all proceedings relative to the events of the Revolution, and the discontinuance of the use of passports and of all temporary restraints upon free travelling, as well in the interior as without. The whole was conceded by acclamation. 60 members were deputed to go to the King and express to him fully the satisfaction his Majesty's letter had given. The Keeper of the Seals quitted the chamber in the midst of applause to precede the deputation to the King. The King answered the speech addressed to him, and concluded by saying to the Assembly that a decree of that morning which had abolished the Order of the Holy Ghost had left him and his son alone permission to be decorated with it; but that an order having no value in his eyes but for the power of conferring it, he would not use it. The Queen, her son, and Madame were at the door of the chamber into which the deputation was admitted. The King said to the deputies: "You see there my wife and children, who participate in my sentiments." And the Queen herself confirmed the King's assurance. These apparent marks of confidence were very inconsistent with the agitated state of her mind. "These people will have no sovereigns," said she. "We shall fall before their treacherous though well planned tactics. They are demolishing the monarchy stone by stone." On the day after that of the deputation, the particulars of their reception by the King were reported to the Assembly, and they excited warm approbation. But the President having put the question whether the Assembly ought not to remain seated while the King took the oath, "Certainly," was repeated by many voices, and the King standing uncovered. M. Malouet observed that there was no occasion on which the nation assembled in the presence of the King did not acknowledge him as its head; that the omission to treat the head of the State with the respect due to him would be an offence to the nation as well as to the monarch. He moved that the King should take the oath standing, and that the Assembly should be in the same posture while he was doing so. M. Malouet's observations would have carried the decree, but a deputy from Brittany exclaimed, with a shrill voice, that he had an amendment to propose which would render all unanimous. "Let us decree," said he, "that M. Malouet, and whoever else shall so please, may have leave to receive the King upon their knees; but let us stick to the decree." The King repaired to the Chamber at midday. His speech was followed by plaudits which lasted several minutes. After the signing of the Constitutional Act all sat down. The President rose to deliver his speech; but after he had begun, perceiving that the King did not rise to hear him, he sat down again. His speech made a powerful impression. The sentence with which it concluded excited fresh acclamations, cries of "Bravo!" and "Vive le Roi!" "Sire," said he, "how important in our eyes and how dear to our hearts, how sublime a feature in our history must be the epoch of that regeneration which gives citizens to France and a country to Frenchmen; to you, as a king, a new title of greatness and glory, and, as a man, a fresh source of enjoyment and of new feelings." At length I hoped to see a return of that tranquillity which had so long been chased from the countenances of my august master and mistress. Their suite left them in the saloon. The Queen hastily saluted the ladies, and returned much affected. The King followed her, and throwing himself into an armchair, put his handkerchief to his eyes. "Ah, madame," cried he, his voice choked by his tears, "why were you present at this sitting? Why did you witness it?" I heard these words and no more. Pierced at their affliction, and feeling the propriety of respecting the display of it, I withdrew, struck with the contrast between the shouts of joy without the palace, and the profound grief which oppressed the sovereigns within. Half an hour afterwards the Queen sent for me. She desired to see M. Goguelat, to announce to him her departure on that very night for Vienna. The new attacks upon the dignity of the throne which had been exhibited during the sitting, the spirit of an assembly worse than the former, the monarch put upon a level with the President without any deference to the throne, all this proclaimed but too loudly that the sovereignty itself was aimed at. The Queen no longer saw any ground for hope from the interior of the country. The King wrote to the Emperor. She told me that she would herself at midnight bring the letter which M. Goguelat was to bear to the Emperor to my room. During all the remainder of the day the castle and the Tuileries were prodigiously crowded. The illuminations were magnificent. The King and Queen were requested to take an airing in their carriage in the Champs Elysées, escorted by the aides de camp and leaders of the Parisian army, the Constitutional Guard not being at that time organized. Many shouts of "Vive le Roi!" were heard; but as often as they terminated, one of the mob, who never quitted the door of the King's carriage for a single instant, exclaimed with a stentorian voice, "No, don't believe them! Vive la nation!" This ill-omened cry struck terror into the Queen. She thought it not right, however, to make any complaint upon the subject, and pretended not to hear the isolated croak of this fanatic or base hireling, as if it had been drowned in the public acclamations. A few days afterwards, M. de Montmorin sent me a few lines to say he wanted to speak to me; that he would have come to me if he had not apprehended that his doing so would attract observation, and that he thought it would appear less particular if he should see me in the Queen's great closet at a time which he specified and when nobody would be there. I went. After having made some polite observations upon the services I had already performed and those I might yet perform for my master and mistress, under existing circumstances, he spoke to me of the King's imminent danger; of the plots which were hatching, and of the lamentable composition of the Legislative Assembly; but he particularly dwelt upon the necessity of appearing, by prudence and circumspection in conversation, as firmly attached as possible to the act the King had just recognized. I told him that could not be done without committing ourselves in the eyes of the Royalist party, which considered moderation a crime; that it was painful to hear ourselves taxed with being Constitutionals, at the same time that it was our opinion that the only Constitution which was consistent with the King's honor, and the happiness and tranquillity of his people, was the entire power of the sovereign; that this was my creed, and it would hurt me to give any room for suspicion that I was wavering in it. "Could you ever believe," said he, "that I should desire any other order of things? Have you any doubt of my attachment to the King's person, and the maintenance of his rights?" "I know it, Count," replied I; "but you are not ignorant that you lie under the imputation of having adopted revolutionary ideas." "Well, madam, have resolution enough to dissemble and to conceal your real sentiments. Dissimulation was never more necessary. The most strenuous endeavors are making to paralyze the evil intentions of the factious to the utmost possible extent; but we must not be counteracted here by certain dangerous expressions which are circulated in Paris as dropping from the King and Queen." I told him that I had been already struck with an apprehension of the evil which might be done by the intemperate observations of persons who had no power to act; and that having repeatedly enjoined silence to those in the Queen's service, in a very decided manner, I had felt ill consequences from so doing. "I know that," said the Count; "the Queen informed me of it, and that it was which determined me to come and request you to cherish, as much as you can, that spirit of discretion which is so necessary." While the household of the King and Queen were a prey to all these fears, the festivities in celebration of the acceptation of the Constitution proceeded. Their Majesties went to the opera. The audience consisted entirely of persons who sided with the King, and on that day the happiness of seeing him for a short time surrounded by faithful subjects might be enjoyed; then were the acclamations sincere. La Coquette Corrigée was selected for representation at the Théâtre Français solely because it was the piece in which Mademoiselle Contat shone most; yet the notions propagated by the Queen's enemies clashing in my mind with the name of the play, I thought the choice very ill judged. I was at a loss, however, to tell Her Majesty so. But sincere attachment gives courage. I explained myself. She was obliged to me, and desired another play might be performed. They accordingly acted La Gouvernante. The Queen, Madame the King's daughter, and Madame Elisabeth were all well received on this occasion. It is true that the opinions and feelings of the whole of the spectators in the boxes could not be otherwise than favorable. Great pains had been taken previously to these two performances to fill the pit with proper persons. But on the other hand the Jacobins took the same precautions on their side at the Théâtre Italien, and the tumult was excessive there. The play was Grétry's Les Événements Imprévus. Unfortunately Madame Dugazon thought proper to bow to the Queen as she sang the words, "Ah, how I love my mistress," in a duet. Above 20 voices immediately exclaimed from the pit, "No mistress, no master, liberty!" A few replied from the boxes and slips, "Vive le roi, vive la reine, long live the King and Queen!" Those in the pit answered, "No master, no queen!" The quarrel increased. The pit formed into parties; they began fighting, and the Jacobins were beaten. Tufts of their black hair flew about the theatre. At this time none but the Jacobins had discontinued the use of hair powder. A strong guard arrived. The Faubourg of St. Antoine, hearing of what was going forward at the Théâtre Italien, flocked together, and began to talk of marching towards the scene of action. The Queen preserved the coolest and calmest demeanor. The commandants of the guard surrounded and encouraged her. They conducted themselves promptly and discreetly; no accident happened. The Queen was highly applauded as she quitted the theatre. It was the last time she was ever in a playhouse. While couriers were bearing confidential letters from the King to the princes, his brothers, and to the foreign sovereigns, the Assembly invited him to write the princes in order to induce them to return to France. The King desired the Abbé de Montesquieu to write the letter he was to send. This letter, which was admirably composed in a simple and affecting style suited to the character of Louis XVI, and filled with very powerful arguments in favor of the advantages to be derived from rallying round the principles of the Constitution, was confided to me by the King, who desired me to make him a copy of it. At this period, Monsieur Mar , one of the intendants of Monsieur's household, obtained a passport from the Assembly to join that prince on account of some indispensable business relative to his domestic concerns. The Queen selected him to be the bearer of this letter. She determined to give it to him herself, and to inform him of the origin of it. I was astonished at her choice of this courier. The Queen assured me he was exactly the man for her purpose; that she relied even upon his indiscretion, and it was merely necessary that the letter from the King to his brother should be known to exist. The princes were doubtless pre-informed on the subject by the private correspondence. Monsieur, nevertheless, manifested some degree of surprise, and the messenger returned more grieved than pleased at this mark of confidence, which had nearly cost him his life during the Reign of Terror. Among the causes of uneasiness to the Queen, there was one which was but too well founded. It was the thoughtlessness of the French whom she sent to foreign courts. She used to say that, in order to plume themselves upon the confidence with which they were honored, they had no sooner passed the frontiers than they disclosed the most secret matters relative to the King's private sentiments, and that the leaders of the Revolution were informed of them through their agents, many of whom were Frenchmen who passed themselves off as emigrants in the cause of their King. After the acceptance of the Constitution, the formation of the King's household, as well military as civil, formed a subject of attention. The Duc de Brissac had the command of the Constitutional Guard, which was composed of officers and men selected from the regiments, and of several officers drawn from the National Guard of Paris. The King was satisfied with the feelings and conduct of this band, which, as is well known, existed but a very short time. The new Constitution abolished what were called honors, and the prerogatives belonging to them. The Duchess de Duras resigned her place of Lady of the Bedchamber, not choosing to lose her right to the tabouret at court. This step hurt the Queen, who saw herself forsaken for obsolete privileges, at a time when her rights were so warmly attacked. Many ladies of rank left the court for the same reason. However, the King and Queen did not dare to form the civil part of their household, lest by the offices of new denominations they should confirm the dissolution of the old ones; and also lest they should admit into the highest offices persons not calculated to fill them. Some time was spent in discussing the question whether the household should be formed without equerries and without ladies of honor. The Queen's constitutional advisers were of opinion that the Assembly, having decreed a civil list adequate to uphold the splendor of the throne, would be dissatisfied at seeing the King adopting only a military household, and not forming his civil household upon the new constitutional plan. "How is it, Madame," wrote Barnave to the Queen, "that you will persist in giving these people even the smallest doubt as to your sentiments? When they decree you a civil and a military household, you, like young Achilles among the daughters of Lycomedes, eagerly seize the sword and scorn the mere ornaments." The Queen persisted in her determination to have no civil household. "If," said she, "this constitutional household be formed, not a single person of rank will remain with us, and upon a change of affairs we should be obliged to discharge the persons received in their place. Perhaps," added she, "perhaps I might find, one day, that I had saved the nobility if I now had resolution enough to afflict them for a time. I have it not. When any measure which injures them is wrested from us, I am mortified. Nobody comes to my card party. The King goes solitarily to bed. No allowance is made for political necessity. We are punished for our very misfortunes." The Queen wrote almost all day, and spent a part of the night in reading. Her courage supported her physical strength. Her temper was not at all soured by misfortune, and she was never seen in an ill humor for a moment. She was, however, the same person who was held up to the people as a woman who was absolutely furious and mad whenever the rights of the Crown were in any way attacked. I was with her one day at one of her windows. We saw a man plainly dressed, like an ecclesiastic, surrounded by an immense crowd. The Queen imagined it was some Abbé whom they were about to throw into the basin of the Tuileries. She hastily opened her window, and sent a valet de chambre to know what was going forward in the garden. It was a big Grégoire whom the men and women of the tribunes were bringing back in triumph, on account of a motion he had just made in the National Assembly against the royal authority. On the following day the Democratic journalists described the Queen as witnessing this triumph, and showing, by expressive gestures at her window, how highly she was exasperated by the honors conferred upon the patriot. The correspondence between the Queen and the foreign powers was carried on in cipher. That to which she gave the preference can never be detected, but the greatest patience is requisite for its use. Each correspondent must have a copy of the same edition of some work. She selected Paul and Virginia. The page and line in which the letters required, and occasionally a monosyllable, are to be found, are pointed out in ciphers agreed upon. I assisted her in the operation of finding the letters, and very frequently I made an exact copy for her of all that she had ciphered without knowing a single word of its meaning. There were always several secret committees in Paris, occupied on the part of the King in collecting information respecting the measures of the factions, and in influencing some of the committees of the Assembly. M. Bertrand de Molleville was in close correspondence with the Queen. The King employed M. Talon and others. Much money was dissipated through the latter channel on account of the expenses necessary for the secret measures. The Queen had no confidence in them. M. de la Porte, Minister of the Civil List and of the Household, also attempted to give a bias to public opinion by means of hireling publications; but these papers influenced none but the Royalist party, which needed no bias. M. de la Porte had a private police which gave him some useful information. Chapter 8, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 8, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8, Part 2. I determined to sacrifice myself to my duty, but by no means to any intrigue, and I thought that, circumstanced as I was, I ought to confine myself to obedience to the Queen's orders. I frequently set off couriers to foreign countries, and they were never discovered, so many precautions did I take. I am indebted for the preservation of my own existence to the care I took never to admit any deputy whatever to my abode, and to refuse all interviews which even people of the highest importance often requested of me. This line of conduct appeared to me the only one suitable to my sex and my situation at court; but it left me exposed to every species of ill will, and on one and the same day I saw myself denounced by Prudhomme, in his Gazette Révolutionnaire, as capable of making an aristocrat of the mother of Gracchi, if a person so dangerous as myself could have got into her household; and by Gautier's Gazette Royaliste, as a monarchist, a constitutional, more dangerous to the Queen's interests than a Jacobin. At this period an event with which I had nothing to do placed me in a still more critical situation. My brother, M. Genet, began his diplomatic career successfully. At 18 he was attached to the embassy to Vienna. At 20 he was appointed chief secretary of legation in England, on occasion of the peace of 1783. A memorial which he presented to M. de Vergennes, upon the dangers of the treaty of commerce then entered into with England, gave offense to M. de Calonne, a patron of that treaty, and particularly to M. Gérard de Rainval, chief clerk for foreign affairs. So long as M. de Vergennes lived, having upon my father's death declared himself the protector of my brother, he supported him against the enemies his memorial had raised up. But upon his death, M. de Montmorin, being much in need of the long experience in business which he found in M. de Rainval, guided himself solely by the latter, and according to his instigation. The office of which my brother was the head was suppressed, and added to the other offices of foreign affairs. My brother went to Petersburg, strongly recommended to the Count de Ségur, minister from France to that court, who appointed him secretary of legation. Some time afterwards the Count de Ségur left him at Petersburg, charged with the affairs of France. Note by Mme. Campan. After his return from Russia, M. Genet was appointed ambassador to the United States by the party called Girondist, the deputies who headed it being from the department of the Gironde. He was shortly afterwards recalled by the Robespierre party, which overthrew the former faction on the 31st of May, 1793, and condemned to appear at the bar of the Convention, that is to say, to ascend the scaffold. Vice President Clinton, at that time Governor of New York, offered him an asylum in his house and the hand of Cornelia Clinton, his daughter. Monsieur Genet's crime was the execution of instructions which he had received on setting out from the party then in power. He settled in America, and lives there as a rich planter, and the beloved father of a family. My brother quitted Versailles, much hurt at being deprived of a considerable income for having penned a memorial, which his zeal alone had dictated, and the importance of which was afterwards but too well understood. I had perceived from his correspondence that he inclined to some of the new notions, and had taken the alarm at it, when he wrote me a letter which left me no further room for doubt as to his opinions. He told me it was right he should no longer conceal from me that he sided with the Constitutional party, that the King had, in fact, commanded it, having himself accepted the Constitution, that he would proceed firmly in that course, because in this case disingenuousness would be fatal, and that he took that side of the question because he had had it proved to him that the foreign powers would not serve the King's cause without advancing pretensions prompted by the most ancient interests, and which would always remain in the spirit of their councils; that he saw no salvation for the King and Queen but from the interior of France, and that only by using every exertion to calm existing apprehensions and to restore harmony to the minds of men; and that he would serve the Constitutional King as he served him before the Revolution had created a necessity for settling the destinies of France by a new code. And lastly, he requested me to impart to the Queen the real sentiments of one of His Majesty's agents at a foreign court. I immediately went to the Queen and gave her my brother's letter. She read it attentively, and said, "This is the letter of a young man led astray by discontent and ambition. I know you do not think as he does. Do not fear that you will lose the confidence of the King or mine." I offered to discontinue all correspondence with my brother. She opposed that, saying it would be dangerous. I then entreated she would permit me in future to show her my own and my brother's letters, to which she consented. I wrote warmly to my brother against the course he had adopted. I sent my letters by sure channels. He answered me by the post, and no longer touched upon anything but his family affairs. Once only he wrote to me that if I should write to him respecting the affairs of the day, he would give me no answer. "Serve your august mistress with the unbounded devotion which is due from you," said he, "and let us each do our duty. I will only observe to you that at Paris the fogs of the Seine prevent people from seeing that immense capital, even from the pavilion of Flora, and I see it more clearly from Petersburg." The Queen said as she read this letter, "Perhaps he speaks but too truly. Who can decide upon so disastrous a position as ours is become?" The very day on which I gave the Queen my brother's first letter to read, she had several audiences to give to ladies and other persons belonging to the court, who came on purpose to inform her that my brother was an avowed Constitutional and Revolutionist. The Queen replied, "I know it. Mme. Campan came to tell me so." Persons envious of my situation, and some of ill-regulated minds having subjected me to mortifications, and these unpleasant circumstances recurring daily, I requested the Queen's permission to withdraw from the court. She exclaimed against the very idea, represented it to me as extremely dangerous for my own reputation, and had the kindness to add that for my sake as well as for her own she never would consent to it. After this conversation, during which I was at Her Majesty's knees, bathing her hands with my tears, I retired to my apartment. A few minutes afterwards a footman brought me a note from her couched in these terms: "I have never ceased to distinguish you, nor to give you and yours proofs of my attachment. I wish to tell you in writing that I have full faith in your honor and fidelity, as well as in your other good qualities, and that I ever rely on the zeal and address you exert to serve me." Note by Mme. Campan. I had just received this letter from the Queen, when M. de la Chapelle, Commissary General of the King's household and head of the offices of M. de la Porte, Minister of the Civil List, came to see me. The palace having been already forced by the brigands on the 20th of June, he proposed that I should entrust the paper to him, that he might place it in a safer situation than the apartments of the unfortunate Queen would be. When he returned into his offices, he placed the letter she had condescended to write to me behind a large picture in his closet. But on the 10th of August, M. de la Chapelle was thrown into the prisons of the Abbaye, and the Committee of Public Safety established themselves in his offices, whence they issued all their decrees of death. There it was that a villainous servant belonging to M. de la Porte went to declare that in the minister's apartment, under a board in the floor, a number of papers would be found. They were brought forth, and M. de la Porte was sent the first of all to the scaffold, where he suffered for having betrayed the State by serving his master and sovereign. M. de la Chapelle was saved, as if by a miracle, from the massacres of the 2nd of September. The Committee of Public Safety having abolished his employments, in order to seat itself in the King's apartments at the Tuileries, M. de la Chapelle had permission to return to his closet to take away some property belonging to him. Turning up the picture behind which he had hidden the Queen's letter, he found it in the place into which he had slipped it, and, delighted to see that I was safe from the ill consequences the discovery of this paper might have brought upon me, he burnt it instantly. In troublesome times a mere nothing may save life, or destroy it. At the very moment that I was going to express to the Queen the gratitude with which I was penetrated, I heard a tapping at the door of my room, which opened upon the Queen's inner corridor. I opened it. It was the King. I was confused. He perceived it, and said to me kindly, "I alarm you, Mme. Campan. I come, however, to comfort you. The Queen has told me how much she is hurt at the injustice of several persons towards you. But how is it that you complain of injustice and calumny when you see that we are victims of them? In some of your companions it is jealousy; in the people belonging to the court it is anxiety. Our situation is so disastrous, and we have met with so much ingratitude and treachery, that the apprehensions of those who love us are excusable. I could quiet them by telling them all the secret services you perform for us daily, but I will not do it. Out of good will to you, they would repeat all I should say, and you would be lost with the Assembly. It is much better for you and for us that you should be thought a constitutional. It has been mentioned to me 100 times already. I have never contradicted it. But I come to give you my word that if we are fortunate enough to see an end of all this, I will, at the Queen's residence, and in the presence of my brothers, relate the important services you have rendered us, and I will recompense you and your son for them." I threw myself at the King's feet and kissed his hand. He raised me up, saying, "Come, come, do not grieve. The Queen, who loves you, confides in your sentiments as I do." Occasions for mysterious and secret services recurred every moment. Barnave was the only one of the 3 coalesced deputies who had not seen the King and Queen since the Varennes journey. The espionage of the Assembly was more apprehended on his account than on that of any other. Down to the day of the acceptance it was impossible to introduce Barnave into the interior of the palace; but as the Queen was now rid of the inner guard, she said she would see him. The very great precautions which it was necessary for the deputy to take, in order to conceal his connection with the King and Queen, compelled them to spend 2 hours in waiting for him in one of the corridors of the Tuileries, and all in vain. The first day that he was to be admitted, a man whom Barnave knew to be suspicious, having met him in the courtyard of the palace, he determined to cross it without stopping, and walked in the gardens in order to lull suspicion. I was desired to wait for Barnave at a little door belonging to the entresol of the palace, with my hand upon the open lock. I had been in that position an hour. The King came to me frequently, and always to speak to me of the uneasiness which a servant belonging to the castle, who was a patriot, gave him. He came again to ask me whether I had heard the door called de Decret opened. I assured him nobody had been in the corridor, and he became easy. He was dreadfully apprehensive that his connection with Barnave would be discovered. "It would," said the King, "be a ground for capital accusations, and the unfortunate man would be lost." I then ventured to remind his Majesty that as I was not the only one in the secret of the business which brought Barnave in contact with their Majesties, one of his colleagues might be induced to speak of the communication with which they were honored, and that, in letting them know by my presence that I also was informed of it, a risk was incurred of removing from those gentlemen part of the responsibility of the secret. Upon this observation the King quitted me hastily, and returned a moment afterwards with the Queen. "Give me your place," said she. "I will wait for him in my turn. You have convinced the King. We must not increase in their eyes the number of persons informed of their communications with us." The police of Monsieur Laporte, intendant of the civil list, apprised him, as early as the latter end of 1791, that a man belonging to the King's officers, who had set up as a pastry cook at the Palais Royal, was about to re enter upon the duties of his situation, which had devolved upon him again on the death of one who held it for life; that he was so furious a Jacobin that he had dared to say it would be a good thing for France if the King's days were shortened. His duty was confined to the mere laying out of the pastry. He was closely watched by the head officers of the kitchen, who were devoted to His Majesty; but it is so easy to introduce a subtle poison into made dishes that it was determined the King and Queen should eat only plain roasted meat in future, that their bread should be brought to them by Monsieur Thierry de Ville-de-Rais, intendant of the smaller apartments, who was likewise to take upon himself to supply the wine. The King was fond of pastry. I was directed to order some as if for myself; sometimes of one pastry cook, and sometimes of another. The pounded sugar, too, was kept in my room. The King, the Queen, and Madame Elisabeth ate together, and nobody remained to wait on them. Each had a dumb waiter, and a little bell to call the servants when they were wanted. Monsieur Thierry used himself to bring me their Majesties' bread and wine, and I locked them up in a private cupboard in the King's closet on the ground floor. As soon as the King sat down to table, I took in the pastry and bread. All was hidden under the table lest it might be necessary to have the servants in. The King thought it dangerous as well as distressing to show any apprehension of attempts against his person or any mistrust of his officers of the kitchen. As he never drank a whole bottle of wine at his meals, the princesses drank nothing but water, he filled up that out of which he had drank about half from the bottle served up by the officers of his buttery. I took it away after dinner. Although he never ate any other pastry than that which I brought, he took care in the same manner that it should seem that he had eaten of that served at table. The lady who succeeded found this duty all regulated, and she executed it in the same manner. The public never was in possession of these particulars, nor of the apprehensions which gave rise to them. At the end of 3 or 4 months, the police of Monsieur de la Porte gave notice that nothing more was to be dreaded from that sort of plot against the King's life, that the plan was entirely changed, and that all future attempts would be directed as much against the throne as against the person of the sovereign. There are others besides myself who know that, about this time, one of the things about which the Queen most desired to be satisfied was the opinion of the famous Pitt. She would sometimes say to me, "I never pronounce the name of Pitt but I feel death at my shoulder." I repeat here her very expressions. "That man is the mortal enemy of France, and he takes a dreadful revenge for the impolitic support given by the Cabinet of Versailles to the American insurgents. He wishes, by our destruction, to guarantee the maritime power of his country forever, against the efforts made by the King to improve his marine power, and their happy results during the last war. He knows that it is not only the King's policy, but his private inclination, to be solicitous about his fleets, and that the most active step he has taken during his whole reign was to visit the port of Cherbourg. Pitt has served the cause of the French Revolution from the first disturbances; he will perhaps serve it until its annihilation. I will endeavor to learn to what point he intends to lead us, and I am sending Monsieur to London for that purpose. He has been intimately connected with Pitt, and they have often had political conversations respecting the French government. I will get him to make him speak out, at least as far as such a man can speak out." Note by Mme. Campan. I thought for some time that this secret agent was Monsieur Crawford. His Memoirs, which I have read very eagerly, have altered my opinion, because he certainly would have mentioned this mission. I have forgotten the name of the person whom the Queen sent to London, though she condescended to entrust me with it. Some time afterwards the Queen told me that her secret envoy was returned from London, and that all he had been able to wring from Pitt, whom he found alarmingly reserved, was that he would not suffer the French monarchy to fall, that to suffer the revolutionary spirit to erect an organized republic in France would be a great error, as regarding the tranquillity of all Europe. "Whenever," said she, "Pitt expressed himself upon the necessity of supporting a monarchy in France, he maintained the most profound silence upon what concerns the monarch. The result of these conversations is anything but encouraging; but even as to that monarchy which he wishes to save, will he have means and strength to save it, if he suffers us to fall?" The death of the Emperor Leopold took place on the 1st of March, 1792. When the news of this event reached the Tuileries, the Queen was gone out. Upon her return I put the letter containing it into her hands. She exclaimed that the Emperor had been poisoned; that she had remarked and preserved a newspaper in which, in an article upon the sitting of the Jacobins, at the time when the Emperor Leopold declared for the coalition, it was said, speaking of him, that a pie crust would settle that matter. From this moment the Queen considered the expression as one which had involuntarily escaped the propagandists. She lamented her brother. However, the education of Francis II., which had been superintended by the Emperor Joseph, inspired her with new hopes. She thought he must have inherited the sentiments of the latter for her, and did not doubt that he had, under the care of his uncle, imbibed that valiant spirit so necessary for the support of a crown. At this period, Barnave obtained the Queen's consent that he should read all the letters she should write. He was fearful of private correspondences that might clog the plan marked out for her. He mistrusted Her Majesty's sincerity upon this point; and the diversity of counsels, and the necessity of yielding on one hand to some of the views of the Constitutionals, and on the other to those of the French princes, and even of the foreign courts, were unfortunately the circumstances which most rapidly impelled the Court toward its ruin. The Queen wished to have shown Barnave the letter of condolence which she wrote to Francis II. This letter was to be shown to her triumvirate, for thus did she sometimes designate the 3 deputies whom I have named. She would not have a single word which, from its interference with their plans, might prevent its going. She was also fearful of introducing into it anything contradictory to her private sentiments, which the Emperor might learn by other means. "Sit down at that table," said she to me, "and sketch me out a letter. Dwell upon the idea that I see in my nephew the pupil of Joseph. If yours be better than mine, you shall dictate it to me." I wrote a letter, she read it, and said, "It is the very thing. I was too deeply interested to keep the true line, as you have done." The party of the princes was much alarmed on being informed of the connection of the wreck of the Constitutional party with the Queen; and the Queen, on her part, always dreaded the party of the princes, and the attempts of the French who composed it. She did justice to the Count d'Artois, and often said that his party would act in contravention of his sentiments towards the King, his brother, and herself; but that he would be led away by people over whom Calonne had a most lamentable ascendency. She reproached Count Esterhazy, whom she had loaded with favors, for having sided with Calonne so entirely, that she had reason to consider him absolutely as an enemy. However, the emigrants showed great apprehensions of the consequences which might follow in the interior from a connection with the Constitutionals, whom they described as a party existing no longer but in idea, and totally without means of repairing their errors. The Jacobins were preferred to them, because, said they, there would be no treaty to be made with any one at the moment of extricating the King and his family from the abyss in which they are plunged. I frequently read to the Queen the letters written to her by Barnave. One among others struck me forcibly, and I think I have retained the substance of it sufficiently well to enable me to give a faithful account of it. He told the Queen she did not rely sufficiently on the strength remaining in the Constitutional party; that their flag was indeed torn, but the word Constitution was still legible upon it; that this word would recover its virtue, if the King and his friends would rally round it sincerely; that the authors of the Constitution, enlightened with respect to their own errors, might yet amend it, and restore to the throne all its splendor; that the Queen must not believe the public mind was favorably disposed towards the Jacobins; that the weak joined them because there was no strength elsewhere; but the general opinion was for the Constitution; that the party of the French princes, unfortunately shackled by the policy of foreign courts, ought not to be depended on; that the majority of the emigrants had already destroyed by misconduct much of the interest excited by their misfortunes; that entire confidence ought not to be reposed in the foreign powers, guided, as they were, by the policy of their cabinets, and not by the ties of blood; and that the interior alone was capable of supporting the integrity of the kingdom. He concluded the letter by saying that he laid at Her Majesty's feet the only national party still in existence, that he feared to name it, but that she ought not to forget that Henri IV was not assisted by foreign princes in regaining his dominions, and that he ascended a Catholic throne after having fought at the head of a Protestant party. Barnave and his friends presumed too far upon their strength; it was exhausted in the contest with the court. The Queen was aware of this, and if she did seem to have any confidence in them, it is probable that she was actuated by a policy which it must be confessed could only prove injurious to her. End of chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. In the beginning of the year 1792, a worthy priest requested a private interview with me. He had heard of the existence of a new libel by Madame Lamotte. He told me he had observed in the people who came from London to get it printed in Paris nothing more than a desire of gain, and that they were ready to deliver him the manuscript for 1,000 louis, if he could find any friend of the Queen disposed to make that sacrifice for her peace. That he had thought of me, and that if Her Majesty would give him the 24,000 francs, he would deliver me the manuscript upon receiving them. I communicated this proposal to the Queen, who rejected it, and desired me to answer that at the time when she had power to punish the hawkers of these libels she deemed them so atrocious and improbable that she despised the means of arresting their progress; that if she were to be imprudent and weak enough to buy a single one of them, the Jacobins might possibly discover the circumstance through their espionage; that were this libel bought up, it would be printed nevertheless, and would be much more dangerous when they apprised the public of the means she had used to suppress it. The Baron d'Aubier, gentleman in ordinary to the King and my particular friend, had a strong memory, and a plain and easy way of communicating the substance of the discussions, debates, and decrees of the National Assembly. I went daily to the Queen's apartments to repeat all this to the King, who used to say on seeing me, "Ah, here's the Postillon par Calais," the name of the newspaper at the time. Monsieur d'Aubier came one day and said to me, "The Assembly has been much occupied with an information laid by the workmen of the Sèvres manufactory. They brought to the President's office a bundle of pamphlets which they said were the life of Marie Antoinette. The director of the manufactory was ordered up to the bar, and declared he had received orders to burn the printed sheets in question in the furnaces used for baking his china." While I was relating this business to the Queen, the King colored and held his head down over his plate. The Queen said to him, "Do you know anything about this, sir?" The King made no answer. Madame Elisabeth requested him to explain what all this meant. Still silent. I withdrew hastily. A few minutes afterwards the Queen came to my room, and informed me that the King, out of regard for her, had purchased the whole edition struck off from the manuscript which I had proposed to her; and that Monsieur de la Porte had not been able to devise any more secret way of destroying the whole of the work than that of having it burnt at Sèvres among 200 workmen, 180 of whom must in all probability be Jacobins. She told me she had concealed her vexation from the King; that he was in consternation, and that she should say nothing, since his affection and his good intentions towards her had been the cause of the accident. Some time afterwards the Assembly received a denunciation against M. de Montmorin. The ex-minister was accused of having neglected 40 despatches from M. Genet, the chargé d'affaires from France in Russia, without having even unsealed them, because M. Genet acted on constitutional principles. M. de Montmorin appeared at the bar to answer this accusation. Whatever distress I might feel at the moment in obeying the order I had received from the King, to go and give him an account of the sitting, I thought I ought not to fail in doing so. But instead of giving my brother his family name, I merely said, "Your Majesty's chargé d'affaires at St. Petersburg." The King did me the favor to say that he observed a reserve in my account of which he approved. The Queen condescended to add a few obliging remarks to those of the King, by which I was already so much affected that I withdrew in great emotion. However, my office of journalist gave me in this instance so much pain, that I took an opportunity when the king was expressing his satisfaction to me at the manner in which I gave him this daily account, to tell him that its merits belonged wholly to M. d'Aubier, who attended all the sittings, to give me a summary of them; and I ventured to request the king would suffer that excellent man to come and give him an account of the sittings himself. I went so far as to add that at a time when the king's feelings were wounded by the conduct of so many faithless subjects, it appeared to me that men warmly devoted, as M. d'Aubier was, deserved the honor of being about his Majesty. I assured the king that if he would permit it, that gentleman might proceed to the queen's apartments through mine unseen. The king consented to the arrangement. Thenceforward M. d'Aubier was admitted into the interior, and gave the king repeated proofs of zeal and attachment with much intelligence. The Curé of Saint Eustache ceased to be the queen's confessor when he took the constitutional oath. I do not remember the name of the ecclesiastic who succeeded him in that office. I only know that he was conducted into her apartments with the greatest mystery. Their Majesties did not perform their Easter devotions in public, because they could neither declare for the constitutional clergy, nor act so as to show that they were against them. The Queen did perform her Easter devotions in 1792, but she went to the chapel attended only by myself. She desired me beforehand to request one of my relations, who was her chaplain, to perform a mass for her at 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark. She gave me her arm, and I lighted her with a taper. I left her entirely alone at the chapel door. She did not return to her room until the dawn of day. This piece of duty performed with so much mystery could not tend to edify the public, but demonstrates the Queen's religious principles. Dangers increased daily. The Assembly was strengthened in the eyes of the people by the hostilities of the foreign armies and the army of the princes. The communication with the latter party became more active. The Queen wrote almost every day. M. de Gourglas possessed her confidence for all correspondence with the foreign parties, and I was obliged to have him in my apartments. The Queen asked for him very frequently, and at times which she could not previously appoint. All parties were exerting themselves either to ruin or to save the King. One day I found the Queen extremely agitated. She told me she no longer knew whereabouts she was; that the leaders of the Jacobins offered themselves to her through the medium of Dumouriez; or that Dumouriez, abandoning the Jacobins, had come and offered himself to her; that she had granted him an audience; that, when alone with her, he had thrown himself at her feet, and told her that he had drawn the bonnet rouge over his head to the very ears, but that he neither was nor could be a Jacobin; that the Revolution had been suffered to extend even to that rabble of destroyers, who, thinking of nothing but pillage, were ripe for anything, and might furnish the Assembly with a formidable army, ready to undermine the remains of a throne already too much shaken. Whilst speaking with the utmost ardor, he seized the Queen's hand, and kissed it with transport, exclaiming, "Suffer yourself to be saved!" The Queen told me that the protestations of a traitor were not to be relied on; that the whole of his conduct was so well known that undoubtedly the wisest course was not to trust it; that, moreover, the Princess particularly recommended that no confidence should be placed in any proposition emanating from within the kingdom; that the force without became imposing; and that it was better to rely upon their success, and upon the protection due from heaven to a sovereign so virtuous as Louis XVI, and to so just a cause. The Constitutionals, on their part, saw that there had been nothing more than a mere pretence of listening to them. Bernave's last advice was as to the means of continuing a few weeks longer the Constitutional Guard, which had been denounced to the Assembly, and was to be disbanded. The denunciation against the Constitutional Guard affected only its staff and the Duc de Brissac. Bernabe wrote to the Queen that the staff of the Guard was already attacked; that the Assembly was about to pass a decree to reduce it; and he entreated her to prevail on the King, the very instant the decree should appear, to form the staff afresh, and to make it up of persons whose names he sent her. I did not see the list, but Bernabe said that all who were set down in it passed for decided Jacobins, but were not so in fact; that they, as well as himself, were in despair at seeing the monarchical government attacked; that they had learned to dissemble their sentiments; and that it would be at least a fortnight before the Assembly could know them well, and certainly before it could succeed in making them unpopular; that it would be necessary to take advantage of that short space of time to get away from Paris, and that immediately after the nomination of those whom he pointed out. The Queen was of opinion that she ought not to yield to this advice. The Duc de Brissac was sent to Orleans, and the guard was reduced. Barnave, seeing that the Queen did not follow his counsel in anything, and convinced that she placed all her reliance on assistance from abroad, determined to quit Paris. He obtained a last audience. "Your misfortunes, madame," said he, "and those which I anticipate for France, determined me to sacrifice myself to serve you. I see that my advice does not agree with the views of your Majesties. I augur but little advantage from the plan you are induced to pursue. You are too remote from your succours. You will be lost before they reach you. Most ardently do I wish I may be mistaken in so lamentable a prediction; but I am sure to pay my head for the interest your misfortunes have raised in me, and the services I have sought to render you. I request for my sole reward the honor of kissing your hand." The Queen, her eyes suffused with tears, granted him that favor, and remained impressed with the most favorable idea of this deputy's elevated sentiments. Madame Elisabeth participated in this opinion, and the two princesses frequently spoke of Barnave. She also received M. Duport several times, but with less mystery. Her connection with the constitutional deputies transpired. Alexandre de Lameth was the only one of the three who survived the vengeance of the Jacobins. Note by the Editor. After what we have just read respecting Barnave, after his well known labours in the cause of liberty, his efforts to support the throne, his talents and his eloquence, the latter circumstances of his life possess a high degree of interest. The Biographie de Bruxelles relates them in these words: "When, after the Revolution of the 10th of August, 1792, the iron closet of the castle of the Tuileries had been discovered and forced, a considerable number of documents which had been imprudently preserved in it, and which were communicated to the Convention by Goyer, who had just succeeded Danton in the administration of justice, proved that the Court had established and maintained during the latter months of the session of the Constituent Assembly, and from the time of the meeting of the Legislative Assembly, constant communication with the most powerful members of those assemblies. Barnave being accused on the 15th of August, 1792, with Alexandre de Lameth, ex-member of the Constituent Assembly, Bertrand de Molleville, Duport de Tertre, Duportail, Montmorin, and Terbet, ex-ministers of the Marine, of Justice, of War, of Foreign Affairs, and of Public Contributions, was arrested at Grenoble, and shut up in the prisons of that town. He remained there 15 months, and his friends began to indulge the hope that he would be forgotten, when an order arrived that he should be removed to Paris. At first he was imprisoned in the Abbaye, but transferred a few days afterwards to the Conciergerie, and almost immediately taken before the Revolutionary Tribunal. He appeared there with wonderful firmness, summed up the services he had rendered to the cause of liberty with his usual eloquence, and without losing anything of the dignity of misfortune, and made such an impression upon the numerous auditory present at the debates, that, although accustomed to behold only conspirators worthy of death in all those who appeared before the tribunal, they themselves considered his acquittal certain. The decree of death was read amidst the deepest silence; but Barnave's firmness was immovable. When he left the court, he cast upon the judges, the jurors, and the public, looks expressive of contempt and indignation. He was led to his fate with the respected Duport de Tertre, one of the last ministers of Louis XVI. When he had ascended the scaffold, Barnave stamped, raised his eyes to heaven, and said, "This, then, is the reward of all that I have done for liberty." He fell on the 29th of October, 1793, in the 32nd year of his age. His bust is now in the Grenoble Museum. The consular government placed his statue next to that of Vergniaud on the great staircase of the senatorial palace. The National Guard, which succeeded the King's Guard, having occupied the gates of the Tuileries, all who came to see the Queen were incessantly insulted with impunity. The most menacing cries were uttered aloud even in the Tuileries. They called for the destruction of the throne and the murder of the sovereign. These insults assumed the character of the very lowest of the mob. The Queen one day, hearing roars of laughter under her windows, desired me to see what it was about. I saw a man, almost undressed, turning his back towards her apartments. My astonishment and indignation were apparent. The Queen rose to come forward. I held her back, telling her it was a very gross insult offered by one of the rabble. About this time the King fell into a state of despondence which amounted almost to physical helplessness. He passed 10 successive days without uttering a single word, even in the bosom of his family; except, indeed, in playing at backgammon, which he played after his dinner with Madame Elisabeth, when he was obliged to pronounce the words belonging to that game. The Queen roused him from this state, so fatal at a critical period, when every minute increased the necessity for action, by throwing herself at his feet, urging every idea calculated to excite alarm, and employing every affectionate expression. She represented also what he owed to his family, and went so far as to tell him that if they were doomed to fall, they ought to fall honorably, and not to wait to be both smothered upon the floor of their apartment. About the 15th of June, the King refused his sanction to the 2 decrees, ordaining the deportation of priests, and the formation of a camp of 20,000 men under the walls of Paris. He wished himself to sanction them, and said that the general insurrection only waited for a pretence to burst forth. The Queen insisted upon the veto, and reproached herself bitterly when this last act of the constitutional authority had occasioned the scenes of the 20th of June. A few days previously above 20,000 men had gone to the Commune to announce that on the 20th they would plant the Tree of Liberty at the door of the National Assembly, and present a petition to the King respecting the veto which he had placed upon the decree for the deportation of the priests. This dreadful army crossed the garden of the Tuileries and marched under the Queen's windows. It consisted of people who called themselves the citizens of the Faubourg St. Antoine and St. Marceau. Covered as they were with filthy clothes, they all bore the most terrifying appearance, and the steam from them infected the air. People asked each other whence such an army could come. Nothing so disgusting had ever before appeared in Paris. On the 20th of June this mob thronged about the Tuileries in still greater numbers, armed with pikes, hatchets, and murderous instruments of all kinds, decorated with ribbons of the national colors, shouting, "The nation forever! Down with the veto!" The King was without guards. Part of these demoniacs rushed up to his apartment. The door was about to be forced in when the King commanded that it should be opened. Messieurs de Bougainville, d'Hervilly, de Parvy, d'Aubier, d'Acloque, Gentil, and other courageous men who were in the apartment of Monsieur de Steptonil, the King's first valet de chambre, instantly ran to His Majesty's apartment. Monsieur de Bougainville, seeing the torrent furiously advancing, cried out, "Put the King in the recess of the window, and place benches before him." 6 Royalist grenadiers of the battalion of the Filles St. Thomas made their way by an inner staircase, and ranged themselves before the benches. The order given by Monsieur de Bougainville saved the King from the blades of the assassins, among whom was a Pole named Lazuski, who was to strike the first blow. The King's brave defender said, "Sire, fear nothing." The King's reply is well known: "Put your hand upon my heart, and you will perceive whether I am afraid or not." Monsieur Vaux, commandant of battalion, warded off a blow aimed by a wretch against the King's person. A grenadier of the Filles St. Thomas parried a sword thrust made in the same direction. Madame Elisabeth ran to her brother's apartments. When she reached his room door she heard loud threats of death against the Queen. They called for the head of the Austrian. "Ah, let them think I am the Queen," said she to those around her, "that she may have time to escape." The Queen could not join the King. She was in the council chamber, where the idea had also been suggested of placing her behind the great table to protect her, as much as possible, against the approach of the barbarians. Preserving a noble and becoming demeanor in this dreadful situation, she held the Dauphin before her, seated upon the table. Madame was at her side, the Princess de Lamballe, the Princess de Tarente, Madame de la Roche-Aymon, Madame de Tourzel, and Madame de Macot surrounded her. She had fixed a tricolored cockade which one of the National Guard had given her, upon her head. The poor little Dauphin was, as well as the King, shrouded in an enormous red cap. The horde passed in files before the table. The sort of standards which they carried were symbols of the most atrocious barbarity. There was one representing a gibbet, to which a dirty doll was suspended. The words Marie Antoinette à la lanterne were written beneath it. Another was a board, to which a bullock's heart was fastened, with an inscription round it, Heart of Louis XVI. And then a third showed the horns of an ox, with an obscene legend. One of the most furious Jacobin women who marched with these wretches stopped to give vent to 1,000 imprecations against the Queen. Her Majesty asked her whether she had ever seen her. She replied that she had not. Whether she had done her any personal wrong? Her answer was the same, but she added, "It is you who have caused the misery of the nation." "You have been told so," answered the Queen. "You are deceived. As the wife of the King of France and mother of the Dauphin, I am a Frenchwoman. I shall never see my own country again. I can be happy or unhappy only in France. I was happy when you loved me." The Fury began to weep, asked her pardon, and said, "It was because I did not know you. I see that you are good." Santerre, the monarch of the Faubourg, made his subjects file off as quickly as he could; and it was thought at the time that he was ignorant of the object of this insurrection, which was the murder of the royal family. However, it was 8 o'clock in the evening before the palace was completely cleared. 12 deputies, impelled by their attachment to the King's person, came and ranged themselves near him, at the very commencement of the insurrection. But the deputation from the Assembly did not reach the Tuileries until 6 in the evening. All the doors of the apartments were broken. The Queen pointed out to the deputies the state of the King's palace, and the disgraceful manner in which his asylum had been violated under the very eyes of the Assembly. She saw that Merlin de Thionville was so much affected as to shed tears while she spoke. "You weep, Monsieur Merlin," said she to him, "at seeing the King and his family so cruelly treated by a people whom he always wished to make happy." "True, madame," replied Merlin. "I weep for the misfortunes of a beautiful and feeling woman, the mother of a family. But do not mistake. Not one of my tears falls for either king or queen. I hate kings and queens. It is the only feeling that they inspire me with. It is my religion." The Queen could not understand this madness, and saw all that was to be apprehended from persons who were attacked with it. All hope was gone, and nothing was thought of but succor from abroad. The Queen entreated her family and the King's brothers. Her letters probably became more pressing, and expressed her apprehensions upon the tardiness of relief. Her Majesty read me one to herself, from the Archduchess Christina, gouvernante of the Low Countries. She reproached her for some of her expressions, and told her that those out of France were at least as much alarmed as herself at the King's situation and her own; but that the manner of attempting to assist her might either save her or endanger her safety; and that the members of the coalition were bound to act prudently, entrusted as they were with interests so dear to them. The 14th of July, fixed by the Constitution as the anniversary of the independence of the nation, drew near. The King and Queen were compelled to make their appearance on the occasion. Aware that the plot of the 20th of June had their assassination for its object, they had no doubt but that their death was determined on for the day of this national festival. The Queen was recommended, in order to give the King's friends time to defend him, if the attack should be made, to guard him against the first stroke of a dagger by making him wear a breastplate. I was directed to get one made in my apartments. It was composed of 15 folds of Italian taffety, and formed into an under waistcoat and a wide belt. This breastplate was tried. It resisted all thrusts of the dagger, and several balls fired for the purpose were turned aside by it. When it was completed, the difficulty was to let the King try it on without running the risk of being surprised. I wore the immense heavy waistcoat as an under petticoat for 3 days without being able to find the favorable moment. At length the King found an opportunity one morning to pull off his coat in the Queen's chamber and try on the breastplate. Note by Mme. Campan. Monsieur Gentil, the first valet of the wardrobe, assisted me to try on this under waistcoat, which the King wore on the 14th July, 1792. but Monsieur de Paris had a second made a few days before the 10th of August. The Queen was in bed. The King pulled me gently by the gown, and drew me as far as he could from the Queen's bed, and said to me in a very low tone of voice, "It is to satisfy her that I submit to this inconvenience. They will not assassinate me. Their scheme is changed. They will put me to death another way." The Queen heard the King whispering to me, and when he was gone out she asked me what he had said. I hesitated to answer. She insisted that I should, saying that nothing must be concealed from her, and that she was resigned upon every point. When she was informed of the King's remark she told me she had guessed it; that he had long since observed to her that all which was going forward in France was an imitation of the Revolution in England in the time of Charles I, and that he was incessantly reading the history of that unfortunate monarch, in order that he might act better than Charles had done at a similar crisis. "I begin to be fearful of the King's being brought to trial," continued the Queen. "As to me, I am a foreigner. They will assassinate me. What will become of my poor children?" These sad ejaculations were followed by a torrent of tears. I wished to give her an antispasmodic. She refused it, saying that it was only for women who were happy to feel nervous; that the cruel situation to which she was reduced rendered these succors useless. In fact, the Queen, who during her better times was frequently attacked by hysterical disorders, enjoyed a more uniform state of health when all the faculties of her soul were called forth to support her physical strength. I had prepared a corset for her, for the same purpose as the King's under waistcoat, without her knowledge; but she would not make use of it. All my entreaties, all my tears, were in vain. "If the rebels assassinate me," she replied, "it will be a fortunate event for me. They will deliver me from a most painful existence." A few days after the King had tried on his breastplate, I met him upon a back staircase. I drew back to let him pass. He stopped, and he took my hand. I wished to kiss his. He would not suffer it, but drew me towards him by the hand, and kissed both my cheeks without saying a single word. This silent mark of his approbation so confused me, that I should afterwards have confounded the remembrance of it with the dreams which frequently brought my unhappy sovereigns again before me, if my sisters had not reminded me that I had communicated this proof of the King's goodness to them shortly after he had given it. The fear of another attack upon the Tuileries occasioned the most scrupulous searches among the King's papers. I burned almost all those belonging to the Queen. She put her family letters, a great deal of correspondence, which she thought it necessary to preserve for the history of the era of the Revolution, and particularly Bernave's letters and her answers, of which she had preserved copies, into a portfolio, which she entrusted to Monsieur de G. That gentleman was unable to save this deposit, and it was burnt. The Queen left a few papers in her secretary. Among them was a paper of instructions to Madame de Tourzel, respecting the dispositions of her children, and the characters and abilities of the governesses under that lady's orders. This paper, which the Queen drew up at the time of Madame de Tourzel's appointment, with several letters from Maria Theresa, filled with the best advice, and the most laudable instructions, were printed after the 10th of August by order of the Assembly, in the collection of all the pieces found in the secretaries of the King and Queen. Her Majesty had still, without reckoning the current money of the month, 140,000 francs in gold. She was desirous of depositing the whole of it with me, but I advised her to retain 1,500 louis, as a sum of rather considerable amount might, the next moment, be very necessary for her. The King had an immense quantity of papers, and unfortunately conceived the idea of privately making a place of concealment in an inner corridor of his apartments, with the assistance of a locksmith, who had worked with him above 10 years. The place of concealment, but for the man's information, would have been long undiscovered. The wall in which it was made was painted to imitate large stones, and the opening was entirely concealed among the brown grooves which formed the shaded part of these painted stones. But even before this locksmith had denounced what was afterwards called the Iron Closet to the Assembly, the Queen was aware that he had talked of it to some of his friends; and that this man, in whom the King, from long habit, placed too much confidence, was a Jacobin. She warned the king of it, and prevailed on him to fill a very large portfolio with all the papers he was most interested in preserving, and entrust it to me. She entreated him, in my presence, to leave nothing in this closet; and the king, in order to quiet her, told her that he had left nothing there. I would have taken the portfolio and carried it to my apartment, but it was too heavy for me to lift. The king said he would carry it himself. I went before to open the doors to him. When he placed the portfolio in my inner closet, he merely said, "The Queen will tell you what it contains." Upon my return to the Queen, I put the question to her, deeming from what the king had said that it was necessary I should know. "They are," the Queen answered me, "such documents as would be most dangerous to the king should they go so far as to proceed to a trial against him. But what he most wishes me to tell you is, no doubt, that the portfolio contains a procès-verbal of a cabinet council in which the king gave his opinion against war. He had it signed by all the ministers, and in case of a proceeding, he trusts that this document will be very useful to him." I asked the Queen to whom she thought I ought to commit the portfolio. "To whom you please," answered she. "You alone are answerable for it. Do not quit the palace, even during your vacation months. There may be circumstances under which it would be very desirable that we should be able to have it instantly." At this period, Monsieur de Lafayette, who had probably given up the idea of establishing a republic in France, similar to that of the United States, and was desirous to support the first Constitution, which he had sworn to defend, quitted his army and came to the Assembly for the purpose of supporting by his presence, and by an energetic speech, a petition signed by 20,000 citizens against the late violation of the residence of the king and his family. The General found the Constitutional party powerless, and saw that he himself had lost his popularity. The Assembly disapproved of the step he had taken. The king, for whom it was taken, showed no satisfaction at it, and he saw himself compelled to return to his army as quickly as he could. He thought he could rely on the National Guard; but on the day of his arrival, those officers who were in the king's interest inquired of his Majesty whether they were to forward the views of General Lafayette by joining him in such measures as he should pursue during his stay at Paris. The king enjoined them not to do so. From this answer, Monsieur de Lafayette perceived that he was abandoned by the remainder of his party in the Paris Guard. Upon his arrival, a plan was presented to the Queen, in which it was proposed, by a junction between Lafayette's army and the king's party, to rescue the royal family and convey them to Rouen. I did not learn the particulars of this plan. The Queen only said to me upon the subject, "That Monsieur de Lafayette was offered to them as a resource, but that it would be better for them to perish than to owe their safety to the man who had done them the most mischief, or to place themselves under the necessity of treating with him." I passed the whole month of July without going to bed. I was fearful of some attack by night. There was one plot against the Queen's life which has never been made known. I was alone by her bedside at 1:00 in the morning. We heard somebody walking softly along the corridor, which passes along the whole line of her apartments, and which was then locked at each end. I went out to fetch the valet de chambre. He entered the corridor, and the Queen and myself soon heard the noise of two men fighting. The unfortunate princess held me locked in her arms, and said to me, "What a situation! Insults by day and assassins by night!" The valet de chambre cried out to her from the corridor, "Madame, I know the wretch. I have him." "Let him go," said the Queen. "Open the door to him. He came to murder me. The Jacobins would carry him about in triumph to morrow." The man was a servant of the king's toilette, who had taken the key of the corridor out of his Majesty's pocket after he was in bed, no doubt with the intention of committing the crime suspected. The valet de chambre, who was a very strong man, held him by the wrists and thrust him out at the door. The wretch did not speak a word. The valet de chambre said, in answer to the Queen, who spoke to him gratefully of the danger to which he had exposed himself, that he feared nothing, and that he had always a pair of excellent pistols about him, for no other purpose than to defend her Majesty. On the next day, Monsieur de Septeuil had all the locks of the king's inner apartments changed. I did the same by those of the Queen. We were every moment told that the Faubourg St. Antoine was preparing to march against the palace. At 4 o'clock one morning, towards the latter end of July, a person came to give me information to that effect. I instantly set off 2 men, on whom I could rely, with orders to proceed to the usual places of assembling, and to come back speedily and give me an account of the state of the city. We knew that at least an hour must elapse before the populace of the Faubourg assembled upon the site of the Bastille could reach the Tuileries. It seemed to me sufficient for the Queen's safety that all about her should be awakened. I went softly into her room. She was asleep. I did not awaken her. I found General de W in the great closet. He told me the meeting was, for this once, dispersing. The General had endeavored to please the populace by the same means that M. de Lafayette had employed. He saluted the lowest poissarde, and lowered his hat down to his very stirrup. But the populace, who had been flattered for 3 years, required far different homage to its power, and the poor man was unnoticed. The King had been awakened, and so had Madame Elisabeth, who had gone to him. The Queen, yielding to the weight of her griefs, slept till 9 o'clock on that day, which was very unusual with her. The King had already been to know whether she was awake. I told him what I had done, and the care I had taken not to disturb her rest. He thanked me, and said, "I was awake, and so was the whole palace. She ran no risk. I am very glad to see her take a little rest. Alas! her griefs double mine," added the King as he left me. What was my chagrin when, upon awakening and learning what had passed, the Queen began to weep bitterly from regret at not having been called, and to upbraid me, on whose friendship she ought to have been able to rely, for having served her so ill under such circumstances. In vain did I reiterate that it had been only a false alarm, and that she required to have her strength recruited. "It is not diminished," said she. "Misfortune gives us additional strength. Elisabeth was with the King, and I was asleep, I, who am determined to perish by his side. I am his wife. I will not suffer him to incur the smallest risk without my sharing it." Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10, Part 1. During the month of July, the correspondence of Monsieur Bertrand de Molleville with the King and Queen was most active. Monsieur de Mercilly, formerly a lieutenant of the Cent Suisse of the Guard, was the bearer of the letters. He came to me the first time with a note from the Queen directed to Monsieur Bertrand himself. In this note the Queen said, "Address yourself with full confidence to Mme. Campan. The conduct of her brother in Russia has not at all influenced her sentiments. She is wholly devoted to us, and if hereafter you should have anything to say to us verbally, you may rely entirely upon her self-devotion and discretion." The mobs which gathered almost nightly in the Faubourg alarmed the Queen's friends. They entreated her not to sleep in her room on the ground floor of the Tuileries. She removed to the first floor, to a room which was between the King's apartments and those of the Dauphin. Being awake always from daybreak, she ordered that neither the shutters nor the window blinds should be closed, that her long sleepless nights might be the less weary. About the middle of one of these nights, when the moon was shining into her bedchamber, she gazed at it, and told me that in a month she should not see that moon unless freed from her chains and beholding the King at liberty. She then imparted to me that all was concurring to deliver them, but that the opinions of their intimate advisers were alarmingly at variance; that some vouched for complete success, while others pointed out insurmountable dangers. She added that she possessed the itinerary of the march of the Princes and the King of Prussia; that on such a day they would be at Verdun; on another day at such a place; that Lille was about to be besieged, but that M. de G , whose prudence and intelligence the King as well as herself highly valued, alarmed them much respecting the success of that siege, and made them apprehensive that, even were the commandant devoted to them, the civil authority, which by the Constitution gave great powers to the mayors of towns, would overrule the military commandant. She was also very uneasy as to what would take place at Paris during the interval, and spoke to me upon the king's want of energy, but always in terms expressive of her veneration of his virtues and her attachment to himself. "The king," said she, "is not a coward. He possesses abundance of passive courage, but he is overwhelmed by an awkward shyness, a mistrust of himself, which proceeds from his education as much as from his disposition. He is afraid to command, and above all things dreads speaking to assembled numbers. He lived like a child and always ill at ease under the eyes of Louis XV until the age of 21. This constraint confirmed his timidity. Circumstanced as we are, a few well delivered words addressed to the Parisians, who are devoted to him, would multiply the strength of our party 100-fold. He will not utter them. What can we expect from those addresses to the people which he has been advised to post up? Nothing but fresh outrages. As for myself, I could do anything, and would appear on horseback if necessary. But if I were really to begin to act, that would be furnishing arms to the king's enemies. The cry against the Austrian, and against the sway of a female, would become general in France, and, moreover, by showing myself I should render the king a mere nothing. A queen who is not regent ought, under these circumstances, to remain passive, and prepare to die." The garden of the Tuileries was full of madmen who insulted all who seemed to side with the court. The life of Marie Antoinette was cried under the queen's windows. Infamous plates were annexed to the book. The hawkers showed them to the passers-by. On all sides were heard the joyous outcries of a people in a state of delirium, almost as frightful as the explosion of their rage. The queen and her children were unable to breathe the open air any longer. It was determined that the garden of the Tuileries should be closed. As soon as this step was taken, the Assembly decreed that the whole length of the Terrace des Tuileries belonged to it, and fixed the boundary between what was called the National Ground and the Coblentz Ground, by a tricolored ribbon stretched from one end of the terrace to the other. All good citizens were ordered, by notices affixed to it, not to go down into the garden under pain of being treated in the same manner as Foulon and Berthier. Note by Mme. Campan. A young man who did not observe this written order went down into the garden. Furious outcries, threats of "la lanterne," and the crowd of people which collected upon the terrace, warned him of his imprudence and the danger which he ran. He immediately pulled off his shoes, took out his handkerchief, and wiped the dust from off their soles. The people cried out, "Bravo! The good citizen forever!" He was carried off in triumph. The shutting up of the Tuileries did not enable the queen and her children to walk in the garden. The people on the terrace sent forth dreadful howls, and she was twice compelled to return to her apartments. In the early part of August many zealous persons offered the king money. He refused considerable sums, being unwilling to injure the fortunes of individuals. M. de la Ferte, intendant of the Menu Plaisir, brought me 1,000 louis, requesting me to lay them at the feet of the queen. He thought she could not have too much money at so perilous a time, and that every good Frenchman should hasten to place all his ready money in her hands. She refused this sum, and others of much greater amount, which were offered to her. Note by Mme. Campan. Monsieur Auguier, my brother-in-law, Receiver General of the Finances, offered her, through the medium of his wife, a portfolio containing 100,000 crowns in paper money. On this occasion the queen said the most affecting things to my sister, expressive of her happiness at having contributed to the fortunes of such faithful subjects as herself and her husband, but declined accepting her offer. However, a few days afterwards, she told me she would accept of M. de la Ferte's 24,000 francs, because they would make up a sum which the king had to expend. She therefore directed me to go and receive those 24,000 francs; to add them to the 100,000 francs she had placed in my hands, and to change the whole into assignats to increase their amount. Her orders were executed, and the assignats were delivered to the king. The queen informed me that Madame Elisabeth had found a well-meaning man who had engaged to gain over Pétion by the bribe of a large sum of money; and that that deputy would, by a preconcerted signal, inform the king of the success of the project. His Majesty soon had an opportunity of seeing Pétion, and on the Queen asking him before me if he was satisfied with him, the King replied, "Neither more nor less satisfied than usual. He did not make the concerted signal, and I believe I have been cheated." The Queen then condescended to explain the whole of the enigma to me. "Pétion," said she, "was, while talking to the King, to have kept his finger fixed upon his right eye for at least 2 seconds." "He did not even put his hand up to his chin," said the King. "After all, it is but so much money stolen. The thief will not boast of it, and the affair will remain a secret. Let us talk of something else." He turned to me and said, "Your father was an intimate friend of Mandat, who now commands the National Guard. Describe him to me. What ought I to expect from him?" I answered that he was one of his Majesty's most faithful subjects, but at the same time that he possessed a great deal of loyalty, he had likewise very little sense, and that he was involved in the constitutional vortex. "I understand," said the King. "He is a man who would defend my palace and my person, because that is enjoined by the Constitution which he has sworn to support; but who would fight against the party in favor of sovereign authority. It is well to know this with certainty." On the next day the Princess de Lamballe sent for me very early in the morning. I found her sitting upon a sofa opposite a window looking out upon the Pont Royal. She then occupied that apartment of the pavilion of Flora which was on the level with that of the Queen. She desired me to sit down by her. Her Highness had a writing desk upon her knees. "You have had many enemies," said she. "Attempts have been made to deprive you of the Queen's favor. They have been far from successful. Do you know that even I myself, not being so well acquainted with you as the Queen, was rendered suspicious of you; and that upon the arrival of the court at the Tuileries I gave you a companion to be a spy upon you; and that I had another belonging to the police placed at your door? Note by Mme. Campan. This was Monsieur de P , who afterwards owned it to me, telling me that though he did accept of this base employment, it was because he was sure that my acquaintance consisted only of royalists, and that, moreover, he did not doubt the sincerity of my sentiments. I was assured that you received 5 or 6 of the most virulent deputies of the Tiers Etat; but this report came from that woman belonging to the wardrobe who was lodged above you. In short," said the Princess, "persons of integrity have nothing to fear from the evil disposed when they belong to so upright a prince as the King. As to the Queen, she knows you, and has loved you ever since she came to France. You shall judge of the King's opinion of you. It was yesterday evening decided, in the family circle, that at a time when the Tuileries is likely to be attacked, it was necessary to have the most faithful account of the opinions and conduct of all the individuals composing the Queen's service. The King takes the same precaution on his part respecting all who are about him. He said there was with him a person of great integrity to whom he would commit this inquiry; and that, with regard to the Queen's household, you must be spoken to; that he had long studied your character, and that he esteemed your veracity." The Princess had the names of all who belonged to the Queen's chamber upon her desk. She asked me for information respecting each individual. At such a moment, honor and duty efface even the recollection of enmity. I was fortunate in having none but the most favorable information to give. I had to speak of my avowed enemy in the Queen's chamber, of her who most wished to make me responsible for my brother's political opinions. The Princess, as the head of the chamber, could not be ignorant of this circumstance; but, as the female in question, who idolized the King and Queen, would not have hesitated to sacrifice her life in order to save theirs, and as possibly her attachment to them, united to considerable narrowness of intellect and a limited education, contributed to her jealousy of me, I spoke of her in the highest terms. The Princess wrote as I dictated, and occasionally looked at me with astonishment. When I had done, I entreated her Highness to write down in the margin that the lady alluded to was my declared enemy. She embraced me, saying, "Ah, write it. We should not record an injustice which must be forgotten." We came to a man of genius who was much attached to the Queen, and I described him as a man born solely for disputation, showing himself, out of mere spirit of contradiction, an aristocrat with democrats and a democrat among aristocrats. but still a man of probity and well affected to his sovereign. The princess said she knew many persons of that disposition, and that she was delighted I had nothing to say against this man, because she herself had placed him about the queen. The whole of Her Majesty's chamber, which consisted entirely of persons of fidelity, gave, throughout all the dreadful convulsions of the Revolution, proofs of the greatest prudence and the most absolute self-devotion. The same cannot be said of the antechambers. With the exception of 3 or 4, all the servants of that class were outrageous Jacobins; and I saw on those occasions the necessity of composing the private household of princes of persons completely separated from the class of the people. The situation of the royal family was so horrid during the months which immediately preceded the 10th of August, that the Queen was worked up to long for the coming of the crisis, whatever might be its issue. She frequently said that a long confinement in a tower by the seaside would seem to her less intolerable than those feuds in which the weakness of her party daily announced an inevitable catastrophe. Note by the Editor. A few days before the 10th of August, the squabbles between the Royalists and Jacobins, and between the Jacobins and the Constitutionals, increased in warmth. Among the latter, those men who defended the principles they professed with the greatest talent, courage, and constancy, were at the same time the most exposed to danger. Montjoie relates the following anecdote. The question of abdication was discussed with a degree of frenzy in the Assembly. Such of the deputies as voted against that scandalous discussion were abused, ill-treated, and surrounded by assassins. They had a battle to fight at every step they took; and at length they did not dare to sleep in their own houses. Of this number were Regnault de Beaucaron, Frondière, Girardin, and Vaublanc. Girardin complained of having been struck in one of the lobbies of the Assembly. A voice cried out to him, "Say where you were struck." "Where?" replied Girardin. "What a question! Behind? Do assassins ever strike otherwise?" History of Marie Antoinette. Not only were their Majesties prevented from breathing the open air, but they were also insulted at the very foot of the altar. The Sunday before the last day of the monarchy, while the royal family went through the gallery to the chapel, half the soldiers of the National Guard exclaimed, "Long live the King!" and the other half, "No, no King! Down with the veto!" And on that day, at vespers, the choristers preconcerted to increase the loudness of their voices threefold in an alarming manner, when they chanted the words, "Deposuit potentes decede" in the Magnificat. Incensed at such an infamous proceeding, the Royalists in their turn thrice exclaimed, "Et reginam," after the Domini salvum fac regem. The tumult during the whole time of divine service was excessive. At length arrived that terrible night of the 10th of August. On the preceding evening, Pétion went to the Assembly and informed it that preparations were making for a great insurrection on the following day; that the tocsin would sound at midnight; and that he feared he had not sufficient means for resisting the attack which was about to take place. Upon this information the Assembly passed to the order of the day. Pétion, however, gave an order for repelling force by force. M. Mandat was armed with this order; and finding his fidelity to the King's person supported by what he considered the law of the State, he conducted himself in all his operations with the greatest energy. On the evening of the 9th I was present at the King's supper. While his Majesty was giving me various orders, we heard a great noise at the door of the apartment. I went to see what was the cause of it, and I found the two sentinels fighting. One said, speaking of the King, that he was hearty in the cause of the Constitution, and would defend it at the peril of his life; the other maintained that he was an encumbrance to the only constitution suitable to a free people. They were near destroying each other. I returned with a countenance which betrayed my emotion. The King desired to know what was going forward at his door. I could not conceal it from him. The Queen said she was not at all surprised at it, and that more than half the guard belonged to the Jacobin party. The tocsin sounded at midnight. The Swiss were drawn up like real walls; and in the midst of their soldier-like silence, which formed a striking contrast with the perpetual din of the town guard, the King informed M. de G , an officer of the staff, of the plan of defence laid down by General Viomenil. Monsieur de G. said to me, after this private conference, "Put your jewels and money into your pockets. Our dangers are unavoidable. The means of defence are unavailing. Safety might be obtained from some degree of energy in the king, but that is the only virtue in which he is deficient." An hour after midnight, the Queen and Madame Elisabeth said they would lie down on a sofa in a closet in the entresol, the windows of which commanded the courtyard of the Tuileries. The Queen told me the King had just refused to put on his quilted under waistcoat; that he had consented to wear it on the 14th of July because he was merely going to a ceremony where the poniard of an assassin was to be apprehended; but that on a day on which his party might fight against the revolutionists, he thought there was something cowardly in preserving his life by such means. During this time, Madame Elisabeth disengaged herself of some of her clothing which encumbered her, in order to lie down on the sofa. She took a cornelian pin out of her tippet, and before she laid it down on the table she showed it to me, and desired me to read a motto engraved upon it, round a stalk of lilies. The words were, "Oblivion of injuries, pardon for offences." "I much fear," added that virtuous princess, "this maxim has but little influence among our enemies, but it ought not to be less dear to us on that account." Note by Mme. Campan. The princess did not take this precious trinket when she quitted the Queen's entresol. Into what hands did it fall? It would adorn the richest treasury. The exalted piety of Madame Elisabeth gave to all she said and did a noble character, descriptive of that of her soul. On the day on which this worthy descendant of St. Louis was sacrificed, the executioner, in tying her hands behind her back, raised up one of the ends of her handkerchief in front. Madame Elisabeth, with calmness, and with a voice which seemed not to come from the earth, said to him, "In the name of modesty, cover my bosom." I learned this trait of heroism from Madame de Serizy, who was condemned the same day as the princess, but who obtained a respite at the moment of the execution, Madame de Montmorin, her relation, declaring that her cousin was pregnant. The Queen desired me to sit down by her. The two princesses could not sleep. They were conversing mournfully upon their situation, when a musket was discharged in the courtyard. They both quitted the sofa, saying, "There is the first shot. Unfortunately it will not be the last. Let us go up to the King." The Queen desired me to follow her. Several of her women went with me. At 4:00, the Queen came out of the King's chamber, and told us she had no longer any hope; that Monsieur Mandat, who had gone to the Hôtel de Ville to receive further orders, had just been assassinated; and that the people were at that time carrying his head about the streets. Day came. The King, the Queen, Madame Elisabeth, Madame and the Dauphin went down to pass through the ranks of the sections of the National Guard. The cry of "Vive le Roi" was heard from a few places. I was at a window on the garden sides. I saw some of the gunners quit their posts, go up to the King, and thrust their fists in his face, insulting him by the most brutal language. Messieurs de Salvert and Monsieur de Brige drove them off in a spirited manner. The King was as pale as a corpse. The royal family came in again. The Queen told me that all was lost; that the King had shown no energy; and that this sort of review had done more harm than good. Note by the Editor. Montjoie, in his history of Marie Antoinette, gives an account of the affair of the château, which he says was furnished by an eye witness. The narrator thus expresses himself: "Monsieur Mandat being gone, the command devolved on Monsieur de la Chesnaye. I then perceived a considerable degree of bustle in the interior of the castle. The National Guard and the Swiss Guards being called to their posts, all went to them in the greatest order. The interior of the apartments, the staircases and vestibules were occupied by soldiers. The posts of the courtyards were distributed, and cannon were brought from different parts of the great court. All these preparations announced the most terrible resolves. They seemed to express a determination to offer a vigorous resistance. I turned my eyes away, and lamented first the manner, and then the inefficiency of the means employed. The manner, because I saw a scene of bloodshed and murders without number in preparation; the inefficiency, because in spite of the wild and criminal scheme of an unavailing resistance, I was convinced beforehand there was no fence strong enough to stem the impetuous torrent. History of Marie Antoinette by Montjoie. End note. I was in the billiard room with my companions. We placed ourselves upon some high benches. I then saw Monsieur d'Hervilly with a drawn sword in his hand, ordering the usher to open the door to the French noblesse. 200 persons entered the room which was nearest to that in which the family were. Others also drew up in 2 lines in the preceding rooms. I saw a few people belonging to the court, many others whose features were unknown to me, and a few who figured ridiculously enough among what was called the noblesse, but whose self-devotion ennobled them at once. They were all so badly armed that even in that situation the French vivacity, which yields to nothing, indulged in jests upon that which was no jesting matter. Monsieur de Saint-Supplet, one of the king's equerries, and a page, instead of muskets, carried upon their shoulders the tongs belonging to the king's antechamber, which they had broken and divided between them. Another page, who had a pocket pistol in his hand, stuck the end of it against the back of the person who stood before him, and who begged he would be good enough to rest it elsewhere. A sword and a pair of pistols were the only arms of those who had the precaution to provide themselves with arms at all. Meanwhile, the numerous bands from the faubourg, armed with pikes and cutlasses, filled the Carrousel and the streets adjacent to the Tuileries. The sanguinary Marseillois were at their head with cannon pointed against the castle. In this emergency the King's Council sent Monsieur de Joly, the Minister of Justice, to the Assembly, to request they would send the King a deputation which might serve as a safeguard to the executive power. Its ruin was resolved on. They passed to the order of the day. At 8 o'clock the department repaired to the castle. The attorney syndic, seeing that the guard within was ready to join the assailants, went into the King's closet, and requested to speak to him in private. The King received him in his chamber. The Queen was with him. There Monsieur Roederer told him that the King, all his family, and the people about them would inevitably fall, unless his Majesty immediately determined to go to the National Assembly. The Queen at first opposed this advice; but the attorney syndic told her that she rendered herself responsible for the deaths of the King, her children, and all who were in the palace. Upon this she no longer objected. The King then consented to go to the Assembly. As he set out he said to the Minister and persons who surrounded, "Come, gentlemen, there is nothing more to be done here." The Queen said to me as she left the King's chamber, "Wait in my apartments. I will come to you, or I will send for you, to go I know not whither." She took with her only the Princess de Lamballe and Madame de Tourzel. The Princess de Tarente and Madame de la Roche Aymon were inconsolable at being left at the Tuileries. They and all who belonged to the chamber went down into the Queen's apartments. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 10, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10 Part 2. Note by the Editor. The informant cited by Montjoie thus relates the efforts made by Monsieur Roederer with the people and the National Guard, and the conversation he afterwards had with the King in his closet. This account of the 10th of August contains also several other important particulars, but we refer them all to the historical illustrations, letter K, not to interrupt Mme. Campan's narrative. Monsieur Roederer, it must be said to his praise, tried all means. At last, being unable to subdue the fury of the people, he calmed it for a few minutes. They granted him half an hour, and the depositaries of the law instantly returned into the castle yard. Here they met with obstacles of another kind. The National Guard seemed perfectly resolute and well disposed. Monsieur Roederer called their attention to the extent of the danger. He made them promise to remain firm at their posts. He exhorted them not to attack their fellow citizens, their brethren, as long as they should remain inactive. But he foresaw the approaching moment when the château would be attacked. He explained to them the principles of the lawful defence, and made the requisition prescribed by the law of the month of May 1791 relative to the public force. The National Guard, however, remained silent, and the gunners discharged their cannon. What could the authorities of the department then do? They joined the king's ministers, and all, with one consent, conjured him to save himself with his family, and take refuge in the bosom of the National Assembly. "There only, sire," said M. Roederer, "in the midst of the representatives of the people, can your Majesty, the Queen, and the royal family be in safety. Come, let us fly. In another quarter of an hour, perhaps, we shall not be able to command a retreat." The king hesitated. The queen manifested the highest dissatisfaction. "What!" said she, "are we alone? Is there nobody who can act?" "Yes, madame, alone. Action is useless. Resistance is impossible." One of the members of the department, M. Gerdret, resolved to add his voice. He insisted upon the prompt execution of the proposed measure. "Silence, sir," said the queen to him. "Silence! You are the only person who ought to be silent here. When the mischief is done, those who did it should not pretend to wish to remedy it." We saw the royal family pass between two lines formed by the Swiss Grenadiers and those of the battalions of the Petit Père and the Filles St. Thomas. They were so pressed upon by the crowd that during that short passage the queen was robbed of her watch and purse. A man of frightful height and atrocious appearance, one of such as were to be seen at the head of all the insurrections, drew near the dauphin, whom the queen was leading by the hand, and took him up in his arms. The queen uttered a scream of terror, and was ready to faint. The man said to her, "Don't be frightened. I will do him no harm," and he gave him back to her at the entrance of the chamber. I leave to history all the details of that too memorable day, confining myself to retracing a few of the frightful scenes acted in the interior of the Tuileries after the king had quitted the palace. The assailants did not know that the king and his family had betaken themselves to the bosom of the Assembly, and those who defended the palace on the court side were equally ignorant of it. It is supposed that if they had been aware of the fact, the siege would never have taken place. The Marseillois began by driving several Swiss who yielded without resistance from their posts. A few of the assailants fired upon them. Some of the Swiss officers, unable to contain themselves at seeing their men fall thus, and perhaps thinking the king was still at the Tuileries, gave the word to a whole battalion to fire. The aggressors were thrown into disorder, and the Carrousel was cleared in a moment. But they soon returned, spurred on by rage and revenge. The Swiss were but 800 strong. They fell back into the interior of the castle. Some of the doors were battered in by the guns, others broken through with hatchets. The populace rushed from all quarters into the interior of the palace. Almost all the Swiss were massacred. The nobles flying through the gallery which leads to the Louvre were either stabbed or pistoled, and the bodies were thrown out of the windows. M. Pallas and M. de Marchais, ushers of the king's chamber, were killed in defending the door of the council chamber. Many others of the king's servants fell victims of their attachment to their master. I mention these two persons in particular, because with their hats pulled over their brows, and their swords in their hands, they exclaimed as they defended themselves, with unavailing but praiseworthy courage, "We will not survive. This is our post. Our duty is to die at it." M. Diette behaved in the same manner at the door of the queen's bedchamber. He experienced the same fate. The Princess de Tarente had fortunately opened the door of the entrance into the apartments. Otherwise the dreadful band, seeing several women collected in the queen's saloon, would have fancied she was among us, and would have immediately massacred us if their rage had been increased by resistance. However, we were all about to perish, when a man with a long beard came up exclaiming in the name of Pétion, "Spare the women! Don't disgrace the nation!" A particular circumstance placed me in a greater danger than the others. In my confusion, I imagined, a moment before the assailants entered the queen's apartments, that my sister was not among the group of women collected there; and I went up to an entresol, where I supposed she had taken refuge, to induce her to come down, fancying it of consequence to our safety that we should not be separated. I did not find her in the room in question. I saw there only our two femmes de chambre, and one of the queen's two haiducs, a man of great height and a perfectly martial physiognomy. I cried out to him, "Fly! The footmen and our people are already safe." I cannot," said the man to me. "I am dying of fear." As he spoke I heard a number of men rushing hastily up the staircase. They threw themselves upon him, and I saw him assassinated. I ran towards the staircase, followed by our women. The murderers left the Heiduck to come to me. The women threw themselves at their feet and held their sabres. The narrowness of the staircase impeded the assassins; but I had already felt a horrid hand thrust down my back to seize me by my clothes, when some one called out from the bottom of the staircase, "What are you doing above there?" The terrible Marseillois who was going to massacre me answered by a "Hem!" the sound of which will never escape my memory. The other voice replied only by these words, "We don't kill women." I was on my knees. My executioner quitted his hold of me, and said, "Get up, you jade! The nation pardons you." The brutality of these words did not prevent my suddenly experiencing an indescribable feeling, which partook almost equally of the love of life, and the idea that I was going to see my son and all that was dear to me again. A moment before, I had thought less of death than of the pain which the steel suspended over my head would occasion me. Death is seldom seen so close without striking his blow. I can assert that upon such an occasion, the organs, unless fainting ensues, are in full activity, and that I heard every syllable uttered by the assassins, just as if I had been calm. 5 or 6 men seized me and my women, and having made us get upon benches placed before the windows, ordered us to call out, "The nation forever!" I passed over several corpses. I recognized that of the old Viscount de Brove, to whom the Queen had sent me at the beginning of the night, to desire him and another old gentleman in her name to go home. These brave men desired I would tell her Majesty that they had but too strictly obeyed the King's orders in all circumstances, under which they ought to have exposed their own lives in order to preserve his; and that, for this once, they would not obey, but would cherish the recollection of the Queen's goodness. Near the grating on the side next to the bridge, the men who conducted me asked whither I wished to go. Upon my asking, in my turn, whether they were at liberty to take me wherever I might wish to go, one of them, who was a Marseillois, asked me, giving me at the same time a push with the butt end of his musket, whether I still doubted the power of the people. I answered, "No," and I mentioned the number of my father in law's house. I saw my sister ascending the steps of the parapet of the bridge, surrounded by men of the National Guard. I called to her, and she turned round. "Would you have her go with you?" said my guardian to me. I told him I did wish it. They called the people who were leading my sister to prison. She joined me. Madame de la Roche Aymon and her daughter, Mademoiselle Pauline de Tourzel, lady to the Princess de Lamballe, the other females belonging to the Queen, and the old Count d'Affry, were led off together to the prisons of the Abbaye. Our progress from the palace of the Tuileries to my sister's house was most distressing. We saw several Swiss pursued and killed; and musket shots were crossing each other in all directions. We passed under the walls of the gallery of the Louvre; they were firing from the parapet into the windows of the gallery, to hit the Knights of the Dagger; for thus did the populace designate those faithful subjects who had assembled at the Tuileries to defend the King. The brigands broke some vessels of water in the Queen's first antechamber. The mixture of blood and water stained the bottoms of our white gowns. The Poissardes screamed after us in the streets that we were attached to the Austrian. Our protectors then showed some consideration for us, and made us go up a gateway to pull off our gowns; but our petticoats being too short, and making us look like persons in disguise, other Poissardes began to bawl out that we were young Swiss dressed up like women. We then saw a tribe of female cannibals enter the street carrying the head of poor Mandat. Our guards hastily made us enter a little public house, called for wine, and desired us to drink with them. They assured the landlady that we were their sisters and good patriots. Happily the Marseillois had quitted us to return to the Tuileries. One of the men who remained with us said to me in an under voice, "I am a gauze worker in the Faubourg. I was forced to march. I am not for all this. I have not killed anybody, and have rescued you. You ran a great risk when we met the mad women who are carrying Mandat's head. These horrible women said yesterday at midnight upon the site of the Bastille, that they must have their revenge for the 6th of October at Versailles, and that they had sworn to kill the Queen and all the women attached to her. The danger of the action saved you all. As I crossed the Carrousel, I saw my house in flames; but as soon as the first moment of affright was over, I thought no more of my personal misfortunes. My ideas turned solely upon the dreadful situation of the Queen. On reaching my sister's we found all our family in despair, believing they should never see us again. I could not remain at her house. Some of the mob, collected round the door, exclaimed that Marie Antoinette's confidant was in the house, and that they must have her head. I disguised myself, and was concealed at the house of Monsieur Morel, secretary for the lottery. On the morrow I was inquired for there, in the name of the Queen. A deputy whose sentiments were known to her took upon himself to find me out. I borrowed clothes, and went with my sister to the Feuillants. We got there at the same time with Monsieur Thierry de Ville-d'Avry, the King's first valet de chambre. We were taken into an office, where we wrote down our names and places of abode, and we received tickets for admission up into the rooms belonging to Camus, the keeper of the archives, where the King was with his family. As we entered the first room, a person who was there said to me, "Ah, you are a good creature! But where is that Thierry? That man loaded with his master's bounties?" "He is here," said I. "He is following me, and I perceive that even scenes of death do not banish jealous feelings from among you." Note by Mme. Campan. Monsieur Thierry, who never ceased to give his sovereign proofs of the most respectful and unalterable attachment, was one of the victims of the 2nd of September. End note. Having belonged to the court from my earliest youth, I was known to many persons whom I did not know. As I traversed a corridor above the cloisters which led to the cells inhabited by the unfortunate Louis XVI and his family, several of the grenadiers spoke to me, calling me by name. One of them said to me, "Well, the poor King is lost. The Count d'Artois would have managed it better." "Not a bit," said another. The royal family occupied a small suite of apartments, consisting of 4 cells, formerly belonging to the ancient monastery of the Feuillants. In the first were the men who had accompanied the King: the Prince de Poix, the Baron d'Aubier, Monsieur de Saint Pardoux, equerry to Madame Elisabeth, Monsieur Gauglas, Monsieur Chamilly, and Monsieur Hue. In the second we found the King. He was having his hair dressed. He took 2 locks of it, and gave one to my sister and one to me. We offered to kiss his hand. He opposed it, and embraced us without saying anything. In the third was the Queen, in bed, and in an indescribable state of affliction. We found her accompanied only by a bulky woman who appeared tolerably civil. She was the keeper of the apartments. She waited upon the Queen, who as yet had none of her own people about her. Her Majesty stretched out her arms to us, saying, "Come, unfortunate women! Come, and see one still more unhappy than yourself, since she has been the cause of all your misfortunes. We are ruined," continued she. "We are arrived at that point to which they have been leading us for 3 years, through all possible outrages. We shall fall in this dreadful revolution, and many others will perish after us. All have alike contributed to our downfall. The reformers have urged it like mad people, and others through ambition for their own interests, for the wildest Jacobin seeks wealth and distinction, and the mob is eager for plunder. There is not one lover of his country among all this infamous horde. The emigrant party had their intrigues and schemes. Foreigners sought to profit by the dissensions of France. Every one had a share in our misfortunes. The Dauphin came in with Madame and the Marchioness de Tourzel. On seeing them the Queen said to me, 'Poor children! How heart-rending it is, instead of handing down to them so fine an inheritance, to say, "It ends with us."' She afterwards conversed with me about the Tuileries, and the persons who had fallen. She condescended also to mention the burning of my house. Without the smallest affectation I say it, I looked upon that loss as a mischance which ought not to dwell upon her mind, and I told her so. She spoke of the Princess de Tarente, whom she greatly loved and valued, of Madame de la Roche-Aymon and her daughter, of other persons whom she had left at the palace, and of the Duchess de Luynes, who was to have passed the night at the Tuileries. Respecting her, she said, "Hers was one of the first heads turned by the rage for that mischievous philosophy; but her heart brought her back, and I again found a friend in her." Note by Mme. Campan. During the Reign of Terror I withdrew to the Château de Coubertin, near that of de Dampierre. The Duchess de Luynes frequently came to request I would repeat to her what the Queen had said about her at the Feuillants. We wept together, and she would say as she went away, "I have often need to request you to repeat those words of the Queen." End note. I asked the Queen what the ambassadors from foreign powers had done under existing circumstances. She told me that they could do nothing, and that the wife of the English ambassador had just given her a proof of the private interest she took in her welfare, by sending her linen for her son. I informed her that, in the pillaging of my house, all my accounts with her had been thrown into the Carrousel, and that every sheet of my month's expenditure was signed by her, sometimes leaving 4 or 5 inches of blank paper above her signature, a circumstance which rendered me very uneasy, from an apprehension that an improper use might be made of those signatures. She desired me to demand admission into the Committee of General Safety, and to make this declaration there. I repaired thither instantly, and found a deputy, with whose name I have never yet become acquainted. After hearing me, he said, that he would not receive my deposition; that Marie Antoinette was now nothing more than any other Frenchwoman; and that if any of those detached papers bearing her signature should be misapplied, she would have, at a future period, a right to make a complaint, and to support her declaration by the facts which I had just related. The Queen regretted having sent me, and entertained an apprehension that she had, by her very caution, pointed out a method of fabricating forgeries which might be dangerous to her. Then again she exclaimed, "My apprehensions are as absurd as the step I make you take. They need nothing more for our ruin. All is over." She gave us an account of what had taken place subsequently to the King's arrival at the Assembly. It is all well known, and I have no occasion to repeat it. I will merely mention that she told us, though with much delicacy, that she was not a little hurt at the King's conduct since he had been at the Feuillants; that his habit of laying no restraint upon himself and his great appetite, had prompted him to eat as if he had been at his palace; that those who did not know him as she did not feel the piety and the magnanimity of his resignation, all which produced so bad an effect that deputies who were devoted to him, had warned him of it; but that no change could be effected. I still see in imagination, and shall always see, that narrow cell at the Feuillants hung with green paper, that wretched couch whence the dethroned Queen stretched out her arms to us, saying that our misfortunes of which she was the cause aggravated her own. There, for the last time, I saw the tears, I heard the sobs, of her whom her high birth, the endowments of nature, and above all the goodness of her heart, had seemed to destine for the ornament of a throne and the happiness of her people. It is impossible for those who have lived with Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, not to be fully convinced, even doing all justice to the King's virtues, that if the Queen had been, from the moment of her arrival in France, the object of the care and affection of a prince of decision and authority, she would have greatly contributed to the glory of his reign. What affecting things I have heard the Queen say, in the depth of her affliction, occasioned by the ill-founded opinion of a part of the court and the whole of the people, that she did not love France. How did that opinion shock those who knew her heart and her sentiments! Twice did I see her on the point of going forth from her apartments in the Tuileries into the gardens, for the purpose of addressing the immense throng constantly assembled there to insult her. "Yes," exclaimed she, as she paced her chamber with hurried steps, "I will say to them, 'Frenchmen, they have had the cruelty to persuade you that I do not love France. I, the mother of a dauphin who will reign over this noble country; I, whom Providence has seated upon the most powerful throne of Europe. Of all the daughters of Maria Theresa, am I not the one whom fortune has most highly favored? And ought I not to feel all these advantages? What should I find at Vienna? Nothing but sepulchres. What should I lose in France? Everything by which honorable pride and sensibility can be flattered. I protest I only repeat her own words here, but if, prompted by existing circumstances, her noble heart did at first send forth this burst of feeling, the soundness of her judgment soon pointed out to her the dangers of such a proceeding with regard to the people. "I should descend from the throne," said she, "merely, perhaps, to excite a momentary sensibility, which the factious would soon render more injurious than beneficial to me." Yes, not only did Marie Antoinette love France, but few women possessed in greater vigor than herself that feeling of pride which the courage of Frenchmen must inspire. I could adduce a multitude of proofs of this. I will relate 2 traits which demonstrate the noblest national enthusiasm. The Queen was telling me that at the period of the coronation of the Emperor Francis II, that prince, in bespeaking the admiration of a French general officer, who was then an emigrant, in favor of the fine appearance of his troops, said to him, "There are the men to beat your sans-culottes." "That remains to be seen, sire," instantly replied the officer. The Queen added, "I don't know the name of the brave Frenchman, but I will learn it. The King ought to be in possession of it." As she was reading the public papers, a few days before the 10th of August, she observed that mention was made of the courage of a young man who died in defending the flag he carried, and shouting "Vive la nation!" "Ah, the fine fellow!" said the Queen. "What a happiness it would have been for us, if such men had never left off crying Vive le Roi!" In all that I have hitherto said of this most unfortunate of women and of queens, those who did not live with her, those who knew her but partially, and especially the majority of foreigners, prejudiced by infamous libels, may imagine I have thought it my duty to sacrifice truth on the altar of gratitude. Fortunately, there are still in existence unexceptionable witnesses, whom I can invoke. They will declare whether what I assert that I have seen and heard, appears to them either untrue or improbable. End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Conclusion of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. The Queen, having lost her watch and purse as she was passing from the Tuileries to the Feuillants, requested my sister to lend her 25 louis. Note by Mme. Campan. On being interrogated, the Queen declared that these 25 louis had been lent to her by my sister. This formed a pretence for arresting her and myself, and led to the death of that virtuous mother of a family. Note added by the editor. Madame Augier, who was remarkable for her height and beauty, was a woman of the greatest resolution. Death had no terrors for her; but the idea of perishing innocent upon a scaffold aroused her indignation. "Never," said she, "shall the executioner lay his hand on me." Her religious sentiments would perhaps have inspired her with more resignation; but she was a mother, and the desire of preserving her property to her family, suffered her to think of nothing but the means of anticipating an arrest otherwise inevitable. At the instant when the officers presented themselves for the purpose of arresting her, she precipitated herself from a 3rd floor. This last sacrifice of maternal tenderness renders her end as honorable as her self-devotion to the Queen had been praiseworthy and affecting. End notes. I spent part of the day at the Feuillants, and Her Majesty told me she would ask Pétion to let me be with her in the place which the Assembly should decree for the prison. I then returned home to prepare everything that might be necessary for me to accompany her. On the same day, 11th August, at 9 in the evening, I returned to the Feuillants. I found there were orders at all the gates forbidding my being admitted. I claimed a right to enter, by virtue of the first permission which had been given to me. I was again refused. I was told that the Queen had as many people as were requisite about her. My sister was with her as well as one of my companions, who came out of the prisons of the Abbaye on the 11th. I renewed my solicitations on the 12th. My tears and entreaties moved neither the keepers of the gates nor even a deputy to whom I addressed myself. I soon heard of the transfer of Louis XVI and his family to the Temple. I went to Pétion's, accompanied by a man for whom I had procured a place in the post office, Monsieur Valadon, and who was much disposed to serve me. He determined to go up to Pétion alone. He supplicated him, and told him that those who requested to be confined could not be suspected of evil designs, and that no political opinion could afford a ground of objection to these solicitations. Seeing that the well-meaning man did not succeed, I thought to do more in person; but Pétion persisted in his refusal, and threatened to send me to the prison of La Force. He was still more cruel when, thinking to give me a sort of consolation, he added, I might be certain that all those who were then with Louis XVI and his family would not stay with them long. And, in fact, 2 or 3 days afterwards, the Princesse de Lamballe, Madame de Tourzel, her daughter, the Queen's first woman, the first woman of the Dauphin and Madame, Monsieur de Chamilly, and Monsieur Hue were carried off during the night and transferred to La Force. After the departure of the King and Queen from the Temple, my sister was detained a prisoner in the apartments their Majesties had quitted for 24 hours. From this time I was reduced to the misery of having no further intelligence of my august and unfortunate mistress, but through the medium of the newspapers or the National Guard who did duty at the Temple. The King and Queen said nothing to me at the Feuillants about the portfolio which had been deposited with me. No doubt they expected to see me again. The Minister Roland, and the deputies composing the Provisional Government, were very intent on search for papers belonging to their Majesties. They had the whole of the Tuileries ransacked. The infamous Robespierre bethought himself of M. Campan, the Queen's private secretary, and said that his death was feigned, that he was living unknown in some obscure part of France, and was, doubtless, the depositary of all the important papers. In a great portfolio belonging to the King, there had been found a solitary letter from the Count d'Artois which, by its date, and the subjects of which it treated, indicated the existence of a continued correspondence. This letter appears among the documents used on the trial of Louis XVI. A former preceptor of my son's had studied with Robespierre. The latter, meeting him in the street, and knowing the connection which had subsisted between him and the family of M. Campan, required him to say, upon his honor, whether he was certain of the death of the latter. The man replied that M. Campan had died at La Briche in 1791, and that he had seen him interred in the cemetery of Épinay. "Well, then," resumed Robespierre, "bring me the certificate of his burial at 12 to-morrow. It is a document for which I have pressing occasion." Upon hearing the deputy's demand, I instantly sent for a certificate of M. Campan's burial, and Robespierre received it at 9 o'clock the next morning. But I considered that in thinking of my father-in-law they were coming very near me, the real depositary of these important papers. I passed days and nights in considering what I could do for the best, or what would be least mischievous under such circumstances. I was thus situated when the order to inform against what were called the attentats of the 10th of August led to domiciliary visits. My servants were informed that the people of the quarter in which I lived talked much of the search that would be made in my house, and came to apprise me of it. I heard that 50 armed men would make themselves masters of M. Augier's house, where I then was. I had just received this intelligence when M. Gougenot, the King's maître d'hôtel and receiver general of the household, a man much attached to his sovereign, came into my room, wrapped up in a riding cloak, under which, with great difficulty, he carried the King's portfolio which I had entrusted to him. He threw it down at my feet, and said to me, "There is your deposit. I did not receive it from our unfortunate King's own hands. In delivering it to you, I have executed my trust." After saying this he was about to withdraw. I stopped him, praying him to concert with me what I ought to do in such a trying emergency. He would not listen to my entreaties, or even hear me describe the course I intended to pursue. I told him my abode was about to be surrounded. I imparted to him what the Queen had said to me about the contents of the portfolio. To all this he answered, "There it is. Decide for yourself. I will have no hand in it." Upon that I remained a few seconds buried in thought; and I remember that my conduct was founded upon the following reasons. I spoke aloud, although to myself. I walked about the room with agitated steps. The unfortunate Gougenot was thunderstruck. "Yes," said I, "when we can no longer communicate with our King and receive his orders, however attached we may be to him, we can only serve him according to the best of our own judgment." The Queen said to me, This portfolio contains scarcely anything but documents of a most dangerous description in the event of a trial taking place, if it should fall into the hands of revolutionary persons. She mentioned, too, a single document which would under the same circumstances be useful. It is my duty to translate her words and consider them as orders. She meant to say, "You will save such a paper, you will destroy the rest, if they are likely to be taken from you." If it were not so, was there any occasion for her to enter into any particulars of what the portfolio contained? The order to keep it was sufficient. Probably it contains, moreover, the letters of that part of the family which has emigrated. There is nothing which may have been foreseen or decided upon that can be useful now, and there can be no political thread which has not been cut by the events of the 10th of August and the imprisonment of the King. My house is about to be surrounded. I cannot conceal anything of such bulk. I might then, through my want of foresight, give up that which would possibly cause the condemnation of the King. Let us open the portfolio, save the document alluded to, and destroy the rest." I took a knife and cut open one side of the portfolio. I saw a great number of envelopes endorsed with the King's own hand. M. Gougenot found there the ancient seals of the King, such as they were before the Assembly had changed the inscription. Note by Mme. Campan. No doubt it was in order to have the ancient seals ready at a moment's notice in case of a counter-revolution that the Queen desired me not to quit the Tuileries. M. Gougenot threw the seals into the river, one from off the Pont Neuf, and the other from near the Pont Royal. At this moment we heard a great noise. He agreed to tie up the portfolio, take it again under his cloak, and go to a safe place to execute what I had taken upon me to determine. He made me swear by all I held most sacred that I would affirm under every possible emergency that the course I was pursuing had not been dictated to me by anybody, and that whatever might be the result, I would take all the credit or all the blame upon myself. I lifted up my hand and took the oath he required. He went out. Half an hour afterwards a great number of armed men came to my house. They placed sentinels at all the outlets. They broke open secretaries and closets, of which they had not the keys. They searched the garden pots and boxes. They examined the cellars, and the commandant repeatedly said, "Look particularly for papers." In the afternoon M. Gougenot returned. He had still the seals of France about him, and he brought me a statement of all that he had burnt. The portfolio contained 20 letters from Monsieur, 18 or 19 from the Count d'Artois, 17 from Madame Adélaïde, 18 from Madame Victoire, a great many letters from Count Alexandre de Lameth, and many from M. de Malesherbes, with documents annexed to them. There were also some from M. de Montmorin and other ex-ministers or ambassadors. Each correspondence had its title written in the King's own hand upon the blank paper which contained it. The most voluminous was that of Mirabeau. It was tied up with a scheme for an escape which he thought necessary. M. Gougenot, who had skimmed over these letters with more attention than the rest, told me they were of so interesting a nature that the King had, no doubt, kept them as documents exceedingly valuable for a history of his reign, and that the correspondence with the Princess, which was entirely relative to what was going forward without, in concert with the King, would have been fatal to him if it had been seized. After he had finished, he placed in my hands the procès-verbal, signed by all the ministers, to which the King attached so much importance, because he had given his opinion against the declaration of war. A copy of the letter written by the King to the Princes, his brothers, inviting them to return to France. An account of the diamonds which the Queen had sent to Brussels, these 2 documents were in my handwriting, and a receipt for 400,000 francs under the hand of a celebrated banker. This sum was part of the 800,000 francs which the Queen had gradually saved during her reign, out of her pension of 300,000 francs per annum, and out of the 100,000 francs given by way of present on the birth of the Dauphin. This receipt, written on a very small piece of paper, was in the cover of an almanac. I agreed with M. Gougenot, who was obliged by his station to reside in Paris, that he should retain the procès-verbal of the Council and the receipt for the 400,000 francs, and that we should wait either for orders or for the means of transmitting these documents to the King or Queen, and I set out for Versailles. The strictness of the precautions taken to guard the illustrious prisoners was daily increased. The idea that I could not inform the king of the course I had adopted of burning his papers, and the fear that I should not be able to transmit him that which he had pointed out as necessary to him, tormented me to such a degree that it is wonderful my health endured the trial. I was, moreover, harassed every morning by the fears and projects of a very worthy person, who proved to me that in times of civil tumults terror causes the commission of actions which assist the factious, and that secrets of importance should be entrusted to none but persons of strong minds incapable of feeling fear. The seamstress, who had been shut up a week in my apartment at the Tuileries to make the king's breastplate there, was very pious, and very much attached to the royal family. I thought I could rely upon her; but the poor woman persuaded herself that she, her children, and her husband, were in danger of destruction, if she did not go to the Assembly and declare that at such a time she had been sent for to the castle of the Tuileries for a purpose which she thought it her duty to denounce. She came every morning as soon as I awoke to inform me that she was going to Paris, and that she would not ruin her whole family. I calmed her and brought her to her senses. I proved to her that I had merely used her as she would her own needle; that the affair could not transpire unless she disclosed it; and that in case it did, which however appeared to me impossible, the unfortunate monarch would be first attacked for having ordered the work, and next I should be called in question for having procured it to be executed; but that she, who had only worked by the day under my direction, had nothing to fear. She would leave me in a more quiet state, but would return on the morrow fraught with new fears. Nor were visions wanting in the case. The Virgin had told her that her children and husband were not to be sacrificed for any human being whomsoever. I remained at least a fortnight tormented by this perpetual uneasiness. Happily time set her weak head at rest. When the Assembly held up to the people Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette as having wished to put all Paris to the sword, they would not have failed to impute weakness to the king on account of his breastplate, which he had at first consented to wear, merely in compliance with the queen's entreaties, and of which he had refused to make use on the night of the 10th of August. The dreadful trial drew near. Official defenders were granted to the king. The heroic virtue of M. de Malesherbes induced him to brave the most imminent dangers, either to save his master or to perish with him. I hoped also to be able to find some means of informing his Majesty of what I had thought it right to do. I sent a man on whom I could rely to Paris, to request M. Gougenot to come to me at Versailles. He came immediately. We agreed that he should see M. de Malesherbes without availing himself of any intermediate person for that purpose. M. Gougenot awaited his return from the Temple at the door of his hotel, and made a sign that he wished to speak to him. A moment afterwards a servant came to introduce him into the magistrate's room. He imparted to M. de Malesherbes what I had thought right to do with respect to the king's papers, and placed in his hands the procès-verbal of the council, which his Majesty had preserved in order to serve, if occasion required it, for a ground of his defence. However, this paper is not mentioned in either of the speeches of his defender. Probably it was determined not to make use of it. I pause at that terrible period, which is marked by the assassination of a king whose divine virtues are well known; but I cannot refrain from relating what he deigned to say in my favor to M. de Malesherbes. Let Mme. Campan know that she did what I should myself have ordered her to do. I thank her for it. She is one of those whom I regret I have it not in my power to recompense for their fidelity to my person, and for their good services. I did not hear of this until the morning after he had suffered; and I think I should have sunk under my despair if I had not been consoled by this honorable testimony. Note by the Editor. Mme. Campan's memoirs terminate here. Her recital ends with her services about the unfortunate princess, who fully appreciated her zeal and her self-devotion. She was unwilling to speak of anything but what she had seen with her own eyes, or learned from the mouth of the queen herself; and her silence respecting the lamentable events which succeeded the 10th of August, gives greater weight to her testimony upon all that goes before. End of conclusion. Volume 2, Continuation Part 1 of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation From the Committal to the Temple to the Death of Louis XVI. Part 1. The faithful and elegant relation of the weaknesses, the sorrows, the sufferings, attributable to nothing less than the sins of the unfortunate royal family of France, terminates abruptly with the separation of their illustrious narrator Mme. Campan from the august victim whom she had served so faithfully through such vicissitudes of splendor and despair of magnificence and misery. That separation occurred on Monday the 13th day of August 1792, when Louis, with Marie Antoinette, Madame Elisabeth, the King's sister, Madame Royale, the King's daughter, afterwards Duchess d'Angoulême, and the Dauphin, the Princesse de Lamballe, one male and 2 or 3 female attendants, were conveyed to the Temple. When Pétion, the infamous mayor of Paris, refused to Mme. Campan the sad consolation of sharing the imprisonment, and endeavoring at least to alleviate the sufferings of her royal mistress. This cruelty was speedily followed by worse barbarities. On pretence of suspicious circumstances, the Princesse de Lamballe and all the female attendants were removed by the orders of the insurrectionary Commune, now the executive, or rather sole supreme power of France, the former to be confined in the common prison called l'Abbaye, whence she was never to issue until the day of her atrocious murder. The temple in which the royal family was now immured is no other than the old castellated pile, half monastery, half fortress, formerly the possession and abode of the celebrated order of Knights Templars, from which they had been driven out to the gibbet, the faggot, and the rack, 5 centuries before, on a false charge of necromancy and magic by the then ancestor of its present tenant. It consisted of 2 parts, one called the palace, into which the royal family were placed in the first instance, the other known as the Tower, the ancient keep or dungeon of the place, to which they were consigned on the very night of their arrival. The prison was composed of a high, square tower, we quote from the History of the French Revolutions recently issued in Chambers' People's Edition, flanked by 2 turrets, in one of which was a winding staircase leading to a terrace on the top. In each story of the tower were 3 rooms, one being simply the size of the turret and very small. The first story was occupied by guards and municipal officers, the second by the Queen and the princesses, and the third by the King and the faithful Cléry, the only attendant left to wait on the whole family after the removal of Monsieur U, who was carried off on the 2nd of September, and narrowly escaped the murders of that period. A municipal officer was constantly on guard in each of the upper stories. During the day he sat in the same room with the prisoners, and by his presence prevented them from holding confidential intercourse, a restraint they found of all others the most irksome and galling. During the night one lay at the door of the King's room with the bed in sight. The other watched over the Queen in like manner, but had the decency to allow the door to be closed. The life led by the prisoners was pretty uniform, except when disturbed by the caprices of municipals, with a larger share of vulgar arrogance than was usual with their fellows. At first it would appear that some degree of decency was observed towards the unfortunate royal family, although restrictions, the more cruel because utterly unnecessary, such as the constant presence of the rudest and most brutal of the populace, as superintendents and watchers, was inflicted on them day and night. Although but 1 personal attendant was permitted to the royal family, a measure attributed to the jealousy of extreme precaution, 13 are said to have been employed in the kitchens allowed to the establishment, though it is very difficult to conceive how so many could be employed in preparing food for 3 adults and 2 children, and though the fact rests only on the authority of M. Thiers, who never gives his data, and must be admitted a most partial, or rather partisan historian. And 28,745 livres, about $5,400, were the expenses of the table during 2 months. No news of any kind was, however, permitted to enter the precincts of the Temple, save the tidings of victories gained by the Republic over the invading Austrian and Prussian forces, which were regularly sent into the prison by the representatives of the Commune, not as an act of mercy, but as a refinement of cruelty, since these tidings, proving the inability of their friends to rescue them by force of arms, served only to deprive them of every hope. Up to the period when the trial and punishment of the royal prisoner Louis began to be very seriously mooted, the lives of the prisoners were as uniform as they were sad and monotonous, and are thus simply, and therefore the more touchingly, related by the faithful attendant Cléry, who devoted himself with a fidelity more like that of a canine than of the human species, to alleviate the miseries of his hapless master, from whom he parted only at the foot of the scaffold, which he was soon to ascend, the best if the weakest of dethroned and decapitated kings. Quote, "The largest room was the Queen's bedchamber, in which the Dauphin also slept. The second, which was separated from the Queen's by a small antechamber almost without light, was occupied by Madame Royale and Madame Elisabeth. This chamber was the only way to the turret room of this story, and the turret room was the only place of office for this whole range of building, being in common for the royal family, the municipal officers, and the soldiers. The King's apartments were on the third story. He slept in the great chamber and made a study of the turret closet. There was a kitchen separated from the King's chamber by a small dark room, which had been successfully occupied by M. de Chamilly and M. de U, and on which the seals were now fixed. The fourth story was closed, and on the ground floor there were kitchens of which no use was now made. The King usually rose at 6 in the morning. He shaved himself, and I dressed his hair. He then went to his reading room, which being very small, the municipal officer remained on duty in the bedchamber, that he might always keep the King in sight. His Majesty continued praying, on his knees, till 7 or 8 o'clock, and then read till 9. During that interval, after putting his chamber to rights, and preparing the breakfast, I went down to the Queen, who never opened her door till I arrived, in order to prevent the municipal officer from going into her apartment. Note. This, and the previous statement concerning the kitchens on the ground floor being closed, appear utterly to contradict the statement of M. Thiers; and we regard the words of the faithful domestic as far more credible than that of the revolutionary partisan. At 9 o'clock the Queen, the children, and Madame Elisabeth went up to the King's chamber to breakfast. At 10 the King and his family went down to the Queen's chamber, and there passed the day. He employed himself in educating his son, made him recite passages from Corneille and Racine, gave him lessons in geography, and exercised him in coloring the maps. The Queen, on her part, was employed in the education of her daughter, and these different lessons lasted till 11 o'clock. The remaining time till noon was passed in needlework, knitting, or making tapestry. At 1 o'clock, when the weather was fine, the royal family were conducted to the garden by 4 municipal officers and a commander of a legion of the National Guards. At 2 we returned to the Tower, where I served the dinner, at which time Santerre regularly came to the Temple, attended by 2 aides de camp. The King sometimes spoke to him, the Queen never. In the evening the family sat round a table while the Queen read to them books of history, or other works proper to instruct and amuse the children. Madame Elisabeth took the book in her turn, and in this manner they read till 8 o'clock. After the Dauphin had supped, I undressed him, and the Queen heard him say his prayers. At 9 the King went to supper, and afterwards went for a moment to the Queen's chamber, shook hands with her and his sister for the night, kissed his children, and then retired to the turret room, where he sat reading till midnight. The Queen and the princesses locked themselves in, and one of the municipal officers remained in the little room which parted their chamber, where he passed the night. The other followed his Majesty. In this manner the time was passed as long as the King remained in the little tower." We learn from other authorities that the favorite authors of Louis were Plato, Hume, Bossuet, Fénelon, Montesquieu, and the French tragedians, Corneille, Racine, and Voltaire; and from the same source that the turret chamber of the suite, used as dining and sitting rooms, contained a small library of 12 to 1500 volumes, which proved the greatest solace of the captives. Thus things passed on with a monotonous tranquillity, interrupted only by the anticipations of their future fate, and the occasional insults of their brutal keepers, and yet more brutal visitors from the Commune. Insults endured by the King with a calm and patient dignity, which would have been absolute heroism, had it not been attributable in some degree to the natural indifference of an impassive temper; by the Queen with a haughty scorn, interrupted by occasional bursts of feminine spirit; until the hideous massacres of the prisoners in all the places of detention throughout the metropolis, from the 2nd to the 7th of September. These massacres, which Mr. Carlyle attempts to palliate by representing them as no more horrible or detestable than any other equal amount of death, whether resulting from famine, war, or pestilence, and which other apologists of the revolutionary crimes have attempted to ascribe entirely to the casual fury of the mob, were in reality planned deliberately by Danton, Marat, and other members of the Mountain Party, as is proved by the fact that pits filled with quicklime were prepared for the reception of the corpses in anticipation of their slaughter, by the orders of Manuel and Pétion. In the course of these deliberate slaughters, the prisoners being arraigned before mock tribunals, and then slaughtered with every species of torture, insult, and indignity, even to the maiming of corpses. Slaughters interrupted by regular intervals, during which the corpses were removed while the workmen, ouvriers as they were then termed, quietly sat down, ate their dinners, brought to them in baskets by their wives and daughters, drank wine supplied to them by the authorities, and received wages from the Commune. Slaughters greedily inspected by the fiendish women of the period, who insisted on having the streets illuminated by night, that they might glut their woman eyes on the sufferings and the carnage which ceased not day or night. In the course of these slaughters it is variously computed that prisoners of all sexes, ages, and ranks, from the wanton in the hospital of the Bicêtre to the princess in the Abbaye, were deliberately butchered by authority to the number of 8 and up to 14,000. Of all these, none was more hideous or brutal than that of the Princess de Lamballe. She was young, very beautiful, gentle, kindly disposed to all, moderate in her opinions, had never taken any part in politics, but she was beloved by the Queen, was the friend of the King, and with these crimes against her, what could her virtues avail in her behalf with a revolutionary mob? On her mock trial she consented to swear fealty to liberty and equality, but refused to swear hatred to the King, the Queen, and loyalty. This was her condemnation. With the byword, "Let Madame be set at liberty," the fatal sentence at the Abbaye, she was consigned to her murderers. The atrocities which followed are thus described by eye witnesses, and though they are like to make the blood to run cold and the hair to bristle with horror, it is yet good to contemplate them, in order to perceive more clearly of what the people, whose voice a philosopher has proclaimed the voice of God, is capable, when controlled by no laws, human or divine, and left to the guidance of its own unbridled temper. The Princess de Lamballe, having been spared on the night of the 2nd, flung herself on her bed, oppressed with every species of anxiety and horror. She closed her eyes, but only to open them in an instant startled with frightful dreams. About 8 o'clock next morning, 2 National Guards entered her room to inform her that she was going to be removed to the Abbaye. She slipped on her gown, and went downstairs into the sessions room. When she entered this frightful court, the sight of weapons stained with blood, and of executioners whose hands, faces, and clothes were smeared over with the same red dye, gave her such a shock that she fainted several times. At length she was subjected to a mock examination, after which, just as she was stepping across the threshold of the door, she received on the back of her head a blow with a hanger, which made the blood spout. 2 men then laid fast hold of her, and obliged her to walk over dead bodies while she was fainting every instant. They then completed her murder by running her through with their spears on a heap of corpses. She was afterwards stripped, and her naked body exposed to the insults of the populace. In this state it remained more than 2 hours. When any blood gushing from its wounds stained the skin, some men placed there for the purpose immediately washed it off, to make the spectators take more particular notice of its whiteness. I must not venture to describe the excesses of barbarity and lustful indecency with which this corpse was defiled. I shall only say that a cannon was charged with one of the legs. Towards noon, the murderers determined to cut off her head and carry it in triumph round Paris. Her other scattered limbs were also given to troops of cannibals who trailed them along the streets. The pike that supported the head was planted under the very windows of the Duke of Orleans. He was sitting down to dinner at the time, but rose from his chair, and gazed at the ghastly spectacle without discovering the least symptom of uneasiness, terror, or satisfaction. Madame de Lamballe's sincere attachment to the Queen was her only crime. In the midst of our commotions she had played no part. Nothing could render her suspected by the people to whom she was only known by repeated acts of beneficence. When summoned to the bar of La Force, many among the crowd besought pardon for her, and the assassins for a moment stood doubtful, but soon murdered her. Immediately they cut off her head and her breasts, her body was opened, her heart torn out; and the tigers who had so mangled her took a barbarous pleasure in going to show her head and heart to Louis XVI and his family at the Temple. Madame de Lamballe was beautiful, gentle, obliging, and moderate. Even the cynical Pantagruelist Carlyle, who in his strange admiration for whatever is strong, stringent, energetic, and decisive, whether in man or masses, apologizes for every crime and cruelty, and grins and gibbers with grim exultation over all suffering and sorrow of the feeble-minded great in his bitter scorn of all that is weak, is moved by this fiendish deed to an eloquence as nigh akin to pity as his stern and hard nature is capable of that emotion. What followed is thus related by Mr. Redhead in Chambers' popular edition of the French Revolutions, which I prefer to the narration of M. Thiers, as it is fuller and far more circumstantial, while it states honestly both sides of the picture; the historian of the Revolution carefully concealing all the darker traits of the scene, while he shows all the gentler and more redeeming traits. Quote, "The murder of the Princess de Lamballe recalled to memory the illustrious captives of the Temple, who seemed to have been forgotten up to that moment. A detachment of the assassins employed at La Force now moved towards their prison, bearing aloft the head and the heart of the princess, and followed by a tumultuous rabble. The king and his family were at dinner when they heard the tumult caused by their arrival. They rose from table in great alarm; but the municipal officers on guard over them maintained a dogged silence, and refused to satisfy their anxious inquiries. The outer gate meanwhile was besieged by the multitude, who demanded admittance and access into the interior of the Temple, to lay the head of Lamballe, as the ringleader expressed it, at the foot of the throne. Certain commissioners of the Commune, who had been deputed to protect the asylum of the national hostages, for such Louis and his family were denominated, parleyed with the assailants, and agreed to admit them into the court and garden of the Tower on their promising to proceed no farther. Such a promise was of course purely derisory, and it is certain that the lives of the royal family were abandoned to the mercy or discretion of these murderers. Resistance, the commissioners had resolved amongst themselves, would be impolitic, dangerous, and perhaps unjust. And in fact the muskets of the National Guards had been purposely left unloaded, and their bayonets taken from them. Therefore no material obstacle opposed to the assassins; the way was made smooth before them. But they had undoubtedly secret instructions, and pretended to respect a tricolored riband which the municipal officers had hung across the door of the Tower, in accordance with a stale device which furnished orators with the theme of much lively bombast. They insisted, however, that the king and queen should show themselves at the windows, that they might see the head of the princess, and learn the fate that was in store for the enemies of the people. Finding that their interpellations were not regarded, for the officers with the king happened to be men of some humanity, kept him and the queen from going to the window, they asserted that the royal family had been removed from the Temple, and claimed that a deputation should be permitted to enter and verify the fact. To this demand the commissioners were fain to accede, and 4 of the ruffians were taken to the room in which the royal family were assembled. One of these, more forward than the rest, was urgent that the king and queen should show themselves; but the municipal officers positively refused to allow them; whereupon he turned to the queen and said, "It is Lamballe's head they want to keep you from seeing, but I advise you to show yourself, if you would not have the avengers come up here." On hearing these words the queen immediately fainted. The king advanced to the wretch and rebuked him with sternness. "We are prepared, sir, for everything," he observed to him, "but you might have spared the queen the relation of this horrible disaster." The deputation then hastily withdrew, and guaranteed to the mob without that the hostages were at all events safe within their dungeons; but for several hours gangs of miscreants continued around the prison, bellowing with fearful howls, beating with furious discordance loud, resonant drums, and renewing every moment the dread of a violent eruption. It was 8 in the evening before tranquillity was restored in the neighborhood of the Temple, and the royal captives left to snatch some repose after the cruel agitations of the day. End quote. From this fearful moment, the sufferings no less than the fears of the royal family were cruelly augmented. Their restrictions and the impertinent annoyances of their democratic visitors increased daily. The king's sword was taken from him, and then the penknives and scissors of the princesses were demanded, as if they would have committed suicide. When they went out to walk in the garden, the guards insulted them with obscene language, puffed smoke in their faces, and purposely obstructed their way, treading on their feet and otherwise pressing on their persons. In fact, nothing that low-bred cruelty could devise was omitted for their torture. For what torture can be greater to the high-minded and delicately bred and nobly nurtured, than the contamination of contact and endurance of obscenity and insult from the low and profane rabble? It is related by Cléry in his journal, that one of the soldiers on guard within the tower wrote one day on the king's chamber door, and that on the inside, "The guillotine is permanent, and ready for the tyrant Louis XVI." The king read the words, which I made an attempt to rub out, but his Majesty prevented me. Up to this period, the royal family had been detained merely, as it was expressed, as national hostages, and royalty was considered as not abolished, but merely suspended. The time had now, however, come when this farce was to be brought to a termination. Accordingly, we quote as before from Cléry's journal of the sufferings of the royal captives. Quote, "On the 21st of September, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lubin, a municipal officer, attended by horsemen and a great mob, came before the tower to make a proclamation. Trumpets were sounded, and a dead silence ensued. Lubin's voice was of the stentorian kind. The royal family could distinctly hear the proclamation of the abolition of royalty and of the establishment of a republic. Hébert, so well known by the name of Père Duchesne, and Detournelle, since made minister of the public contributions, were then on guard over the family. They were sitting at the time near the door, and rudely stared the king in the face. The monarch perceived it, but having a book in his hand, continued to read, without suffering the smallest alteration to appear in his countenance. The queen displayed equal resolution. At the end of the proclamation the trumpet sounded again, and I went to the window. The eyes of the populace were immediately turned upon me. I was taken for my royal master, and overwhelmed with abuse. The same evening I informed the king that curtains and more clothes were wanting for the Dauphin's bed, as the weather began to be cold. He desired me to write the demand for them, which he signed. I used the same expressions that I had hitherto done. The king requires for his son, and so forth. It is a great piece of assurance in you, said Detournelle, thus to persist in a title abolished by the will of the people, as you have just heard. I replied that I had heard a proclamation, but was unacquainted with the object of it. It is, rejoined he, for the abolition of royalty. And you may tell the gentleman, pointing to the king, to give over taking a title no longer acknowledged by the people. I told him I could not alter this note, which was already signed, as the king would ask me the reason, and it was not my part to tell him. You will do as you like, continued Detournelle, but I shall not certify the demand." End quote. End of continuation, part 1. Volume 2, continuation, part 2, of Memoirs of the Court of Marie Antoinette, by Mme. Campan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation, from the committal to the Temple to the death of Louis XVI, part 2. From this period forward their sufferings were, if possible, yet augmented, until at length they were brought to a climax by the announcement to the hapless captives that, in the words of M. Thiers, quote, "The unfortunate monarch was thus about to appear before the National Convention, and to undergo an examination concerning all the acts of his reign." This intelligence had reached Cléry by the secret means of correspondence which he had secured outside the prison, and it was with trembling that he imparted it to the disconsolate family. Not daring to tell the king himself, he had communicated it to Madame Elisabeth, and had moreover informed her that during the trial the Commune had determined to separate Louis XVI from his family. He agreed with the princess upon a method of correspondence during this separation. This method consisted in a handkerchief which Cléry, who was to remain with the king, was to transmit to the princesses, if Louis XVI should be ill. This was all that the unfortunate prisoners could calculate upon communicating to one another. The king was apprised by his sister of his speedily required appearance, and of the separation which they were to undergo during the trial. He received the tidings with perfect resignation, and prepared to encounter with firmness that painful scene. The Commune had given directions that early in the morning of the 11th all the administrative bodies should meet, that all the sections should be under arms, that the guard of all the public places, chests, depots, etc., should be augmented by 200 men for each post, that numerous reserves should be stationed at different points with a strong artillery, and that an escort of picked men should accompany the carriage. Accordingly, on the morning of the 11th of December, the Général announced to the capital this novel and melancholy scene. Numerous troops surrounded the Temple, and the din of arms and the tramp of horses reached the prisoners, who affected ignorance of the cause of all this bustle. At 9 in the morning the family repaired as usual to the king's apartment to breakfast. The municipal officers, more vigilant than ever, prevented by their presence any outpouring of affection. The family was at length separated. In vain the king desired that his son should be left with him for a few moments. In spite of his entreaties the young prince was taken away, and he remained alone for about 2 hours. The mayor of Paris and the procureur of the Commune then arrived, and communicated to him the decree of the Convention summoning him to its bar by the name of Louis Capet. "Capet," replied the prince, "was the name of one of my ancestors, but it is not mine." He then rose and entered the carriage of the mayor, which was waiting for him. 600 picked men surrounded the vehicle. It was preceded by 3 pieces of cannon and followed by 3 more. A numerous body of cavalry formed the advance and the rear guard. A great concourse of people surveyed in silence this sad cavalcade, and suffered this rigor, as it had long submitted to that of the old government. There were some shouts, but very few. The prince was not moved by them, and calmly conversed upon the objects that presented themselves on the way. Having arrived at the Feuillants, he was placed in a room to await the orders of the Assembly. The cruel circumstance of the deprivation of his son is thus related by Cléry, on whose simple narrations we place the highest confidence. Continued. At 11 o'clock, when the king was hearing the Dauphin read, 2 municipal officers walked in, and told his Majesty that they were to come to carry the young Louis to his mother. The king desired to know why he was taken away. The commissioners replied that they were executing the orders of the Council of the Commune. The king tenderly embraced his son, and charged me to conduct him. On my return I assured his Majesty that I had delivered the prince to the queen, which appeared a little to relieve his mind. His Majesty afterwards for some minutes walked about his room in much agitation, then sat down in an armchair at the head of the bed. The door stood ajar, but the officer did not like to go in, wishing, as he told me, to avoid questions. But half an hour passing thus in dead silence, he became uneasy at not hearing the king move, and went softly in. He found him leaning with his head upon his hand, apparently in deep thought. The king, upon being disturbed, said, "What do you want with me?" "I was afraid," answered the officer, "that you were unwell." "I am obliged to you," replied the king, in an accent replete with anguish; "but the manner in which they have taken my son from me cuts me to the heart." The municipal officer withdrew without saying a word. From this time forth, with a barbarity inconceivable in these human fiends, and days of merciless and more than devilish crime, the wretched Louis was refused all access to his miserable family. The use of a razor was denied him, so that he suffered actual pain from the irritation of his face, until on the eve of his execution he was permitted to shave in the presence of a municipal. He was permitted, it is true, the aid of counsel and the use of pens and paper, but what availed either when his sentence was predetermined, and his death warrant almost signed before he was brought to the bar? He named Tronchet and Target as his advocates, but the latter dastardly refused the perilous but honorable office; but the vacancy occasioned by his baseness was nobly filled by the venerable Malesherbes, who volunteered to act in his defence, for which most honorable action he suffered in after days with nearly his whole family, by the same fatal instrument from which he vainly strove to preserve his king. On December 11th he was first brought before the Assembly. During above a month the strife of life and death continued, and on the 15th of January, 1793, the voting commenced on these three questions. First, is Louis Capet guilty of conspiracy against liberty and of attempts against the general safety of the State? 2. Shall the definitive judgment on Louis be referred to the primary assemblies? 3. What punishment shall be inflicted on Louis? On all these points judgment was pronounced adverse to the King. The Girondins basely sacrificing their opinions which were in favor of Louis to their personal fears. It is consolatory to know that they all shortly followed him down the one dark road which must be trod by the monarch and the slave, by the victim and his assassin, and that, too, by the same bloody death. And it is almost painful to consider that, by the courage and dignity they showed in their last hours, they have, in some sort, redeemed in popular opinion their cowardice and guilt in yielding to the bloodthirsty faction, who in after days wreaked on them the same vengeance which they now voted against their guiltless king. A majority of 53 pronounced for the death of this weak man but blameless king, the Duke of Orleans, his near kinsman, and father to the late King of the French, among the number. All efforts to obtain a reconsideration, a reference, or delay were fruitless. The majority were bent on death, and the Executive Council was charged with the melancholy commission of carrying the sentence into execution. All the ministers were assembled in the hall where they met, and they were struck with consternation. Garat, as Minister of Justice, had the most painful of all tasks imposed upon him, that of acquainting Louis XVI with the decrees of the Convention. He repaired to the Temple, accompanied by Santerre, by a deputation of the Commune and the Criminal Tribunal, and by the Secretary of the Executive Council. Louis XVI had been 4 days expecting his defenders, and applying in vain to see them. On the 20th of January, at 2 in the afternoon, he was still awaiting them, when all at once he heard the sound of a numerous party. He stepped forward, and perceived the envoys of the Executive Council. He stopped with dignity at the door of his apartment, apparently unmoved. Garat then told him sorrowfully that he was commissioned to communicate to him the decrees of the Convention. Grouvel, Secretary of the Executive Council, read them to him. The first declared Louis XVI guilty of treason against the general safety of the State. The second condemned him to death. The third rejected any appeal to the people. And the fourth and last ordered his execution in 24 hours. Louis looked calmly around upon all those who were about him, took the paper from the hand of Grouvel, put it in his pocket, and read Garat a letter in which he demanded from the Convention 3 days to prepare for death, a confessor to assist him in his last moments, liberty to see his family, and permission for them to leave France. Garat took the letter, promising to submit it immediately to the Convention. The King gave him at the same time the address of the ecclesiastic whose assistance he wished to have in his last moments. Louis XVI went back into his room with great composure, ordered his dinner, and ate as usual. There were no knives on the table, and his attendants refused to let him have any. "Do they think me so weak," he exclaimed, "as to lay violent hands on myself? I am innocent, and I am not afraid to die." He was obliged to dispense with a knife. On finishing his repast he returned to his apartment, and calmly awaited the answer to his letter. The Convention refused the delay, but granted all the other demands which he had made. Garat sent for Edgeworth de Firmont, the ecclesiastic whom Louis XVI had chosen, and took him in his own carriage to the Temple. He arrived there at 6 o'clock, and went to the Great Tower, accompanied by Santerre. He informed the King that the Convention allowed him to have a minister, and to see his family alone, but that it rejected the application for delay. Garat added that Monsieur Edgeworth had arrived, and that he was in the council room, and should be introduced. He then retired, more astonished and more touched than ever by the calm magnanimity of the prince. In the whole history of the world, there is perhaps no sadder scene than the meeting of Louis with his family, from whom he had been so barbarously and so unnecessarily separated during the dreadful crisis of his fate. separated solely, as it would appear, for the hideous purpose of depriving him of any consolation, and rendering his last hours as miserable as they could be rendered. That meeting was but preparatory to an immediate and eternal separation. A single day's delay had been refused him, and on the evening of the very day on which his sentence was announced to him, the eve of his last earthly morrow, the following scene occurred, which shook even the hearts of the stern and savage functionaries who beheld it. Again we quote from Cléry. "At 8 o'clock the king came out of his closet and desired the municipal officers to conduct him to his family. They replied that could not be, but his family should be brought down if he desired it. 'Be it so,' said his Majesty, and accordingly at 8:30 the door opened and his wife and children made their appearance. They all threw themselves into the arms of the king. A melancholy silence prevailed for some minutes, only broken by sighs and sobs. The queen made an inclination towards his Majesty's chamber. 'No,' said the king, 'we must go into this room. I can only see you there.' They went in, and I shut the glass door. The king sat down. The queen was on his left hand, Madame Elisabeth on his right, Madame Royale nearly opposite, and the young prince stood between his legs. All were leaning on the king, and often pressed him to their arms. This scene of sorrow lasted an hour and 3/4, during which it was impossible to hear anything. It could, however, be seen that after every sentence uttered by the king, the agitation of the queen and princesses increased, lasted some minutes, and then the king began to speak again. It was plain from their gestures that they received from himself the first intelligence of his condemnation. At 10:15 the king rose first. They all followed. I opened the door. The queen held the king by his right arm. Their Majesties gave each a hand to the dauphin. Madame Royale, on the king's left, had her arms round his body, and behind her Madame Elisabeth, on the same side, had taken his arm. They advanced some steps towards the entry door, breaking out into the most agonizing lamentations. 'I assure you,' said the king, 'that I will see you again to morrow morning at 8 o'clock.' 'You promise?' said they all together. 'Yes, I promise.' 'Why not at 7 o'clock?' asked the queen. 'Well, yes, at 7,' replied the king. 'Farewell.' He pronounced farewell in so impressive a manner that their sobs were renewed, and Madame Royale faded at the feet of the king, round whom she had clung. His Majesty, willing to put an end to this agonizing scene, once more embraced them all most tenderly, and had the resolution to tear himself from their arms. 'Farewell, farewell,' said he, and went into his chamber. The queen, princesses, and dauphin returned to their own apartments, and though both the doors were shut, their screams and lamentations were heard for some time on the stairs. The king went back to his confessor in the turret closet. On the following morning, pursues Cléry, on hearing 5 o'clock strike, I began to light the fire. The noise I made awoke the king, who, drawing his curtains, asked if it had struck 5. I said it had by several clocks, but not yet by that in the apartment. Having finished with the fire, I went to his bedside. 'I have slept soundly,' said his Majesty, 'and I stood in need of it. Yesterday was a trying day to me. Where is Monsieur Edgeworth?' I answered, 'On my bed.' 'And where were you all night?' 'On this chair.' 'I am sorry for it,' said the king, and gave me his hand, at the same time tenderly pressing mine. I then dressed his Majesty, who, as soon as he was dressed, bade me to go and call Monsieur Edgeworth, whom I found already risen, and he immediately attended the king to the turret. Meanwhile I placed a chest of drawers in the middle of the chambers, and arranged it in the form of an altar for saying mass. The necessary articles of dress had been brought at 2 o'clock in the morning. The priest's garments I carried into my chamber, and when everything was ready, I went and informed his Majesty. He had a book in his hand, which he opened, and finding the place of the mass, gave it to me. He then took another book for himself. The priest, meanwhile, was dressing. Before the altar I had placed an armchair for his Majesty, with a large cushion on the ground. The cushion he desired me to take away, and went himself to his closet for a smaller one made of hair, which he commonly used at his prayers. When the priest came in, the municipal officer retired into the antechamber, and I shut one fold of the door. The mass began at 6 o'clock. There was profound silence during the awful ceremony. The king, all the time on his knees, heard mass with the most devout attention, and received the communion. After the service he withdrew to his closet, and the priest went into my chamber to put off his official attire. In the course of the morning the king said to me, "You will give this seal to my son, and this ring to the queen, and assure her that it is with pain I part with it. This little packet contains the hair of all my family. You will give her that too. Tell the queen, my dear sister and my children, that, although I promised to see them again this morning, I have resolved to spare them the pang of so cruel a separation. Tell them how much it costs me to go away without receiving their embraces once more." He wiped away some tears, and then added in the most mournful accents, "I charge you to bear them my last farewell." All the troops in Paris had been under arms from 5 o'clock in the morning. The beat of drums, the sound of trumpets, the clash of arms, the trampling of horses, the removal of cannon which were incessantly carried from one place to another, all resounded in the tower. At 8:30 o'clock the noise increased. The doors were thrown open with great clatter; and Santerre, accompanied by 7 or 8 municipal officers, entered at the head of 10 soldiers, and drew them up in 2 lines. At this movement the king came out of his closet, and said to Santerre, "You are come for me?" "Yes," was the answer. "Wait a moment," said his Majesty, and went into his closet, whence he instantly returned, followed by his confessor. I was standing behind the king near the fireplace. He turned round to me, and I offered him his greatcoat. "I shall not want it," said he. "Give me only my hat." I presented it to him, and his hand met mine, which he pressed for the last time. His Majesty then looked at Santerre and said, "Lead on." These were the last words he spoke in his apartments. On quitting the Tower, says the Abbé Edgeworth, the king crossed the first court, formerly the garden, on foot. He turned back once or twice towards the Tower, as if to bid adieu to all most dear to him on earth; and by his gestures it was plain that he was trying to collect all his strength and firmness. At the entrance of the second court a carriage waited. 2 gendarmes held the door. At the king's approach one of these men entered first, and placed himself in front. His Majesty followed, and placed me by his side at the back of the carriage. The other gendarme jumped in last, and shut the door. The procession lasted almost 2 hours. The streets were lined with citizens all armed; and the carriage was surrounded by a body of troops formed of the most desperate people of Paris. As soon as the king perceived that the carriage stopped, he turned and whispered to me, "We have arrived, if I mistake not." My silence answered that we had. On quitting the vehicle, 3 guards surrounded his Majesty, and would have taken off his clothes, but he repulsed them with haughtiness. He undressed himself, untied his neckcloth, opened his shirt, and arranged it himself. The path leading to the scaffold was extremely rough and difficult to pass. The king was obliged to lean on my arm, and, from the slowness with which he proceeded, I feared for a moment that his courage might fail. But what was my astonishment when, arrived at the last step, I felt that he suddenly let go my arm, and I saw him cross with a firm foot the breadth of the whole scaffold, silence, by his look alone, 15 or 20 drums that were placed opposite to him, and in a loud voice heard him pronounce distinctly these memorable words: "I die innocent of all the crimes laid to my charge. I pardon those who have occasioned my death. And I pray to God that the blood which you are now going to shed may never be visited on France." He was proceeding when a man on horseback in the national uniform waved his sword and ordered the drums to beat. Many voices were at the same time heard encouraging the executioners, who immediately seized the king with violence, and dragged him under the axe of the guillotine, which with one stroke severed his head from his body. It was on Monday, the 21st of January, 1793. He was aged 38 years, 4 months, and 28 days. Of the sorrows of the royal family during that fatal day, the Duchess of Angoulême gives the following brief statement: "Whose heart will not sympathize with the griefs of these noble mourners, 3 out of the 4 of whom were soon to follow to the tomb the adored and faithful husband, the beloved brother, the pious and devoted father." Quote, "On the morning of this terrible day, the princesses rose at 6 o'clock. The night before, the queen had scarcely strength enough to put her son to bed. She threw herself, dressed as she was, upon her own bed, where she was heard shivering with cold and grief all night long. At 6:15 the door opened. The princesses believed they were sent for to see the king, but it was only the officers looking for a prayer book for his mass. They did not, however, abandon the hope of seeing him, till the shouts of joy of the unprincipled populace announced to them that all was over." End quote. It has been said that as the axe fell, the Abbé Edgeworth took leave of the king in the following memorable words: "Son of St. Louis, ascend to heaven." But on being questioned in after days, he declared himself unconscious of anything that passed relative to himself at that awful moment. Alison informs us that after this legalized murder of a good king and pious man, whose only faults were an amiable weakness, and an over regard for the lives of a wicked and ungrateful people, one person actually tasted the blood with a brutal exclamation that it was shockingly bitter, and the hair and pieces of the dress were sold by the attendants. No strong emotion was evinced at the moment; the place was like a fair; but a few days after, Paris, and those who had voted for the death of the monarch, began to feel serious and uneasy at what they had done. The body of Louis was immediately after the execution removed into the ancient cemetery of the Madeleine. Large quantities of quicklime were thrown into the grave, which occasioned so rapid a decomposition, that when his remains were sought after in 1815, it was with great difficulty that any part could be recovered. Over the spot where he was interred, Napoleon commenced the splendid Temple of Glory, after the battle of Jena; and the superb edifice was completed by the Bourbons, and now forms the church of the Madeleine, the most beautiful of the many beautiful structures in Paris. Louis was executed on the same ground where the Queen, the Princess Elisabeth, and so many other noble victims of the Revolution perished; where Robespierre and Danton afterwards suffered; and where the Emperor Alexander and the allied sovereigns took their station, when their victorious troops entered Paris in 1814. The history of modern Europe has not a scene fraught with equally interesting recollections to exhibit. It is now marked by the colossal obelisk of a blood red granite which was brought from Thebes in Upper Egypt in 1833 by the French government. End quote. Thus ends the first act of the horrid tragedy never, we trust, to be repeated, the second of which was the slaughter of all the prisoners save one, and the dénouement, the terrible retribution wrought on the guilty nation during the devastating wars of that child of the Revolution, Napoleon the Emperor, in the course of which 3 millions of native Frenchmen fattened the plains of foreign countries by their gore; and the final subjugation of France and occupation of the regicidal capital by the descendants of the Saxon, the Goth, the Vandal, and the Hun, whom the Grande Nation held ever in such contemptuous loathing. Verily a great lesson to guilty nations, that their retribution is in this world; and that, in the words of the old tragedian, "Crime begets crime, and of guilt, guilt is for ever the avenger." End of continuation.